Hello, everybody, and welcome to Smite Prime. We are live with the November Circuit final week. The closed bracket is coming at you live. My name's Morty, and I'm here with the whole Smite Prime crew. We've got Jithens, Billy, Rosie, and Tess behind the scenes, and next to me here in the booth today is none other than Musey. How we feeling, Muse?
I'm feeling pretty good. I am really excited to get into the last Smite Prime finals we've got this year. And honestly, it's going to be the big question on our minds today, and all of everybody out there watching. Is Clocked In going to lose today? That is the big one, right? Whether or not that happens is going to determine whether people walk away like it's, the same thing that we kind of expect as it goes, or if a new team is going to kind of rise to the top and put Clocked In their place.
As much as I love Paul, Karmic, Happen, God, I hope they lose. We need to see some change here. Let's go and take a look at the November circuit here, see what everybody's fighting for in the final week. It is the grand prize of $7,000 along with 125,000 diamonds that can get you every skin you want and more.
Gotta love it. I mean, and I got the one that I'm repping behind me right now, that Xbalanque skin, but there are some other prizes that you can have in your back pocket. It's not just about the money, Batman. It's not just about the diamonds, but rather there's a badge that these players can walk away with. I've got a little sneak peek of it myself. I kept one in my closet for a long time. The Smite Prime badge. Rep it in your custom games, in your parties, to show that you are primed and ready to play the game. But what about something you can show off in-game, Mort?
What about in-game? Oh, I know, a title. You can get a title. If you're winning today's Smite Prime, you will get the title of Smite Prime Champion. I know that some of y'all have already seen those in your ranked games. If not, then get good. There's also a trophy that will be going to the MVP of today's Smite Prime, which will be decided here later on in the day. And here's take a look at the trophy. Ooh,
look at that 3D printed glory. It's got a little Smite Prime logo on there. Legend has, it does glow. You can turn it on and it activates and it goes rim, 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 rim. And it's a blue light, pulse drive-esque sci-fi. Nah, sorry, it's just a light inside. It glows. It's pretty cool. But, more, we got all these things for the players. Do we have anything for maybe the viewers?
We do. As a matter of fact, we have some giveaways going on right here on the Smite game and Smite Prime Twitch. Here on Smite Prime is the Fat Loki Cabracken. This is right there, instructions on the bottom. Use the exclamation point giveaway in chat to enter. Completely free, by the way. That's on the Smite Prime Twitch, by the way. And then the Smite game giveaway will be Dark Lord Sun Wukong. I know you love the skin, Muse.
Oh my gosh, it is my favorite. I rep it every time I play Wukong now. We got sick prisms to go with it as well, but remember, you have to do the exclamation point giveaway in the Smite game chat for the Wukong, and remember that you're in the Smite Prime chat for the Fat Loki skin.
Just hop back and forth getting both. Both are really cool skins. And one more thing to go over, there's an art contest going on. The Yulefest Artful Tidings. If you're an artist and you want to dip your toes in the water here, come on in. The water's fine. A lot of good stuff has already been pushed in, but it's a lot of talented work, Muse. I don't know if you've been looking at some of these entries, but honestly, we have some really good artists in the Smite community.
I'm not gonna lie, like I'm on twitter.com and I see the artists out there for Smite 2. I had a chance to see some of the ones we had for the Halloween one. There was a Clown Pele art that kind of knocked my socks off. We are super blessed to have such talented artists in the scene, people who are willing to pick up the pencil and make it work. So shout outs to you guys, and go ahead and enter in your submissions between November 14th and December 12th. You got a little bit of time yet to put those last finishing shaders, make a quick little time lapse and post it online. I want to see everything that you guys are coming up with.
Musey says that his socks have been knocked off. Musey, put your socks back on. Nobody needs to see the dogs on the cast. Let's go and take a look at the brackets. Let's take a look at the brackets and see who made it to the final 8. The last 8 teams of the November circuit. Clocked In, Glurp, the Bad Boys, we know you're cheating. College Fun Crusaders for Sunprod, Retirement Home, Fluka Simrock, and SEAL Team Snicks. A lot of known names, some old heads, some new names dipping their toes in the water as well. I love what's going on here, Muse, but do you have any early predictions you want to throw out?
I mean, I think it's kind of nuts. We got clocked in versus Glurp right away. I think Glurp is a team that has a lot of potential, especially because you've got Benny Q at the head of that there. Prod's College Fund Crusaders is a team that could run either really hot or really cold. It's another potential man team where these guys, I could see them going all the way. It's just a question of whether or not they're locked in and whether they can play their game versus trying to play the game of other teams, right? Because Clocked In is the top dog for a reason. And I've had a conversation with some of the other players of the scene. I've kind of come to the conclusion, one of the big reasons why Clocked In does so well is that everybody is so worried about that team. They go in with this predisposed concept of like, oh my gosh, this is the best one. We're going to lose against these guys. We have to play to their tune. When, Prod's College Fund is a perfect example. When they play their own game, they go crazy. So I just want to see these teams kind of play to their strengths instead of trying to walk up and match the energy that some of these other teams have.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the College Fund Crusaders as well. I think Bayro moving from mid to carry was a low-key a really good move. I don't even think he was like a bad mid laner by any means, but he just looks so much more comfortable in carry. Like once he can really start hitting basics consistently, like sometimes you miss a few, that's okay. But when he hits, Bayro hits. I've seen him on the Artemis. He is smooth. He is clean. I love seeing Bayro do what he does. And that makes it just all that much more exciting to see if they're the team, if it's destined in destiny, if the fate decides that they'll be the ones to take down Clocked In today. Or will Clocked In win for like the 100th time in a row? Let's find out.
I mean, you have to kind of be pulling for Clocked In just because their record is so consistent, right? But enough about talking about Clocked In. Let's get a little bit closer to the action, Morning. We got some picks and bans coming at you here for Clocked In and Glurp. And when it comes to kind of the landscape of what we got going on between the gods that are being picked and banned right now, it's worth noting Dodgy, the Morrigan are off the table. Agility Relic is also banned, so we don't have to have that conversation. We can leave that to the Twitter threads and to Reddit to kind of parse out whether or not that's something that we need to be worried about. But I think there does still have to be a big focus. More Bologna and Osiris with the aspect got hits with nerfs, but the big snake did not. Jormungandr is, in my opinion, one of the top picks to have on your team right now.
And not only is Yorm such a powerful pick, but Karmic is comfortable. Karmic is like the pioneer of Yorm and Smite Prime, by the way. So the best Yorm player, along with Yorm being already really good, I think that Glurp needs to ban this away. I don't think there's a world where we even take this from Karmic. Let's just ban it and be done with it, not even have to worry about it. I think that's the move.
Well, and then there's also the Aladdin rework that we saw, and whether or not Aladdin is still something that Paul wants to play, or if they're going to be looking more towards other picks. I mean, Merlin is still one of the strongest mages you can have in the game, super safe, being able to throw out damage, and they've got that combat blink. Their damage racks up really quickly and effectively. They use items like Soul Reaver really effectively as well. Polynomicon offers a good early spike, so that's something that I think Clocked In might want to reach towards. But knowing that you've got Hydrogen and Tagveer on your team as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an early Achilles or a Jingwei enter the roster for Clocked In.
I'm glad you brought up Paul, because here in this matchup between Glurp and Clocked In, it's Paul versus Betty Q. Obi-Wan versus Anakin. I don't know if you're a Star Wars ball know or anything, but...
Yeah, I dabble, a little ball.
Master versus Apprentice. It's going to be a fun matchup in mid lane. I'm excited to see how that goes down. I mean, the whole match is going to be good. This is Clocked In we're talking about. So, the known dogs versus Glurp, where there's some known names over there. I mean, don't disrespect Valo. I don't know if y'all know Valo like that. I know Valo, and that dude is a dog in the jungle. I'm pretty sure that if anybody's going to stick it to Tagveer, it's probably going to be Valo.
There's that Merlin ban for Glurp at the tail end there. So we got Yorm, Osiris, Merlin versus Bologna, Mordred, and Yamoja, which is another support. These long-range supports, I think, are still really strong. So take Yamoja off the board. So the Akate lock-in for Paul makes a lot of sense. It's another comfort pick, but it does let through some other stronger picks that Glurp is already highlighting.
Okay. So it's set. Probably hitting support with the aspect, right? And then Baron goes mid with aspect of Hysteria. And this is cool because Baron is known for being a little immobile. Doesn't have any dashes, jumps, or anything of the sort. But the movement speed that he set can give Baron will let him escape situations a little bit easier. That with the slow immunity that you get from Consigned Spirits. I see a lot of movement on the side of Glurp. Not a lot of dashes or leaps or anything so far, but a lot of movement. It's going to be hard for Paul to hit those open the gates ults when there's so much movement speed on the side of Glurp.
Whereas Clocked In are going to respond, they're going to lock in that Jingwei and the Achilles that I mentioned earlier. These are classic picks for Hydrogen and for Tagveer to be able to kind of fall back on. Tagveer especially is such a monster with this Achilles. I don't really see anybody else do it like him when it comes to locking in this Achilles in the jungle. I mean, you've got the blink plus the arrow combination where you just choo one after the other. The damage just bursts out on top of you, and then you've got the execute follow-up. So this Achilles is always relevant in the game, and you already mentioned that lack of mobility. That Achilles execute is going to be really devastating for this ESET and for this Baron, because they don't really have options to get away. ESET's got the wing gust, but Baron, not so much.
Hua Mulan has hit the battlefield for Smite Prime. Muse,
Dub.
You're our resident
Huge.
solo laner here. You want to...
I think that's a Mulan jungle, right? Because here's the thing. I like Thor more in the solo lane than I do like Mulan in the solo lane. While Mulan's able to offer quite a bit of pressure, and her items that she can build right now are pretty solid. You could go a Stingy and Anchor on her, you know, be able to get some slows, follow up after you hit that arrow, a little bit of attack speed buff from her first ability. I see the synergy there, but I'll tell you what, a Mulan that's building full damage and just ulting on top of a carry, especially in a mobile one like Hecate, who's open to gates, is the only real recourse of getting away from the damage from this Mulan. That's kind of what I would like to see from that combination. If it is solo lane, she just kind of falls off towards the late game. She stops being as effective. So let her build damage, let her scale up a little bit more, and let this Thor do a lot of the tanking and initiating for Glurp.
Glurp's team comp looks nasty, by the way. They've got good engage, they've got good poke before the fight starts, they've got good burst damage, good DPS between Thor and Hu Yi. I love what this team has to bring to the table, but Clocked In, what do you think that their identity is as a team comp? Do you think they're gunning for late game? Do we try and get this started early? What's the move?
Clocked In's team comp feels like it could scale pretty well towards the late game. I'm really looking at this Achilles and Ymir to kind of get active, running at Glurp a little bit, or rather, not the Achilles and the Ymir, the Achilles and the Wukong to get active and kind of run at Glurp a little bit. Ymir can either go with them or hang back with the Jingwei and the Hecate. You know, Jingwei's very safe character. Hecate is able to throw out a lot of damage at a long distance, so they don't have to be as close to the action. So with Achilles and Wukong buying a lot of space, this to me kind of feels like a front to back composition where you just are going to have Achilles try to trade out or get as many kills as possible, and Hecate and Jingwei just kind of long-range artillery bombing. But then once we kind of get to that late game, Jingwei gets to have full items and gets to be a character finally. Hydra's Lament, Deathbringer, racks it, and then just mows everybody down. So it'll be really scary. Glurp, similar situation. The Mulan is going to be the one defining factor here for me. If this Mulan is able to perform, if she's able to get early pressure, because that is what she does, and Glurp can take that and run, then I really feel like Glurp can walk away with this win. But if this game stretches on for too long and it becomes that 50-50 around those fire giants, I really do feel like Clocked In are going to be able to walk away with it.
Let's see who walks away today in the first game of the November Circuit Close bracket between Clocked In and Glurp. This is Morty on the mic for those of you just now joining us, with Musy joining me here in the booth, and we've got a very exciting game on the way. I was going to talk about how Happen on this Ymir pick would force at least one Phantom Shell, and that it did on Little Chef and Solo.
And it is the Mulan that is headed over to solo lane. So I'm not sure how in love with this I am, but I'll tell you what. Mulan does have a pretty okay matchup into the Sun Wukong, just because Wukong doesn't have as much pressure in lane until he gets like a handful of items online. And when you see that blue stone for Karmic right away, you know that they're not really going for the pokey style Wukong. It's more like the brawly style, maybe looking at a Devos early on. So that opens up an opportunity. Little Chef can definitely try to keep Karmic away from wave, away from camps and farm. The question is whether or not they can take that energy, take that pressure, and try to make something else happen on the map. But in the conversation of Relic Smart, that Phantom Shell is showing up there, Sunder's on each side, and that blink for Tagveer tells me that there is carnage en route for Glurp.
I love seeing Tagveer with the blink. That's going to be fun to see. Another thing, too, is ESET's on Benny, or Benny's on a set rather than Baron. I thought it was going to be a set support, surely, but looks like they swapped up a little bit.
So ESET's one of those characters. She can do support, she can do mid, but I'll tell you what, you put her in the mid lane, she hits like a Ford 150 truck out there on a Friday night, just run over you and all your friends, and now you're left there, gotta go to the ICU. That's what she does, right? And Baron, I really like Baron and support more just because Moods is gonna be able to constantly throw out ultimates, able to use Lifebinder really effectively, and offer a bit of safety for Tuba in this dual lane. So I can 100% understand the switch up there.
Yeah, so you're able to keep distance as Baron, right, from Ymir, because the last thing you want is Ymir being up in your face and hitting you with basics that are debuffed by Frostbite. Like, you're just going to be taking so much damage early if you let Ymir get there. But if you keep your distance between Consigned Spirits and the root that Baron has in Kit, there's a lot of love there. As Tegvir blinks forward in the jungle, looks like BennyQ might have bit off a little bit more than he could chew, trying to invade there. He did get a couple smalls, but the big on that XP camp is still going to go towards Clocked In, Tegvir specifically. Savior walks up on these oracles here by Gold Fury. Valo's duking it out. Looks like it just might be a friendly trade as both junglers walk away, but maybe we see a skirmish here as both mid laners rotate over to the oracles. Tegvir going in, combat dodge does good damage on a BennyQ. Valo trying to follow up and save their life, but it will not happen. Tegvir finds first blood. Valo's going to have to hit the hammer and dash away. Paul couldn't hit the best, so looks like it's going to be just one kill going towards Clocked In. That's first blood.
And unfortunately for BennyQ, they already had to bop their beads all the way back at that camp that they initially tried to go for the invade on. And while ESET is able to out-clear this Akate and maybe make a rotation towards those other camps, maybe wait a little bit, because you know this early in the game, Achilles is going to be making that rotation towards their speed side of the map. And then also, Valo had to burn their beads as well, and that is just a situation where hold on a second, Paul? Oh no, they're fine, they're out. But that's a situation where this Achilles shield bash just gets so much value, knowing for a fact that it's going to hit on these low-level characters, and then Paul's able to follow up with a lot of damage after.
So, good smooth transition for Clocked In, right? They pulled away some relics. They got a first blood. That's a good way to get things started for Paul. And honestly, I think that's like the last person that I would want to really snowball here. I mean, Paul has just so much damage potential with able to cycle through abilities, with the Hakate pick. I mean, there's so much damage to offer. The Mez followed up by the 2 as well, Spell Eater. I mean, you could just get so much done with Hakate if she's able to get a lot of gold in early, as we might see something over here by the Fire Giant pit. These might be a bit of a skirmish. Just 2-on-2 right now.
There's a third person here. Paul kind of shows up to the party by Crash It.
It looks like he might open the gates is out, and is settled out as well. Tegvir forced to use the open the gates portal to get to safety, but look who's still in there. It's a little oh no, that's Karmic. Karmic is forced to ult and get some health back, because that was a bit of a trade. Definitely Karmic took some there. Gonna have to use the ult to heal up and then head towards blue buff. Looks like no kills suffered there.
In this early game, you're going to see a lot of arguing around these fire brands. And one of the reasons why it's going to attract so many people is that you notice Karmic, Little Chef, neither of them have Sunder to be able to just walk up and grab those brands. So you need your jungler to be able to rotate over and finish them off, at least in the first few minutes. So well, if your jungler is going to rotate over, you might as well invite your mid lane over too. I mean, Thanksgiving's right around the corner. Why not? Let's just get everybody in here. Just go on and everybody show up around the fire brands. And that type of tension is going to lead towards a lot of conflict, a lot of engagement. So seeing the fact that Karmic already had to burn their ultimate, you know, it's going to be a little bit dangerous for Karmic. He's got to play it back just in case Vala decides to make a rotation.
Clocked In celebrating Turkey Day early by the Firebrands, but there's not enough turkey to go between both teams, and that's going to be the main objective over there, is who can get the most turkey today. Another skirmish by the Oracles. Tegvir is going to secure that away for Clocked In. And it's a slow game so far. We did see a first blood pretty early, but it's a slow game, just a lot of skirmishing, a lot of farming. And where do you think we see more fight potential here, Muse?
Honestly, wherever Tegvir is going is where the fight's going to be. And they're already taking a look over at that left side. You know, maybe clear out a camp, but the blink is up in 8 seconds. So if Tegvir wanted to, they could make that engage over. But it's unfortunate because I was saying before that part of what Glurp's winning strategy here is early pressure. And I was really looking at the Mulan to make that happen, but so far in solo lane, it's been a whole lot of nothing going on there, except maybe grouping around the Firebrands, just trying to make sure that we can try to extend that pressure, but without it. If this game goes on too long, Clocked In scale super hard into the late game.
That they do. That they do. Glurp is on somewhat of a timer. Like you said, Mulan falls off. That's something you talked about earlier. I think Thor's kind of in the same boat. I mean, he's always going to have good burst damage, especially because he's going to be building full damage. I'm sure Valo is, but definitely a lot more potential to fall off for Glurp than there is clocked in. A lot of late game scalers on that side between Akatse, between Jingwei. There's going to be so much damage between those two specifically.
And I want everybody to kind of take a look at the items for Clocked In and Glurp. As the moonlight descends, it's time for bedtime. Hunk shoe, but stay awake. These frenzy daggers that you see everybody building. I mean, yes, obviously your ADCs are going to be building it, but look, Tagveer as well. And just being able to get an extra little pop of damage on the autos that you're already weaving in and out of your abilities. This is an important spike for Tagveer, so he wants to try to leverage that either into a gank or an early pull onto Gold Fury. Clocked In have the potential to do that between Happens passive, Hydrogen's clear, and Tagveer. So it's a dangerous situation on the left side.
Dangerous indeed. As Tagveer walks forward, gets hit by Consigned Spirits. Moose is able to keep some distance as Tagveer and Happen take away Glurp's purple buff and then retreat back to their jungle. No kills suffered, not even a lot of damage towards any gods there, but a bit more XP going towards Clocked In as they decide to play it safe from there. I thought it was going to be like a bit of an angsty gold call right there, but nah, they're going to play it safe.
And that is kind of the game plan for Clocked In. To play it safe, to safely farm, get to their late game, or get caught out. Happen is in a lot of trouble.
The Meteor from Sunbreaker is blocking Happen's way. He's forced to use Shards of Ice to provide that CC immunity. Into the air, Hydro goes. Ult's forced out from both duo laners on Clocked In, and Happen's going to fall as well. One kill goes towards Moods, and Glurp pick up one. That's good.
More than good. They're going to move all the way over to the Gold Fury. I mean, Jingwei forced to back. Luckily, Hydrogen can get there quickly with the passive, but look at the mid lane. Paul is too busy talking to Benny Q to kind of see what's going on, so this could be a free Gold Fury for Glurp, and I like the way that they're moving there. There it is. Confirm. Moods will be able to get the last hit, but now that everybody's on the left side, that could open up some trouble for solo lane.
It could indeed. Tagveer making his way forward, looking for a little Chef, but Chef's hiding under that tower. No cooking will be done in solo right now. And the beacon's up in middle. Glurp are going to head straight towards that and gather a bit of extra XP and go for the dominance of this Moonlight Ritual. But look who's around the corner. Look who it is. None other than Tagveer back again, looking for a flank. But Valo's hammer will get him to safety. Open the gates, connects and hits Moods. Down goes Moods. But in goes Paul looking for more. No, that's surely got to be it there, right?
Well, hold on. Happen tries to take that portal and it forces the beads away from the E set. Now Benny Q just cannot hang around and play ball while Clocked In start pulling on that Moonlight Ritual. This open the gate says Little Chef solos Karmic. Excuse me? What just happened over there?
I think Karmic tried to dive Chef.
Big pressure over there on that Mulan. They got the Glad Shield plus the Warrior's Axe. And when you think about it, Karmic's got the Reaper as their first item, and that means that they're not really sitting on any prots. In fact, they're going straight from the Reaper into Lash, Sanguine Lash, so no physical prots against the physical character Mulan, against the physical damage proccing Glad Shield. That's a little risky.
Okay, so itemization might be biting Karmic in the butt just a tad. Look at how much gold Mulan has, by the way, 3K, so it might just be a Glad Shield right now, but, I mean, that's a Brawler's beat stick.
I like that a lot, actually. So what this Brawler's Beat Stick is going to do, if Mulan gets to be the initiator, think of it kind of like in a Wheelix Ultimate, right? You initiate on a fight, you get a little bit more strength. Somebody heals in front of you. Not only do you get strength, you also get some protections as well. So when you're going up against some lifesteal, that's not bad at all to have. Plus, it gives you 40 strength. Good Lord, that adaptive stat likes to hide in the text there. Make no mistake, that is a pretty significant power spike. The question is, can Little Chef use that to try to force some pressure not only from the solo lane, but try to make something happen on the rest of the map? I really want to see this Mulan rotate and get active.
And how you mentioned it's like a good item to counter healing. Think about it. Karmic heals with Wukong ult, and Tagveer is going to heal with Radiant Glory every time he uses an ability.
That's
so there's
true.
a lot of counter healing. Or a lot of countering that's being done to the healing on the side of Clocked In. It's a sneaky heal, right? I mean, think about it. Tagveer, or Achilles and Wukong are not known for their healing, but it's in kit, and it's going to proc that Brawler's Beat Stick. So gotta love that item pickup there.
So far, it feels like Clocked In are putting a lot of focus onto this mid lane. Paul's hanging underneath that tower, but Moods is right there.
I think they really want this. Clocked In really want to get more kills on their scoreboard there, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Maybe here in solo, Karmic is forced to ult to try and get some health back, and Little Chef's got a lot of damage underway. Mulan ults out and hits the knockup. Karmic suffers a decent amount of damage, but he's able to make it back to the tower and not suffer too much. But look who just got into the air. That's Valo. Valo's diving deep past the tier 1 tower. Karmic's getting chased away. The stun doesn't hit, which means Karmic might be safe. That he is, with 200 health to his name. The fighting continues this time here in middle lane. Paul tried to hit open the gates. It did not connect, and not much more goes down from there.
2 critical pieces of CC missed over there in the solo lane. If the arrow hit, the pull arrow from Mulan, and if that wall hit from Valo, that would have been a dead Karmic. But unfortunately, the mechanics were just a little bit off, and it didn't finish landing there. But this does kind of put Karmic in still a tough spot, being forced to back out of solo right when Firebrands are about to come up. He finishes up that Sanguine Lash, which is important, but again, still no Fizz Prots for the Sun Wukong, means that he's way squishier than maybe they believe themselves to be.
I see a lot of presence by Gold Fury. Glurp has a couple members over, but they're walking away. I mean, are we waiting on another kill in duo or mid lane for us to go to gold? Do you think there's any chance that Clocked In just rip it right in front of their face? Maybe after Little Chef suffers here in solo lane, Karmic not able to get the kill down to 100 health, and Little Chef is forced back to base. But Gold Fury, the more important thing here, how do we get there if we're Clocked In?
So if you're Clocked In, one of the big things you have to stress out about when it comes to Gold Fury is the fact that Benny Q being alive makes it really difficult to secure that gold. Iset is one of the secure goddesses in the game. That ultimate that she's able to throw out is just really, really stressful. So you have to get a few picks. You can't just rip gold. You got to get a fight like this first.
Fight like this first, not able to hit the stun through the Thor wall. Open the gates is out. So is life at the party from Baron. Big fight happening here in middle lane. Happen is able to hit the slow. Tegvir finds the kill, and down goes Moods. Not much more can happen through there unless they want to dive that tower. I don't think that's too likely. We'll settle on an objective instead. Pyro will surely fall here. Paul trying to keep Benny distracted while Happen and Tegvir rip that Pyro apart. Looks like that'll be done pretty easy.
Unfortunately, Spirit Ball a little bit off the mark for Benny Q there. Valo, though, tries to go in. Happen. Sunder confirms that Pyromancer. So even though Valo tried to throw out the hammer, it just wasn't quite there. But like I said, Benny Q, Spirit Balls did not connect. And because it didn't connect, that left Moods out to dry and unable to follow up on top of Paul. So even too in that fight, Benny Q used their ultimate. So it's just kind of all around not great. But since attentions are pulled over to that right side, Mort, maybe this could be the opportunity. Glurp picks up a Gold Fury.
Glurp getting another Gold Fury right in front of their face, down to 2,000 health. They open the gates, is out to try and connect. It does pull 1, 2, but is able to secure that Gold Fury for Glurp, but maybe Clocked In, pick apart what's left. But Valo goes in with the ult, looking to lock down Paul. Paul has no health and even less mana,
No way.
but putting on the juke shoes. Paul's out. Paul is safe. Paul's good. Tegvir goes in to clean up scraps. Moods might fall yet again. Great ice wall from Happen, and Tegvir takes down Moods. Happen just suffered from Valo, though. One body down on each side so far, but I think that's going to be the end of the fight here in middle. Tegvir wants more, but can he find more? Little Chef might just be a tad bit too tanky to pull apart here.
I mean, you got the Spirit Robe online for this Mulan as well, so studying them out is only going to end up healing them. I can't believe Paul was able to slip through the cracks there. The Thor wall was angled just a little bit differently. Dead to rights. But at the very least, Glurp walks away with their second Gold Fury pip and just a little bit more gold in the pocket so that maybe they could try to keep that gold differential a little bit closer to 0. But I like the call there from Glurp as well, because you know that Clocked In just used a lot of resources to be able to confirm that Pyromancer, to be able to take away that objective. And you've got the Ho Yi, you've got the damage on lock. You can just go walk over and take away that Gold Fury. So all in all, it feels like Glurp is able to keep up with Clocked In and try to play a similar game of just, hey, maybe we can hang out in the late game as well.
as the moonlight phase dawns upon us. I don't think moonlight dawns, but you know what I mean. Moonlight's here. So we're going to be moving a lot more. The moon haunts you around the map. Goes clocked in, looking to find as much XP as they can. And the moonlight ritual in middle lane will be up in just a moment. Something tells me that both teams will definitely be putting some focus on that.
Thor's in the air. Oh, he lands down on Ymir.
Open the Gates is out to follow through. Happen ends up taking the escape out, and Happen's okay. I surely thought Happen was going to be down there, but Paul using that Open the Gates defensively, and then Tegvir goes into the back line to take down Valo. Life of the party puts Moods in a bad spot. Iceball won't let him go anywhere, and Paul finds another kill. 2 bodies on the floor from Glurp. And Clocked In just got a lot out of that. Can we find a third? Little Chef's a tad bit forward. Tegvir still wants to party. He's dancing around in left side, looking for a Frost Breath, but Happen can't find a stun. Into the air goes Karmic, and Sunbreaker's out. Tuba's looking for a kill on Tegvir. Hydro takes down Benny here in middle. Good lord, it is a party under the tier 1 tower here in mid. Tegvir barely able to get out of that fight. Tuba getting chased down, and Hydro goes in and takes down Tuba. Double kill for Hydro. Great stuff there from Clocked In. There's no Gold Fury to take afterwards, but there is a Pyro. Looks like Hydro is going to settle on some farm instead.
I can't believe it. A fight that was supposed to start in favor of Glurp. When you started off with the Thor ultimate, that Anvil of Dawn, you would expect things to go your way, but unfortunately, it felt like maybe the Ymir was not the target to be able to burst down just because they've got that, you know, prophetic eye and, a lot of damage in mid still, actually.
The double mez from Paul and Tegvir almost capitalized. Definitely got some good damage onto Moods, but he's able to heal through with the Lifebinder and Consigned Spirits combo. Happen trying to get onto that Moonlight Ritual here in the middle, but can we take over? In goes Happen. Open the gates will allow him to get through. Great slow, and Tegvir follows through. Down goes Benny Q, and the Moonlight Ritual surely causing some havoc here in middle lane. Down goes 1, 2 to be exact from Glurp. And that means Clocked In can just walk forward, and they're going to take advantage of that Moonlight. Here goes around the corner, Hydro, but Tuba jumps in on Tegvir. Shards of Ice might get some good damage. Yes, it does. Paul takes down Tuba, then Paul takes down Little Chef. 4 dead bodies in middle. Clocked In are cashing in pretty early here.
That's insane. It feels like every engagement that Glurp tries to take, they end up losing across the board because of rotations from their team, and just because it feels like maybe the targets we're looking for are not the ones that we should be sticking on, especially that rotation from Hydrogen, knocking up a couple of people inside the Ymir ultimate right next to Paul. Yeah, Fire Giant down to half. What can you do about it, Moods?
3K on the fire. Iceball is going to block him off, trying to hit the Consigned Spirits over the wall. Life of the party trying to distract. What happens? Going to Sunder secure the Fire Giant. Hydro takes down Benny as well. Karmic jumps forward and takes down Moods. Just nothing but wins for Clocked In right now. Fire Giant buffs on all 5 members of Clocked In. Karmic walks up to the tier 2 and solo. Everybody else is going mid to take down the tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, it is just one block falling over, the domino effect. Clocked In wins a couple of fights, and now we're just snowballing out of here straight into the stratosphere. Now you've got this FG that all but confirms a Gold Fury for you. And look at this. While we're doing gold, Tegvir is out looking for kills on the left side.
Tegvir is just looking to party, man. He's a little bit low on health, but he's got plenty of mana and abilities to play with. Iceball falling for the Shards of Ice. The double stun from Tegvir, and Paul cleans up from there. Glurp just lost 2, and Clocked In have just got so much in the past 5 minutes. A couple fights, a Gold Fury, a Fire Giant, 2 towers, and they're about to make it a third. Talk about dubs going for Clocked In. Look at the gold differential in the past couple minutes. 9K up. Good lord.
Look at the way that the gold chart just goes all the way up on that incline, and it's only going to get worse for Glurp. They just kind of had this moment where maybe Glurp didn't quite recognize the situation that they were in, where they're like, okay, now Clocked In's going to let off the gas. Now they're going to slow down a little bit. No, not the case. If you keep staggering after Clocked In, you're just going to end up making it worse and worse and worse for you. The wound will fester, and Mulan tries to go for a little bit of an engage there, but unfortunately Clocked In are ready to cash out. So much gold in their pocket, and it's time to spend it and get some big items on online, penetration for your mages, for your damage carries. I mean, Jingwei's got the Hydra's Lament online too, so that's an important power spike there. Whereas you look at the items that Glurp are going to have in response, yeah, Benny Q's got that op shard, but no Ratatouille. This E-set damage isn't going to be quite there yet. And this Mulan, Little Chef, was doing so well in that solo lane, but like I said, now that we get towards the later stages, you're going to start to feel her fall off a little bit. Sanguine Lash by itself, I feel, is not going to be enough for the rest of the team.
20 minutes into this game, 16-4, clocked in, are up 12 kills, along with 11,000 gold. It's looking real nice for clocked in, and Glurp are hanging on by a thread right now. Only 2 tier 2s left to defend those birds. And, I mean, it's just a matter of time before clocked in rip another fire and just continue to walk forward. Glurp doesn't have a lot of options here.
And what Clocked In is doing, they're just going to take away all these tier 2s, lower down that Titan health before looking for a bigger engagement. Like you can see over on the solo side, another fight loss here is going to be devastating, and down goes Valo.
Fatal Strike is going to take down another. Valo is dead. Tegvir going hard here. Hydro presses forward as well. Down goes Benny. Down goes Little Chef. Down go 3 members of Glurp. And clocked in. Maybe they look to end here. Could they just walk up mid? They've got all 5. They've got a couple ults. A lot of high health bars.
Fire Giant for 50 seconds and a couple of dead folks for Glurp. This could actually be the end of the game, Mort.
No way. Clocked in just took down the middle bird, and go they go. Look at them go right up middle, going straight for the Titan. Tuba's fighting with everything he has left. Live with the party, he's out for moods. The Titan's down to 4k health, and Tegvir takes down Tuba. There's no shot that Glurp come back from this. Clocked in just took the dub.
That's wild. And it all starts with a bit of a mishap of a fight in mid lane, off the back of that Thor ult, where it just kind of landed on Happen. We weren't able to kill them, and then all of a sudden Tegvir swings in from the side. That's the game. That's when the game ended. Because after that, every single fight that Glurp tried to take, Clocked In just swung it on top of them, and it just started costing more and more and more. Fire Giant and Gold Fury, suddenly your Phoenixes, your friends, your family, your deaths. Thanksgiving is ruined for Glurp because they just got beaten out by Clocked In.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about what we just saw here in a little bit. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. The closed bracket of the November circuit is upon us, and we're here to talk about it. My name's Morty. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew behind the scenes, and next to me here in the booth right now is Spirited Book, who's been waiting in the wings. How we feeling, Book?
Feeling pretty good. Excited to see apparently just more clocked in dominance this day. I mean, it's just too easy for that team, man. Those 5 players are so much better than everyone else right now, and it is showing, man.
You could say that again. We've been seeing a lot of that for quite some time now, and I mean, here it is yet again upon us. Tegvir going hard on the Achilles pick. It's just like a Thanos level pick. Like, it's so hard to get that ban through when there's so many other good gods in the game, but man, Tegvir is so good on this Achilles pick. He's so good.
Yeah, I think when we were kind of looking at the draft and what Clocked In were drafting, it really did feel like a bit of a blind pick for them. These are like some of their best gods. Paul on Hecate, Tegvir, like you mentioned, on Achilles just goes absolutely nuclear. Hydrogen on their signature Jingwei. It just feels so easy for this team when they're on their best picks. But this is something teams have kind of been talking about is, do you give Clocked In their best picks and just play to your own game and, you know, try and ban out picks that you think would counter your comp? Or do you kind of try and ban out their best picks and then make them play more of the meta stuff, which they're still very good at? So it is just a situation I think Glurp really tried to test in this first round of the closed bracket, where, hey, we can kind of see, can we give them some of these best gods? Can we just try to play our own game? But I don't even know if Glurp did necessarily a good job of that. As soon as I saw that ESET locked in and Achilles as a response, ESET just struggles so much into characters like Achilles, who are just in your face, pushing the CC stun buttons that are just so easy to hit, like the shield bash. It felt like Glurp just had a really tough time because of their comp. Do want to give shout outs to Tuba, though, who just, I thought in the early game played really well. But again, I think it's back to the drawing board if you're Glurp, and you got to go a long way here through this lower bracket now, through Smite Prime, if you want to hope to get a potential rematch against Clocked In the finals.
Yeah, I mean, they're and just unlike the earlier weeks that we've seen, the open bracket, this has a losers bracket. So just because Glurp have lost this specific game doesn't mean that they're going to be out entirely. They still have a chance to work their way up through the losers bracket and then get a rematch opportunity at Clocked In. Of course, that's very, very specific, and will it happen? Time will tell, but there is still a chance for Glurp to make their way up. We're looking at the brackets right here, right now. Looks like SEAL Team Snicks and Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders will be our next matchup.
Yeah, Prod's College Fund Crusaders taking out Retirement Home, the XSPL Pro Team players, going down to the losers bracket in round 1. I mean, I've kind of mentioned Prod's College Fund Crusaders going into today. They are my sort of quote unquote favorites out of all the teams to try and take it to this Clocked In roster. So excited to see how this team progresses throughout the bracket today, and if they are the ones to kind of maybe try and challenge the Titan that is Clocked In.
I want to see SEAL Team Snicks make it to the finals. Do they beat Clocked In? Probably not. It's like the most underdog pick that there is right now. But the fact that they made it to round 2, this is a reality. I mean, there is a world where SEAL Team Snicks make their way up. For those who don't know, that's the OSL representing team. Not actually representing, but there's a lot of OSL names over there. Specifically, Snooze, one of my favorite solo laners in the game right now, who's representing over there. But I mean, he might have his work cut out for him with Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders, and looks like Bad Boys are going to be making their way towards Clocked In on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, that just got updated. So Smite 2 Bad Boys taken down. We know you're cheating, and so they'll be taking on Clocked In round 2. A lot of heavy hitters just already going at each other in the first round, as well as now going into the second round. Clocked In versus Smite 2 Bad Boys. Those are 2 tournament favorites. Prod's College Fund versus SEAL Team Snicks, who, again, we kind of mentioned it behind the scenes. Flukas Simrak is not a bad team. So for the likes of SEAL Team Snicks to really take it to them, that's a good sign for this team. Like you mentioned, you want to see them go far, and for them to already show they can take it to a team with the likes of Cherio on it, Kaveka, Globe, Wake. That is a good sign for the SEAL Team Snicks roster.
SEAL Team Snicks, Snooze and Friends have been trying their way at Smite Prime for quite some time. I feel like it's kind of a common consensus between some of the people that I know that, like, why would I try Smite Prime? Paul's playing. I'll never beat Paul, right? But this is a team that has not given up.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Oh, no Snooze?
That's Snatty?
That's a Snatty. That's a different S. That's Snatty. That's going to be in the solo lane for SEAL Team Snicks. I mean, that's a positive change, I think, for this roster. No hate to Snooze at all. I think Snooze is a solid solo laner, but when Snatty is an option for you, you just take it, man, and you run with it. So that is going to be a very strong solo laner for this team, a lane that this team, I think, can really lean on. I mean, Drunk Diplomat has consistently kind of been more of a, shall we say, a mid to late game player. Dest is definitely a try and solo you in your face and more of an early mid game character. And then I feel like Snooze has just kind of been on an island on his own. This is now a lane that Snicks in the jungle can kind of lean on a little more to try and help carry him in the mid-late game.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right. There's a lot to love from what SEAL Team Snicks has going on. Drunk Diplomat, who has been in his carry game, in his carry bag for quite some time, up against Bayro, who recently made the move to carry, who's been a mid laner for quite some time, but now is in carry with Kaidon over in middle. I don't know. This might look pretty good for SEAL Team. As much as I love Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders here, and I'm hoping for them, it's looking good for SEAL Team. Hunbats is our first pick.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is a battle of the jungles, honestly, though. Sunprod versus Snicks, 2 star junglers in their own right. Snicks, a hard carry, kind of a ranked pub stomper. Sunprod, a little more refined nowadays, but still can bring out those hyper carry star performances that we often see from him. So I feel like this is a battle between these 2 players, and Hunbot's already going to Sunprod, not a true hyper carry character like we often see. The Thanatos is what comes to mind when it comes to, the hyper carry potential that often Snicks leans on a fair bit. So Hunbots is going to be a little more team oriented. Excited to see him lean on that. The ESET Yorm as a counter response, though, from SEAL Team Snicks, a lot of AoE spacing and AoE CC control to try and counter out the Hunbots in particular.
Do you think this is a Snatty pick for Yorm, or do you think this maybe goes towards Snicks?
Probably not Snicks. Probably not Yorm jungle. I feel like this is probably going to go towards Snatty in the solo lane. This is just...
Just throwing it out there. I've seen it.
I don't think Yorm jungle is tech more. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna level with you. I think it's gonna be Yorm in the solo lane. But ESET has a little more leeway. Could go towards Dest in the mid lane, like we saw Benny Q just pilot it. But Hostile Puppy, I believe, loves this pick. We've seen him play it before. This is probably going to be an ESET solo or support for me. Would like to maybe see Prod's College Fund send Crow over on the... Oh, no, Odin's banned. That's why that character is banned. So ESET is available, but you had first pick.
Okay, so Agni probably going towards Bayro with the aspect of combustion. I think that sounds likely, right? I think that sounds pretty good because Bayro, as a mid lane resident for quite some time, is already comfortable with Agni, like most mid laners are. And now that Bayro's and carry, okay, I'm taking a god that I'm already comfortable with, maybe playing him a little bit differently, but still, I know the dash distance. Like the fine tuning behind playing a god so much. So I really like Bayro picking up Agni here. Cupid and Achilles going towards SEAL Team Snicks. Okay, so Achilles jungle, Yorm solo. I'm starting to see the formation here. Fields of Love from Cupid sets up a lot of these team fights, and then everything else just follows through. Like you said, a lot of spacing on the side of SEAL Team Snicks. Vulcan surely adds to that with the Earthshaker. That's a team. That is actually, holy crap.
I feel like the Vulcan as a character isn't the best, but Des seems to lean on it a fair bit, and often SEAL Team Snicks really runs these AoE setup compositions to allow and facilitate the Vulcan to succeed. So a very similar composition to what they've run in the past. Everything on their composition does play to set up for this Vulcan. You know, the Achilles stun CC on the shield bash, the Cupid ultimate as stun as well for the heart bomb, ESET range stun and CC and the silence to stop enemies from dashing away. And then of course the Jormungandr knockups. It's just so much set up for this Vulcan to see. This is the Dest carry project here for this roster. Across the way, Prod's College Fund, I really like what they've drafted. Just lots of scrappy engage potential, lots of range CC here with the Agni going into the mid lane now, that it's going to be probably Bayernary on the Artemis, though Kaiton has flexed the Artemis mid from time to time. I feel like it could go either way. Kill Chem Kenny going to be rocking the Emir, just so much AoE CC for this roster.
Alrighty, folks, let's take a look. Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders up against SEAL Team Snicks is coming at you live right here, right now. For those of you just now joining us, my name's Morty. I'm joined by Book, as well as the rest of the Smite Prime crew, and we've got the round 2 game underway right here. So it looks like it is Agni in middle lane, like you talked about. Bayro is going to be on the Artemis pick. I think this looks like a good comp. I like what Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders have going on here.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like you may have been right initially. I feel like that Agni was a potential to lean towards ADC, but once Cupid was locked in, Agni is one of those characters that struggles so much into characters like Cupid who just have the lockdown CC. So leading more towards the Artemis, which is a counter matchup to the Cupid, can just pop, I believe it's the Vengeful Assault, the 2, to just, slow immune out of that Fields of Love. So Bayro is just going to have a free time in this lane in terms of not having to worry about that ultimate. Also has access to the Caledonian Boar to have CC immunity in the kit. And look at this invade here from Killcam Kenny and Bayro. They're trying to 100-0 Hostile Puppy real quick.
But not able to happen just yet. They're able to grab that purple buff away from SEAL Team Snicks, though, which is good. You get the XP. Maybe not a kill, but the XP. I really love this early aggression that we're seeing from the Crusaders, and it makes a lot of sense because look at all the CC that's between just Bayro and Killcam Kenny. There's like 2 slows, there's a root, there's a stun, the ice wall, and that's without ults. I mean, it is going to be pretty hard for SEAL Team Snicks to coexist in duo lane.
I think it's also to do with the fact that Killcam Kenny and Bayro both have access to CC level 1 right now. Bayro has the slow in the 3, Killcam Kenny has the slow in the 2, versus Hostile Puppy doesn't have access to the CC just yet, probably has gone for the Wind Gust, and Drunk Diplomat CC with the stun is very conditional on that Heart Bomb, has to land 8 auto attacks first onto a target to really gain access to that stun. So I like that invade, but Hostile Puppy has Sunder, and Killcam Kenny does not. I feel like that's just not hitting tab at the right moment to realize, hey, we can still secure our own buff here, or maybe even go for an invade ourselves. Now that the likes of Killcam Kenny and Bayro have successfully invaded the enemy purple, as well as secured their own purple, they're in a really good spot in this duo lane.
You know, Spirited Book, we call you the resident comp player, and you know little text like pressing the tab button shows you the menu. It's little things like that that separate you from the competition.
There's some secret technology. By pressing one key, I infinitely access more knowledge than my opponents. What can I say? It's just some grand knowledge I bring to the table, Mort.
As we see a gank over here in middle lane, Sunprod walks up, and that does bring. I mean, he hit the stun right there. Did you notice that's stun bats? That's the aspect.
Oh yeah, yeah. So more CC on Sunprod, so a little less potential to just hyper carry, a lot less damage, but just more CC to set up and just pull more, sets of beads. Humbot's one of those characters that can either, all in, play for the damage, and pull beads yourself with the Fear No Evil, but this stun is going to allow him to pull beads himself, as Killcam Genny does land the freeze on a drunk, but I feel like takes the worst end of this trade. And look at this, Snyx is hovering on this left-hand side. I want to see this Achilles get active sooner rather than later, so I would love if Snyx pays attention to this left-hand side.
Look who's up right side. Snatty might be getting taken down here. Sunprod ganked over there, and Snatty's barely able to escape with just a sliver of health. But look here back on left side. Killcam Kenny might be in a bit of trouble. Snyx just showed up and did land the shield bash stun, and Kenny barely getting taken down right before the tower line. And that's going to be first blood going towards SEAL Team Snyx.
Yeah, had to commit the Sunder, though, so maybe there's a potential here for Prod's College Fund Crusaders to immediately pay attention to the purple buff re-invade here, as we see a 3-man grouping going to secure those elementals on the right-hand side here for this team. And I feel like this is the balance that these two teams want to go for. SEAL Team Snyx wants to get off to an early lead with their duo. They want their Cupid in a really good spot going into the mid game. And, Snyx has to get off to an early start on this Achilles, has to be active in this early game, versus Prod's College Fund Crusaders. They can play to scale. They can kind of play this early game a little slow. The fact that they got an early lead in the duo lane for an Artemis is already pretty fantastic, as Snyx is immediately back over here to this left-hand side.
Ice Ball Rocket Jump will let Kenny get to safety, and Bayro doesn't have to do too much there to peel for their support. So it's all good over there. Thankful for the Rocket Jump. Killcam Kenny is going to be A-OK, and then back to farming for SEAL Team Snyx. Now, you talked a good amount about SEAL Team Snyx, but I'm wondering how things go for College Fund Crusaders, because we mentioned how Sunprod isn't in his hyper carry bag right now. He's on the stun bats, not doing as much damage, but providing CC for the team. Who is the hyper carry on College Fund Crusaders? Who do SEAL Team Snyx need to have their eyes on?
I feel like it's a mix of Barrow and Crow. You can kind of play front to back style with the help of Barrow on the Artemis, sure, but I feel like Crow's dive potential is really strong on this Bellona. I mean, Bellona's just going to run at this Cupid, going to run at this this Vulcan, who really has a huge lack of mobility on this character in particular. I feel like Dest, as we mentioned, is the carry project here for the SEAL Team Snyx roster. So Crow likely going to be paying a lot of attention towards the Vulcan, as Crow is taking a lot of HP being taken down on the right hand side, has to play safe, as Prod will secure this neutral farm. And kind of surprised again, SEAL Team Snyx, they have the Achilles jungle. I would like to see Snyx get active, and I feel like he's just been very content to just play this early game a little slow outside of ganking that left hand side, going for a second attempt, sure, but he's really just kind of not done a lot outside of that. It's just continuing to farm for both these two junglers. And as we mentioned, Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they're the team that's happy to scale. The Achilles kind of falls off in the mid to late game.
5 minutes in, and only one kill suffered so far. SEAL Team Snyx have one up over their opponents, and less than 1,000 gold lead. Not too much to talk about here. It's a pretty slow game so far, and Firebrands are being prioed by Snyx right now. But it's been a slow game so far. But when do you think we see things pick up? Are we just waiting for more ults? Are we waiting for Fire Giant to come back around? What's the move here?
I feel like it's likely item spikes. We are starting to see first items come through for everyone on the map here. Second item, I imagine, is a potential for where we could see some action, though we could see some action in the next couple of minutes here, as it is bedtime here, and I feel like both these teams really do want to lean on this Moonlight Ritual. You get those siege minions online and maybe transfer that over to an objective here. The Gold Fury is an option, I think, for both teams. The shred potential from both of them is not that bad. I feel like favors Proj College Fund just a little bit more with the help of the Agni, but great secure on the side of SEAL Team Snyx. They likely want to be the ones to pull and just, rip the objective. You have a Vulcan ult and you have an ESET ult to just outright confirm objectives in front of your opponents.
and Asunder. I think it's a big thing to note as Eagles rallies out, going for Snatty here on right side. Snatty's able to put on the juke shoes by going invis there. And look who's back over in duo yet again. It's Snicks, but Sunprod shows up first. Fields of Love is out, followed by the Shards of Ice and the Fear No Evil. So many ults going down here in duo lane. Kenny is chasing down Hostile Puppy. Sunprod might get taken out. The Fatal Strike does not land. The Ice Wall will block it through. Kill Cam Kenny is on fire, saving Sunprod right there. And it looks like the slow from Glacial Strike will surely take down Snicks. Kill Cam Kenny just picked up a kill. 3 going towards the Crusaders over in duo lane and picking up a purple right after. Do we go for Gold Fury here?
I don't know if you have to. Again, you're content to scale. You don't have to overforce everything. Every ultimate down for the Prods College Fund Crusaders and SEAL Team Snicks are already back on the map. I don't think you go for this objective here, but man, what a bit of a miscommunication there by SEAL Team Snicks. Snicks rotates over to this left-hand side. Looks like he wants to go for the gank, then starts to back off. Lets Sunprod actually impact the fight first, even though Snicks was the one that was there first. The duo lane of SEAL Team Snicks step up a little too aggressively on the left-hand side. They both get pinched. Snicks tries to answer back with the kill of his own, but a great wall there from Kill Cam Kenny just divide the option there. Can't get to the carry there, and Snicks ends up taking a spill. So 3 kills answered back by Prods College Fund Crusaders. And again, they're the team that wants to scale, and now they have 3 kills to their name, 2 specifically on Sunprod.
It might be too early to call this, but not only have we seen Ymir twice already today, but maybe we see 2 Ymir wins? Is Ymir low-key goated? Has D'Lo been a ball knower this whole time?
I don't know about this whole time, but Ymir, I think, is in a very good spot right now in particular, as we do see a Gold Fury pull here between the likes of Bayro and Sunprod here on this left-hand side. They're burning this one quickly.
Down to 1,000 health, and away it goes, secured for the Crusaders. A little bit more gold to go towards Sunprod's College Fund. Looking very good so far at the 9-minute mark. They've got a little bit over about 1,000 gold lead for College Fund. They've got a couple kills over their opponents, and I mean, they're trying to capitalize on this Moonlight phase, but they've only got a little bit done as far as XP goes. It mainly went towards SEAL Team as they're using those minions to push up on the lanes, and maybe tier 1 falls here. It's pretty low, but Crusaders know that Snatty's deep, and maybe they go for Snatty instead. Down to 200 health on that tower. Looks like Crow's going to go for the defense on the tower instead and let Snatty get away. I think that's a smart move overall.
Yeah, for sure. And Snatty does have access to this ultimate, and we do see Barrow's ultimate go here on the left-hand side, looking to try and take down Drunk, but he's able to play rather safe in the lane here, as Snatty will not get his ult force in time, holds on to it too long here on the right-hand side, and Snatty takes a spill.
Oh no, that is unfortunate. Look at Kenny just hiding around the corner. Kenny was ready in case that ult was out. Snatty was not getting out of that one.
I mean, yeah, okay, so I thought it was going to be a bait here for Snicks in particular, who does show up late, but Crow still going to be A-okay here on the right-hand side. A nice little play there for the likes of Prods College Fund. They take down the Soul Laner, and I feel like Snatty just mistimed the usage of that ultimate. Didn't get it off at all. Takes a spill, and man, I feel like SEAL Team Snicks, they're just kind of letting their early lead get away from them just by making small mistakes and not respecting the damage that Prods College Fund have.
10 minutes, and maybe we see a spill here in solo. Crow could put on the juke shoes. They didn't fit right now. Fatal Strike does take down one. Sunprod is here in response, but not much that he can do by himself up against a full health Snatty. Whoa, that damage was actually kind of nasty. Maybe he does have something to use here. And no ult used from Sunprod yet. It's not even up so far. Snatty looking to clean up a kill on Sunprod, but we're going to settle for that tier 1 tower instead. Completely okay with that as a fight unfolds by the Oracles. Killcam Kenny does Ice Wall to lock down Des and down to a couple hundred health. And maybe Hostile Puppy finds a spill. No, I don't think so. Just a lot of low health bars.
Dest has Lifebinder on Vulcan. Huh. So just going to provide himself a little bit of extra self-peel because he's such a vulnerable character. I mean, Dest loves this option, but it's really hard to pull off, as Drunk could be in trouble here on this left-hand side. Does get walled, does get frozen, has the beads.
Beads is out. Shards of Ice follows through. Will the damage be enough? Yes, it will. Killcam Kenny takes down Drunk, and here for reinforcements of Snicks, but he might just be a tad bit too late to the party. Hasselhoff here as well. Body block into the tower, and down to just a sliver of health, and the ult's forced out from Hasselpuppy to take down Kenny, but Sunprod's here for revenge. Down goes the puppy. 2 dead for SEAL team, and the only one that suffered was Killcam Kenny. A 2-for-1 trade with your support being the sacrifice is pretty nice for the College Fund Crusaders, as we see a little bit more here by the Firebrands, and maybe Crow chases down Stanny, but I don't think there's too much kill potential here.
What a stun from Hostile Puppy, forcing Killcam Kenny to stand under the tower, take a couple of tower shots. But yeah, I mean, Sunprod showing up, late to the party with that ultimate available, nets themselves 2 kills. Not a whole lot after that, though, but just going back to what we were talking about, Dest loves this Vulcan pick, but it's awfully vulnerable. Characters like Bologna, like Humbots, love to dive this character. Oftentimes, we saw Dest lean more towards items like the Helm of Radiance for some self-peel. Now that those items have aren't as strong, leaning towards a Lifebinder, which has good int as an option, so not going to suffer a lot in terms of the lack of power. Just a little more self-peel in the build in terms of this item does delay, I think, some important power spikes a little bit more. Gonna suffer from a lack of cooldown just a little bit, but just so much power towards this Vulcan already. Spear of Deso and Lifebinder, and now working towards what I believe is a Rod of Tahuti.
Reading what I see on the map here, both mid lane and so supports are here in the middle lane. Gold Fury is up, Pyro's up as well. Firebrands have just been taken down. Looks like Gold Fury is going to be the biggest objective prio for both teams. We both definitely want gold around our belts and under our waists and such. So we'll see how this goes down here in a little bit. 13 minutes in, and not a lot of kill potential here. Nobody's really grouped too heavy, but just presence, right? Just presence, just making sure it's known. But wait a minute, whoa, are we going for this right now? This is surely a bait, right?
I mean, they have to. There's no world they outconfirm SEAL Team Snicks, but Crow is here first. Snatty gonna be late to the party here.
Yeah, 4v5. This definitely looks good for the College Fund Crusaders. Ice Ball does slow down Snicks, and the Glacial Strike follows through to slow, and the stun from Frost Breath as well. Fatal Strike forced out from Snicks means no execution. Fields of Love is out, followed by the Stampede. Down goes Crow into the back line, looking for some kills. Can he find anything here? Crow down to 200 health, and by himself up there is Sunprod, who cleans up Drunk Diplomat, and Snatty's in the ult, looking for some kills as well. Des takes down Sunprod, 1 down on each side so far. Crow and Des are both really low. Ice Wall blocking off a lot, and Crow's able to clean up Snicks, diving for Crow, but it didn't work well. 2 down for SEAL Team Snicks, and with Sunder online for Hostile Puppy, that's their only real steal of potential to take away this Gold Fury from College Fund. But will it happen here? Hostile Puppy's not giving up on this. Down to half health on the Gold Fury, but College Fund are ready to just drop the gold and go for a fight should that be necessary. Down to 2,000 health, down to 1,000. Ice Wall will block off Hostile Puppy, maybe going for a steal through that. Oh, that was so close, but yet so far, Puppy. But that'll be secured by Bayro and the rest of the Crusaders, picking up a second Gold Fury here at the 15-minute mark. 2K gold lead, looking pretty good for College Fund, but SEAL Team Snicks are far from out of this.
Oh, Sunprod might be looking for more, though. He's on the hunt here. Lands the stun, trying to commit here to Des, and he'll find it.
Oh, spit nasty, dude. Great blink followed by the 3. Sunprod is in his bag with this Bats pick. We thought he wasn't going to be the hypercarry. We thought, no, it's the aspect. I mean, he's going to be helping out the team, right? Dude is 5-1 right now. You can never count Sunprod out.
Hydras and Frenzy Dagger are just enabling these auto attacks that are often kind of an afterthought. Humbot's the ability-based character, weaves in some auto attacks to maximize the damage, but when your auto attacks hit like a truck off of a Hydra proc and Dagger Frenzy proc, you're going to be swinging on the little monkey man, as Pyromancer should go the way of Prod's College Fund, but SEAL Team Snicks, they have members nearby.
They've got the Sunder online. Sunprod's dropping the Pyro down to 900 health. Who's going to take away the Pyro?
They got it.
Oh, dude, Puppy got it. Puppy got it with the Sunder. He's able to secure.
Didn't even use it. Had the ultimate.
Oh, he didn't
Had
use the
Sunder still available.
What a crazy exchange over by Pyro. SEAL Team Snicks finally finding a bit of footing on top of the mountain, as maybe Snatty bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but no way that College Fund Crusaders could clean up on that. Looks like the tier 1 from Crusaders will fall. SEAL Team able to get a little bit more than just a Pyro, and the Moonlight Ritual is upon us. That beacon in the middle is about to come online.
We're suddenly back to an even game state all of a sudden off that Pyromancer steal and a couple of pickups afterwards. The tier 1 and mid falls, so the gold lead close. You know, it's not dead even, but it's going to be pretty close after this Moonlight Ritual goes the way of SEAL Team Snicks. They're also gaining a bit of extra gold off of those shard pickups. Love to see this answer back, and they're getting into a good spot. Obshard actually completed here for Des, realizes that he has to be the one to deal with this Bologna, who, by the way, is taking a ton of damage to Snatty on the right-hand side.
Ouch. Dude, why did Yorm just does so much damage, dude? It's so nasty. Like, this Yorm is... Oh my goodness, but Drunk might be a bit of trouble. That's a good call. Ice Wall blocks off Drunk. Feels the Love is out, followed by the dash from Cupid. Will get him to safety and to the reinforcements of SEAL Team Snicks. And it went from a 1v2 to a 3v2 with Hostile Puppy and Snicks right around the corner. Bayro seems to know, though. I mean, I think it was just that second, that spider sense, I guess, to let Bayro get to safety. Heart Bomb out, but doesn't have a stun to follow through. So not much kill potential from SEAL Team here on Bayro or Kenny, which means they're going to walk away and keep their eyes on Gold Fury, which should come up here in about maybe 45 seconds.
Sunprod looking good with that ultimate. Snicks very low.
Big stun to follow through. Kaidon takes down Snicks. The Earthshaker's out, but it does not connect. Ice Wall blocks off Des. Nowhere for Des to go. Beads is forced out, and the stun lands from Heart Bomb. And there's not much more chase that Crusaders could have done there. They did a great job of pulling more resources away from SEAL Team, and maybe we go for Gold Fury, which should be up here in just a moment.
Do want to note, though, on that left-hand side, Kenny was forced to burn the Team Beads and the Stampede, though, to keep himself alive. Those items should be up fairly soon, 30 seconds on Stampede, but if the likes of SEAL Team Snicks look to force the Gold Fury in the next couple of seconds before that active item is up, that's a good angle here for them to look towards that backline dive. Have to, Prods College Fund Crusaders, they'll have to use the likes of the Artemis Ult as CC immunity, and that's an option that SEAL Team Snicks can go for, but a great pick onto Snicks there, just on his own in the jungle. No vision for the 2v2 that were just waiting on the corner. Good damage as well. They took down the Achilles, but look at the SEAL Team Snicks. They're the one grouping around this Gold Fury first. And again, they have the objective confirm off of Vulcan and ESET.
SEAL Team are going for the burn on the gold. Is this a bait, or do they really want this gold? We'll find out here in just a moment. Down to half health, and Kenny and Sunprod are around the corner waiting for an engage. Ice Wall does block a decent amount of damage there. 2,000 health on the gold, down to 1,000. Hostile Puppies able to secure that away with the Sunder, but in goes the rest of the College Fund Crusaders. Stampede will bring them forward. It looks like College Fund are going to lock them down. That's a 5-man stun from Sunprod on the overhead smash. Kaidon cleans up from there. A lot of damage from Agni will take down the Puppy, and a lot of low health bars across the board. Bayro cleans up Snicks, and down might go Des as well. Yes, he does. 3 kills suffered from SEAL Team. They might have got a Gold Fury, but they just lost a whole lot out of that team fight.
I don't think I've ever seen a 5-man Hunbot stun before. That was insane from Sunprod. Just a 4-5-man Fear No Evil into a 5-man stun. That was insane. And then Snicks and Des just lazy backing around the corner there was wild to me. I thought for a second there it was going to be crazy. Hostile Puppy was going to be the only one to die, but Snicks and Des just lazy back around the corner in the speed buff. This is going to allow Prods College Fund Crusaders to look towards this Fire Giant. I don't know if there's any steal potential here from SEAL Team Snicks. They don't have a Sunder.
This might be an ambitious no, but that might have been the coolest CC chain we've seen since the Deathwalker tier moment. I was pretty nasty from Sunprod, as Fire Giant is getting dropped right now. Less than half health, and College Fund are in control, but Snatty just hit the ult. Snatty's going into the backline. SEAL Team Snicks might be bringing this fight to College Fund, forced to drop that Fire Giant away. It looks like SEAL Team Snicks are taking over the aggro. They do have a secure. They do have ults, but Kaidon takes down Snatty, and Earthshaker's out as well. Hostile Puppy takes down Bayro. Kaidon takes down Puppy. 2 dead so far for Snicks, but Snicks just took down Crow. Wait a minute, that's 3 down for College Fun? There's no way they rip this here. Kaidon is dead. Drunk Diplomat finds the shutdown. SEAL team are going to take this fire away. They're going to take the fire away, and nothing that Sunprod can do as he watches from the sideline. But wait a minute, he's jumping out of the bleachers, and he's going in for a fight. He's able to take down one more and then get killed right after. That's a deicide and a fire giant for SEAL Team Snicks.
Dest with the Earthshaker there. It finally comes up big. We've been talking about it all game. He is the carry project here with this ultimate. It finally works out. Lands onto Killcam Kenny, and I believe Crow as well. There's so much damage in that AoE corridor, and Prod's College Fund Crusaders, we're starting to see the issue with the lack of going towards a Sunder. They have a shell on Kenny. No Sunder means no objective confirm. You can't just outright do objectives in front of this composition of SEAL Team Snicks. It costs them a lot. Good news, though, is Sunprod is able to take down Drunk at the end there, stalls this Fire Giant siege or push at all, and now only 2 members have it. It's something going the way of SEAL Team Snicks. It is a power buff towards 2 characters, sure, 2 of your strongest characters in the game right now, but I don't know if there's a lot they can get off of it. Maybe they can look towards the Gold Fury that is due to spawn fairly soon, but outside of that, there's not a whole lot they can go towards, and Snatty on this right-hand side is forced to use that ultimate to stay alive here.
Look, I think I know what it is that Sunprod heard the community college comments after losing earlier in the month. He's like, it's time to lock in. It's time to show him who Sunprod really is. I mean, this guy has been on fire throughout this game, and something tells me that fire won't be put out anytime soon. 22 minutes in and 6 kills up. College Fund Crusaders are looking good. They might be down about 3k gold, but they seem to be in control of these fights. They might have just lost that fire, but something tells me the College Fund are still in this. I mean, they're definitely in control, right? It looks good for them.
Yeah, you can see they're grouping here on this left-hand side. They know that this is going to go another team fight. Drunk could get picked here by Sunprod.
Feels of Love is out, followed by the overhead smash, and the beads is forced away from Drunk. Kenny might be in trouble, forced to use the Stampede to try and dash out of there. Combat dodge does not connect, but the stun from the shield patch does. Kenny might be in trouble here, but the reinforcements from College Fund are here in duo. 5 members from each team are around duo lane. Ancient Fury is waiting to be taken down, and with 2 going back to base, SEAL Team Snicks are surely going to be ripping this in the faces of College Fund. Sunder's up for Puppy, and a lot of ults to follow through as well. SEAL Team Snicks are going to be able to rip this through. What is the SEAL potential? Down to 2,000 health. Ice Ball here to block off a lot, and who's going to get that Ancient Fury? Kenny takes down 1. Crow just took down another, but Snatty's going to get that Gold Fury to secure it for SEAL Team. Crow takes down another. Down goes another. 4 down for SEAL Team. Good lord, what just happened there?
Kenny lands a 3-man freeze. I mean, SEAL Team Snicks, their spacing has just not been the best. They keep getting hit by these massive CCs. Killcam Kenny gets the 3-man freeze. Crow goes in with that ultimate. Just so much damage in such a small quarter. That was just 2v4 in that moment. 2v5, honestly. And then the rest of the members of Prod's College Fund are able to show up after all the damage has been done by these 2 members. I mean, I don't know if this is game here. There's too many tier 1 and a couple 2 towers up. So Prod's College Fund, the Crusaders, they can't commit to the Titan here, but man, SEAL Team Snicks, every time it seems like they have control of this game, the Crusaders are there to fight back and show, nah, we're always in control. Even if we lose a team fight, even if we lose a couple members, we're still in control of this game. SEAL Team Snicks, they are on the way to this Pyromancer, but I don't think they can necessarily look to force this. They're going to try, though.
No, they tried to burn it, got down to half health. All 5 of SEAL Team walk forward, and they're like, nah, I don't want it that bad. We'll just give it to SEAL Team. Honestly, that's probably the smarter move. I really do respect it. Like, okay, objective definitely is important here, but we don't want to give up 4 or 5 kills and then we lose a Phoenix or something. It's the smart move overall to just drop that pyro, but Fire Giant's going to be up here in just a moment, and that's really where the momentum of the game will be decided here at the 25-minute mark. Up 10 kills are College Fund Crusaders, but the gold lead is even.
Yep. Gold lead is even, and I agree. I think giving that Pyromancer was the right call. If you lose a member around that Pyromancer, and you get it, sure, you get the objective, but Fire Giant due to spawn here in a couple of seconds, more than likely going to be the target for both these two teams. And if you're down a member when that objective spawns, you're just immediately at a disadvantage, and SEAL Team Snicks could have taken advantage. And besides, we kind of keep mentioning it, no Sunder, so there's no world Prods College Fund Crusaders can commit to objectives right now. This does concern me a little bit for this team, though. With Fire Giant available, I mean, Prods College Fund Crusaders, they want to be hitting the gas right now. They want to be forcing these fights, but I don't think you can force a fight around an objective when you don't have the secure, because SEAL Team 6, they could just stand there, watch you take so much poke from a distance, poke you out themselves because they got a good chunk of that as well off their Vulcan, off their Reset, off their Jormungandr. I feel like Prods College Fund Crusaders, we're really going to start to see the issue with this lack of Sunder pickup for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to do anything around the Fire Giant, it's basically just going to be like we're baiting for a team fight, and then Kill Cam Kenny stampedes forward. We go for Fear No Evil. We're just kind of looking to run them down, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that is the angle here. I mean, the problem is as well, just every relic up on the side of SEAL Team Snicks, you have your beads available to deal with some Prod Zolts. So the engage just isn't the best here for Prods College Fund Crusaders. I feel like, yeah, they can pull. Yeah, they can try and commit to the burn or commit to the fight, but I feel like both their options just aren't the best right now. With every relic up, with every active item up, Stampede and Team Beads available to Hostile Puppy, the potential engage angle here for this team is not going to be the best. They are going to pull the bait here, though, and can't imagine they commit to the objective. This is definitely a bait call to fight.
A big call for a big fight from College Fund, burning away at this fire, and then Stampede comes through for Kenny. He might have walked into a wall for just a moment, but does land the stun, forces out the beads away. No beads forced, actually. That's just a cleanse. But nothing happens from there. I thought that was going to be a big fight, but just no big CC was able to be thrown down. Ult's still up, though, for Kenny, for Sunprod, Crow, and Bayro. So there's still a lot of fight potential. But, I mean, I think that SEAL Team know they're just looking to bait us. I mean, they don't rip that fire right in front of us, right? I mean, obviously, Des and Puppy know they can just secure that away if Sunprod really wants to go for this fire. So I don't really know what goes down here.
I feel like the important things were pulled there. Stampede and Beads pulled from Hostile Puppy. Now they are the angle forward engage here. The Ymir walls have been fantastic so far. I imagine that is going to be the target here of this next engage, is going to be onto the E-set.
Fire Giant's getting burned yet again, down to 2/3 health. Down to half, Ice Ball's out. Kenny's looking for a way to get this fight started, but nothing happening just yet. SEAL Team are doing a good job of maintaining space from each other because they don't want to get all grouped up into one conglomerate. Fear No Evil completely destroys them. Frost Breath stun follows, and then they're all dead. That's kind of what's happened a couple times in objective fights so far. I think they've learned, they're smarter now, and they're maintaining space, so engages are going to be much more rough for College Fund.
Hostile Puppy as well has done a good job of kind of playing the spacing themselves. You know, ESET can kind of be quite vulnerable to Ymir walls, but always standing in a space where they can kind of wiggle out between the walls of around the Fire Giant pit, as well as just any time that Kill Cam Kenny is stepping forward, Hostile Puppy's dropping a silence on his feet, as well as the stun, the Spirit Ball, just to stunt the engage here from Kill Cam Kenny. And that slowed the pacing down a fair bit. Hostile Puppy gonna have Stampede back up right now, and 20 seconds, and they'll have the team beads available to them again. So again, Prods College Fund Crusaders, the game's just stagnant now. There's nothing you could do. You can't force the objective in front of them. You can't commit to it. You have to try and force the fight. But your engage now, again, is just not the best when they have all their relics available.
30 minutes into this game, still 20-10, and the 1,000 gold lead for the Crusaders. And Crusaders are kind of at a standstill. They know they have the lead. They know they can win fights. They just need to find a good engage. And that's been their biggest struggle right now. Is SEAL Team know that as long as they keep space, as long as nobody gets picked out, then, I mean, SEAL Team can remain in this game for as long as they please. The objective game ultimately always goes to SEAL Team Snicks, but College Fund can run these team fights. This leaves both teams at a bit of a song and dance that we're looking at right now, where it's just an awkward point, right? I mean, no team can really just rip an objective. It's a weird spot we're in here, Book.
Yeah, for sure. And do want to know, both teams currently on 2 Gold Fury pips as well. So that third one granting them access to siege a little bit easier. And the Gold Fury is available. You can see Bayro hovering on this left-hand side. So is Drunk. Both ADCs still farming out for their 6 items here. So I like what both teams are doing. They're still sending their AD carries off to farm and secure their farm safely, hit level 20, get the last item online. So they're in a good spot to continue to be impactful as the game goes later and later. Because remember, the game doesn't infinitely scale anymore. 3K pots don't stack, so you're not going to be infinitely scaling on your carries. So getting them to 6 items where they can be impactful right now around these sieges is going to be very important for both these two teams.
Very important indeed. And a couple recalls from College Fun will let SEAL Team finally start the burn on this Fire Giant. Crow is here, and Kaidon just walked up. Sunprod's around the corner, down to 4,000 health. Fields of Love is out, and the fight unfolds from here. Snatty's into the air. Hostile Puppy's able to secure that Fire Giant down. Snow goes into the back line. Sunprod is dead. Kaidon takes down Desto. 1 down on each side so far. Snatty's walled off. Snatty has nowhere to go. No ult, and he's ice-balled through. Bayro's going to clean up Snatty there. That's 2 kills for College Fun. Kaidon walking forward, looking for a stun. Rainfire does decent damage, but not able to find a third on Snick so far. So, I mean, SEAL Team grabbed that fire. They walked away from there. College Fun are going to continue to walk forward. They have more health bars. They've got more bodies. They could probably rip this bird, and if not, they just go to Ancient Fury.
At the very least, you stop SEAL Team Snicks from leaving their bird and base and getting more farm.
True. Ice Wall does block off a couple members of SEAL Team, and that bird just got ripped quick. Bayro melted that thing. Middle bird is down for SEAL Team Snicks. Kaidon's still here putting out poke from Rainfire, and they're going to go towards Ancient Fury afterwards. I don't know if there's any way that SEAL Team Snicks can steal it, maybe through Puppy ult.
Oh, Kenny's looking for a wall here. He's looking for a wall onto an important target, but can't find it. Great silence instead. Snicks could be in trouble, though.
Ice Ball will surely put Snicks in a bad way. Bayro takes down another. Good lord, it's not looking good for SEAL Team. They just lost a couple members, and Fire Giant belts only around Puppy and Drunk Diplomat, and the Ancient Fury is getting burned by all 5. Kaidon's around the corner. In goes Sunprod looking for a fight. This guy does not care about objectives. He cares about kills, and man, I cannot blame him. Ice Ball followed by the Frost Breath will lock down Hostile Puppy. Fields of Love is out. A Snatty goes into the air yet again. Earthshaker takes down Kill Cam Kenny. Snatty going into the back line, looking to disrupt just a tad. Kaidon down to half health. Crow's at even less, but Crow does have the dagger in pocket, which means Ancient Fury might be the move yet again. SEAL Team is not giving up on stealing it away, though. Around the corner, Sunproud looking for a kill, looking for something. Kaidon takes down 1. Diplomat takes down Bayro. And wait a minute, Drunk takes down 2. Wait a minute, takes down 2. The dagger's gone. Earthshaker doesn't connect, though. Just a tad bit off the mark. Kaidon takes down Desto, but in goes Drunk. The Drunk can't use the dagger. Sunprod's got the dagger yet again. Are we walking up? What are we doing?
3 people have fumbled the dagger now. I can't imagine that they go for the siege here. Gold Fury is still available for both teams. Everyone is just fumbling this dagger left, right, and center. I mean, I feel like SEAL Team Snicks, if Drunk gets that dagger off, they just win the fight and they potentially win the game. Not right there, but they put themselves in a really good spot on this next Fire Giant siege, or they get themselves the next Gold Fury. I mean, both these teams have to be better on using this important objective available to them. And so far, everyone is just struggling to pop it off here.
Good lord, it's been a game here, Book. 35 minutes in, and we're still fighting for this Ancient Fury. Sunprod is going for the solo burn, and the dagger is surely going to help with that. I mean, look, he's got a good amount of damage there.
Yep, he does. And honestly, the likes of Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they can just zone out SEAL Team Snicks from ever stepping towards this objective. Sunprod and Bayro combined will be able to take down this third Gold Fury to their name, the 5th one of the game. And they'll get themselves that objective that lets them siege just a little bit easier around the enemy birds, as well as a potential split pushing angle for Sunprod around this next Fire Giant spawn, because again, Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they know they can't commit to these fights around the objectives. They can't really, confirm the objectives. Maybe just sending Sunprod to the left-hand side to siege this Phoenix bird could be a potential angle here when the fire respawns.
And Pyro getting picked up right after Ancient Fury was taken by College Fund. They want Pyro as well. It's little things like this. It certainly isn't a Fire Giant, right? But these are objectives that Steel Team should not be giving up because ultimately they always control objectives. It just takes a little bit more wards from their part. They just need to know what's going on around these objectives. That way they can make sure that it doesn't go towards College Fund. That's kind of what we talked about earlier is Steel Team have just control over the fire. There's no way the College Fund can rip it. And that they've, no objectives have went towards College Fund for quite some time, but just lack of awareness are going to let Ancient Fury go towards College Fund. And then they're going to get Pyro as well. Honestly, even without Fire, because College Fund have been running these team fights, even without Fire Giant, I think College Fund only need that Ancient Fury to just walk it down from there. They just need a debuff bird, so they don't need a tank to tank away the bird. They just need to hit a couple basics, melt that thing down, go for Titan from there. I think College Fund really have a good opportunity now that Ancient Fury is under their belt. If they can just manage to do that one or two more times, it's going to look good for College Fund.
I agree. One good fight, and they could just run it down here at this point with the left-hand side bird being weakened here. And they don't need a lot of members to really force it. At the very least, they'll break open the base to the point where they can force these Fire Giants dances to be a little more in their favor. And look at that again. The silence just going to stunt Killcam Kenny's engage there, despite getting fantastic walls onto the E set. So it's just very difficult, again, for Prod's College Fund Crusaders to engage here. And they do have all 5 members here. No one's going to be split pushing here.
Stampede, Tally, ults across the board. A lot of resources for College Fund to use. Just waiting on an opportunity to use it. All 5 from both teams around Fire Giant. Ancient Fury debuff still around for a tad bit longer. And Kaidon's melting down wards. So Steel Team have no idea what's going on in the Fire Giant pit. And back to the song and dance around the fire. Book, how are we feeling?
You know what? I'm feeling great, man. I woke up feeling a little sick this morning, but feeling great so far. I mean, this is one that's going the distance here, and I agree. Prod's College Fund Crusaders, you kind of mentioned it every time they've fought, and they lose an objective, sure, but it still feels like they're in control, and they might just roll the dice here off of Ymir wall to stop the members of Steel Team Snicks from walking forward.
Half health on the fire, and College Fund are looking to drop, but can't find an engage so far.
Early.
Earthshaker's out. That's an early Earthshaker indeed. A lot of objective seal has just been taken away from Seal Team, but College Fund are dropping this, and maybe Seal Team go in to take aggro and maybe melt down this fire from here. Fields of Love is out. Snatty going into the back line. And Sunprod's doing the same to their back line. Des is down. Bayro takes down Drunk. Sunprod takes down another. That's 3 dead. 3 are dead. Bayro takes down the 4th, and Snatty's by himself. College Fund are looking to run it down from here. Can they melt down the bird and the Titan in the next 50 seconds? I think they can.
Oh, absolutely they can. They still have Killcam Kenny with ultimate as well, in case Snatty steps forward. Team beads as well. I mean, Seal Team Snicks, they just commit a little too much to that objective, and Dest, this team has been living and dying by that ultimate, and this time they die by it. All 4 members down. Snatty gonna be the next to fall as well, in quick succession to Sunprod. And Prod's College Fund Crusaders, man, they are continuing on to the upper bracket, and they're looking good so far here, going to the, winners bracket semifinals here. This is a team to keep an eye on.
All right, chat. Sunprod's going to Harvard. It's official. This man is locked in. This man is going to be teaching the course on Smite jungling. This dude is a monster. And we're going to take a quick break, though. We'll think about how hard Sunprod just went, and we'll be back in a couple minutes to talk about it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's me, the Morton Man. I'm just kidding. Hey, everybody, it's me, Musy. I'm joined here once again. Still, Spirited Book over here at my side. Still, Jithins, Rosie, Tess, and, of course, basically Billy, giving us some cool clips and everything coming at you really quick here. But, Book, you had a live seat there at the game that we just saw. Why don't you go and walk me through it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Seal Team Snicks, they had opportunities. They were winning some fights here and there, but every time that they got some fantastic engagement or some little victory, it felt like Prod's College Fund Crusaders were just ahead of them. I mean, look at this, a 5-man Hunbot stun. That is just insane from Sunprod. And this was the first pick character for this team, and it kind of makes a lot of sense now. I mean, just absolutely popped off on this character. Sunprod continues to perform here at Smite Prime. Excited here to see what he can bring against this next option that he's going to be going up against. But I feel like SEAL Team Snicks, they do have potential now. I feel like they've shown that they can compete. They've shown that they can play their comp correctly. Just small things that they need to clean up. And I think there's a world that we'll see them again throughout the lower bracket, but there is some tough competition down there in the lower bracket already starting to gear up for them to deal with.
And it's interesting, too, because Prod's College Fund Crusaders was one of those teams where I called it out right at the start of the day. They are either going to be running really hot, or it's going to be kind of a cold start for their engine, and maybe it takes a couple of seconds to get that heat up. In your opinion, I mean, you just had a chance to see them front and center. Are we running hot, or are we, is it still kind of a slow start here?
I think it's a bit of a slower start than you would like here, but I think you're okay with that as you progress throughout the day here. I mean, they're still warming up, right? You never want to be, teams talk
Hot
about being hot. Yeah, hot at the right time. And I feel like they're still warming up. They're still getting to find their stride. You can see they're still able to beat the teams that they should be able to beat. Now it's going to be about beating the teams that they need to beat. And so Clocked In, I think, is going to be the obvious one that they're going to have to take on here throughout the day. And yeah, I mean, just look at this, man. Sunprod, 10, 3, and 14 on the Hunbots, playing the facilitator, but also the hyper carry at the same time here.
There it is again, that Frenzy Dagger, not only for your carries, but for your junglers as well. Well, not for Bayonary, they're playing a different game. But again, look at that, Frenzy Dagger on the Hunbots. And it makes me wonder what if some of the strongest junglers that you're going to have available to you on your team comps are going to be the ones that can build this dagger? Or is Frenzy Dagger just one of those items you can slap onto anybody and do well with? I'm kind of feeling like it's the latter. That item feels very strong nowadays. But Prod's College Crusaders stats are looking pretty good across the board here. 53K for Tom Paddling, kind of nuts. But enough about this one. Book, let's go ahead and take a quick look at the brackets we got coming at you next so we can see how everybody else has been doing so far. Glurpin, we know you're cheating. Still duking it out to figure out who they're going to be going up against. That's SEAL Team 6. And then we have Clocked In versus Prod's College Fund Crusaders here in the semifinals. The first and second seeded teams here already duking it out here in the semis.
Yeah, I mean, I figured this was going to be our finals matchup, and it still might be throughout the day. But to me, these are the two best teams right now. Prod's College Fund Crusaders do look really good. Their roster is pretty solid, and they're looking consistent. But Clocked In is still just that different beast altogether. They are the 5-man wrecking ball that just tears through Smite Prime every month, every week. And so is this the team that can finally do it? Is Prod's College Fund Crusaders, the name is quite the mouthful, but
it's a lot.
Are they the team? Yeah, it's a lot. But are they the team that can finally do it? Can they finally take down this Clocked In roster? We thought maybe it would be the likes of the Smite 2 bad boys with like XSPL pro players like Aurora and Scream, but it might just have to be the likes of Sunprod.
Well, we're going to actually get a chance to put our eyes on that. Let's go in and hop into picks and bans here between Clocked In and Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders. Clocked In, like you said, they are a different beast now. Surely, the ones who feast now, no more defeat, because they're going to be the monsters. But already kind of keeping in theme with that, the Hunbots that was looking so good for Sunprod immediately banned away from Clocked In, which if there's anything else about this team that kind of tells you how scary they are, it's that they do their homework and they know where to poke you where you're most vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Hunbots ban makes perfect sense there. Sunprod just absolutely popped off there. Crow, no Mordred. One trick, maybe? No, definitely not a one trick, but definitely plays a lot of Mordred. The Hui Yi ban is honestly what interests me most. Hydrogen, this is one of their sort of fallback picks. And so that being banned away here is very interesting with Jingwei still on the table here for Hydrogen. Maybe this is going to be the Prod's College Fund angle is, hey, you can kind of pick between all these different options. Achilles, Tsukiyomi, Susanna that we've seen Tegbeer go for. Hecate banned away, sure. Merlin now going to be banned away as well. But yeah, I mean, Jingwei locked in first for Hydrogen. I mean, why not? Why not give Hydrogen his best pick and ban away this other alternative pick that he kind of leans on from time to time? So this is already kind of perplexing me just a little bit from these bans.
And I'm also interested in the Aladdin ban from Prod's College Fund Crusaders, just because I think we had a chance to see the Aladdin come out earlier in the day, but didn't see it locked in. And I wonder if with the changes that we saw to Aladdin's kit, for those of you who are unaware or just aren't on the internet, they kind of changed the way that his charges for the genie work. So now you've only got one, but it recharges a little bit faster. You can kill with the ultimate, but now you have like more resistances for the people who are the initial fighters, and then the people on the sides maybe not as strong. So that changes his identity a little bit. It maybe feels like something that Paul isn't interested in. However, for Prod's College Fund Crusaders, I'm just going to start calling them the Crusaders from now on. That's a pact between you and me.
Yeah, we got it.
Baron Samedi and Jormungandr for Crow and for Kill Cam Kenny. I feel like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. Again, just big characters with big AoE control in some capacity with the CC, the damage as well from Baron Samedi. I feel like these are great, options to takeaways as well from the likes of Karmic and Happen, but Clocked In immediately respond with a Yamoja, one of Happen's other best characters, and Agni. Paul likes Agni. No, I don't think I can't remember the last time I've ever seen Paul play Agni. This is interesting here for Clocked In. And it doesn't have me sold that that's Agni mid and Jingwei ADC just yet.
Do you think Tagvir's got the Jingwei jungle in the back pocket? Is that a possibility that maybe we need to start considering? And then if that is the case, if we have this Agni over at ADC and a Jingwei in the jungle, Book, who are you putting in the mid lane for Paul?
Does it matter?
All right, my bad.
Yeah.
That's
probably
true.
the likes of Yanis has often been Paul's kind of fallback pick after the Hecate, after the Merlin are off the table here. But I don't know. Agni might just be the option here for Paul. I feel like Yanis isn't bad here, though. Maybe not the best into Poseidon now that it's locked in, but I feel like Agni's even worse here. I might just be forced to put Agni over in ADC and then Jingwei elsewhere just to make it a little bit easier for Paul in the mid lane. On her as well, paired alongside this Baron Samedi, on her being in a really good spot right now before this recent patch, getting a couple of changes as well. And yeah, sure enough, why not, man? Why not just
a Wheelix? A Wheelix has a last pick for the Crusaders. Now, that's interesting because we don't see a Wheelix at all anymore. Like, nope. I went to Junglerville and nobody knew her name. Like, what's going on, right? Where's the Wheelix picks? But I think I can kind of get into it as a direct response to Jingwei. And you also have a couple of knockups from Jormungandr. You've got the Kraken from Poseidon, obviously the easy disperse from Onher. But does a Wheelix have the same kind of staying power that the other junglers do?
I feel like this is a comp that's been designed to do exactly what they want to do, which is play the pick style with the knockups, but you also have a character that does well with knockups. I agree. I don't think a Wheelix is in the best spot, but we kind of mentioned it before this drafting phase. Frenzy being in a good spot right now means that these auto attack characters in the jungle become a lot stronger, but also it's a great counter into Yamoja, who wants to be using those Riptides to knock themselves and their allies up. Jingwei as well wants to be in the sky and then, kind of can get pulled back. But I feel like in comparison to when we saw Sunprod last play this pick, where it was just, hey, Paul's playing Aladdin, let's pick a Wheelix and counter that. They've kind of built a really good composition to enable this Wheelix. The Jormungandr knockups are easy to connect. The Poseidon knockup off the ultimate, sure. The Onher knockups as well are not, the worst case scenario. I feel like Prod's College Fund Crusaders have a comp that enables this Wheelix, but as a composition as a whole, I'm not favoring it the most in comparison to this clocked in roster where you have Hydrogen on Jingwei, Happen on Yamoja, Osiris over in the soul lane, one of the best soul laners right now. Oh yeah, and Tagvir, 9th picked Achilles yet again because we're still giving him one of his best picks for some reason.
Yeah, it's kind of insane that this Achilles is able to get through pretty consistently. And I wonder if a lot of that has to do with the fact that there are some other junglers that may appear a little bit scarier, or just because of how much focus you have to put on these bans for mid lane, for solo lane. You know, you're only throwing out your occasional, you know, one bone for your enemy jungler. You've only got 3 on each side right now, so you have to kind of pick and choose. 70 plus gods in the game. You got to figure out where you want to set those dice down. And I agree with you 100%. Clocked In's composition, I do feel like they're going to scale a little bit better towards that late game. Prods has a lot of sauce, so let's go ahead and jump into the kitchen and see if they can cook up that dish. Let's go ahead and jump into game between Clocked In and the College Fund Crusaders.
Yeah, and this is going to be a testing ground between these two teams, because I do feel like the Prods College Fund Crusaders have the opportunity to go all the way and see this team, this Clocked In team, in finals should they lose in this best of one. So this is a bit of a testing ground between the two teams. Can you make this work? Can you make this a Wheelix pick work? And you kind of mentioned a little bit of like, oh, we only have 3 bans. We can only really afford to ban 1 jungler. But again, I come back to that Hui Yi ban, the Aladdin ban, like you mentioned. If we're picking Wheelix, why are we banning Aladdin? If we're allowing Hydrogen to play one of their best picks, why are we banning Hui Yi as well? If we're still picking a Wheelix, you can pull Hui Yi out of the jump into the air. Again, I just
dive bomb.
I'm a little befuddled by the bans that were chosen for Prods College Fund Crusaders. It feels like they accidentally hopped into this Wheelix composition just a little bit. They picked up the On Her, they picked up the Poseidon and said, oh yeah, we got 3 characters that can play for the knockups. They have the Emoja, who we can counter with this Wheelix. Let's just pick a Wheelix here, 10th pick, and let's see how it goes.
Something that I'm noticing here already, Book, is, you know, I always like to talk a little bit about the relics at the very start of the game. The College Fund Crusaders, no beads to be had. I see a couple of Aegises, I see a couple of shells, and have Blink for Sunprod, but no beads against what I think is some really scary CC for Clocked In here.
Yeah, a little bit. I think Paul is the one that is going to have the most threatening CC, I should say. You know, Happen sure can threaten with the Riptides or the stuns from a distance, sure, but if you're Aegising at the correct time, you can avoid a lot of the follow-up damage off of both those forms of CC. Paul can kind of threaten from a distance and really pull the beads, but outside of that, there's not a lot of prime CC set up into a lot of damage. He's not in this game. Not anymore. No.
Okay.
Oh no, you're talking about, oh yeah, sorry.
Oh, Smite Prime.
I thought you were talking about Pretty Prime for a second, not Smite Prime.
Oh, blast to the past. I miss you, Pretty Prime. Come back. But I'm I'm right there with you. I feel like the Agni is like the big scary thing to worry about. But what do you think about like some of the smaller, I guess, bits of CC that kind of come out when you're not really expecting it?
Yeah, I mean, Achilles stun is still going to be threatening. Like I mentioned, the Yemoja CC will also be threatening. The Jingwei knockup as well. There is good CC on the side of Clocked In. I feel like Prods College Fund Crusaders, their carries just have to be really, really find the right timing to use these Aegises. And if they, misclick a little early or use it too late, then those characters will just die, especially on the likes of this Poseidon, who is really, not mobile at all. You feel like Paul can kind of just all in this Poseidon once he hits level 5. Tegvir as well with this Achilles as Sunprod hovering this left-hand side.
Yeah, the kitty cat's hanging out near that jungle there, Prod wondering if maybe they could take a bite out of Happen and Hydrogen, but thinks better on it. Doesn't really want to commit to anything quite yet. And I like the idea there from Sunprod to see if maybe we can get some action going on sooner rather than later. In fact, swoops right back around towards that mid lane, positioning to see if maybe they can do something against Agni. Waiting there in the bushes. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, Killicam Kenny taking a little bit of poke on the Baron Samdi. Hydrogen and Happen doing quite a bit, but nothing quite yet to speak of. Just a lot of posturing. Meanwhile, solo lane Jormungandr. Crow's getting chased out. There's the dash from the Achilles. Spot dodge. Crow, bit of damage on. First blood picked up by Tegvir. Unfortunately, you saw Sunprod on the map starting to make that rotation over, but just wasn't there in time.
Yeah, I mean, just Crow on their own on the right-hand side. Tegvir hadn't been seen in a while on the map, and Crow just doesn't respect that lack of information to themselves, steps a little too far forward on the right-hand side, gets picked, and that's first blood going to the Achilles of Tegvir. Yet again, in a really good spot on this, one of the signature characters that they really love to go back towards. Already working towards what I assume is that Frenzy Dagger that we see so often built first on this character. And Tegvir is suddenly in a very good position with an early gold lead to start carrying this early game into the mid to late game.
And what's unfortunate about the timing for that gank as well is that happened right around that 3-minute mark. So the Firebrains had spawned at that point. So then Tegvir and Karmic go over and are able to pick those up. And like I had said earlier today, no Sunders here for solo laners means you need your jungler to make that rotation to take the first crack at that. So like you said, Book, it's just more in the pocket of Tegvir to really get that snowball going.
Yeah, and speaking of no Sunders in general for Prod's College Fund Crusaders. Killcam Kenny going for Shell yet again. Probably felt they needed to go towards that relic this time around, especially against the Yemoja in particular. Maybe last game didn't necessarily need it on the Ymir against an ESET, but this time around needs it for sure. But that's going to mean, again, College Fund Crusaders need to play for the fights instead of the objectives. And against a team like Clocked In, you kind of want to be trying to outmaneuver them because they are such a good team as a 5-man unit at just team fighting and out team fighting other teams as Sunprod.
There's the ultimate, forces the beads away from Karmic underneath the tower, trying to brawl it out, but not enough. Crow finds the kill, but is able to trade out. Sunprod was tanking the tower the whole time there. So it'll be a 1-for-1 trade, hopefully in favor of the Crusaders. At least Crow is able to get a little bit of get back.
But look at the likes on the left-hand side. Happen and Tegvir, as soon as they see Sunprod on the right-hand side and he takes a spill, they're immediately invading the enemy jungle. They're going to look to try and steal away Prod's speed buff here as well, or maybe just look to kill him instead. Tegvir's level 6.
Stuns out, jumps across the wall. Tegvir popping the Dagger of Frenzy, an important power spike to have in the back pocket, but the rest of the team is here. Kill Kim Kenny. Throws out the Binding Serpent, doesn't quite land. This means that Tegvir and Happer are going to walk away or blink away. Hello, Banary looping around that top side, but it's a clean getaway from Clocked In. Just as easily as they appeared, they disappear like dust in the wind.
Yeah, nice little play. They take the important farm. They force the likes of Sunprod to kind of have to hesitate. Doesn't really get to stick around for a lot of their farm. Has to take a bit of a back, immediately get back on the map before they can make an impact. So nice little play there from Clocked In. Yeah, sure. Prod's College Fund, they get on the board, but I mean, this still feels like the tempo favors Clocked In. Even though we're only 6 minutes in and Moonlight Phase just now spawning here, I feel like they just have a lot of momentum and tempo going into this Moonlight Phase that they should be able to win this, potentially use those siege minions to convert it into another objective like the Gold Fury here.
It does feel like Clocked In is consistently able to set the pace in their games, right? You are playing Clocked In's game. If you are the Crusaders, what are you doing to play your own game? How do you kind of flip the script there?
Maybe you're taking advantage of Happen, who just used team beats on nothing. I mean, that's a potential avenue. If the likes of Prod's College from Crusaders, I don't think they recognize that just happened, but you can already see they're grouping on this left-hand side, looking to respond to the potential invade from Clocked In. The fight is suddenly a little bit more difficult for Clocked In's carries. Yeah, they have beads on both backliners, but maybe you just 100-0 Happen here with the help of Killcam Kenny's ultimate.
A lot of posturing around this purple buff right now. On the Crusaders side, Tegvir, no blink available. Still wants to see if they can cross that threshold. Purple buff is confirmed by Bayo. And then goes Sunprod, jumps over the rock, and there's the ultimate from the Baron Samdi, pulling in Tegvir, but he ults away. Umoja ultimate, able to keep everybody else out. Crusaders still want to go for the hot pursuit, but the question is whether or not they can actually land and get there. Meanwhile, on the solo side, Karmic runs down Crow underneath their own tower, and Sunprod hanging around in the back left side of that jungle. You don't get any kills, but maybe you can take away a camp, or I wonder, is this a gank for Paul, who's underneath the tower? Prod looks around the side, but can't find a way in.
Geez, level 7 on both junglers. Well, oh, here we go. Prod forces that Ashe into an awkward spot, but getting a worse end of things.
Yeah, gets completely turned around on by Paul, who just says, hey, no thank you. No part of that for me. Continues the pressure back onto Kaidon, and now it's Tegvir waiting in the wings. Blink in. There's the dash. Shield bash. Do you have the execute? No, you get Kraken underneath the tower. Kaidon turns it around. Paul looking to avenge their friend, but the damage is just not there. It didn't have Agni passive, so no burn to be had. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, Hydrogen ults away from the damage of the Crusaders. Looks to dip back in. Bayonary tossing some autos out into the side of that bush. And there's the root there from Killcam Kenny. The dash away from Jingwei. And now this does kind of feel like the standard for a dual lane brawls as Paul ends up getting picked off by Prod in the mid lane.
Gold Fury, this has to be the option here for Prod's College Fund Crusaders. You can already see they're grouping towards the objective, but they're not going to go for it. Despite getting 2 picks, one onto Tegvir, now one onto Paul, doesn't seem like they're trying to snowball. Left-hand side, though, Bayro and Hydro, they're taking a 1v1.
And Happens looping around that top left side, hoping to intercept on top of Bayonary. Throws out the bubbles, pinned against the wall. Bayo threading the needle, but unfortunately, Sunder, it's very hard to dodge that cone. Happen finds the kill on top of Bayonary.
Bayro just going for the 1v1 against, one of Hydrogen's best, most comfortable characters. And yeah, you're on her, sure, on her, known for being a strong 1v1er, but just doesn't go your way. And now all of a sudden, feels like Clocked In, they can look to take advantage of this, give Hydrogen some time to free farm, really deal with these siege minions that are pushing down all 3 lanes. Is Paul getting committed on here?
Kraken out of nowhere. Sunprod looking for the follow-up, got the knock up and flips over Paul. Down they go. Tegvir's on the chase. Sunprod jumps over the wall. Life of the party trying to pull in Happen. It connects, but that tank is not really the target that you want to have. Tegvir is once away, going to slip away, but the on her hanging around. The left side of that lane starts cutting back over towards the Gold Fury. This could be a moment for the Crusaders to try to bite a bit more away from the competition. On her in hot pursuit of the Jingwei, but the crits coming out from Hydrogen are enough to dissuade them. Pinned against the wall, and Killcam Kenny loops around the side. Tegvir blinks in, forces them to disperse, and down goes Bayonary. Air struck and put into the ground. Tegvir narrowly avoids the knockup from Sunprod, and Hydrogen, knocked up themselves, will dash back under the safety of their tier 1 tower.
Look, I get you're playing on her, Bayro, but just a little too aggressive here against Hydro, who just has the crit online, just doesn't even have a lot of crit there, didn't have the rage completed, and just swinging lucky in those moments as Sunprod looking for an invade, but he's been spotted out.
Tegvir gets the stun. Sunprod, Tegvir exchanging blows. Happen. Third parties on the side of their team. It's not enough. Sunprod will at the very least be able to trade out and get the shutdown that they're looking for. Dang, that is a lot. Sunprod is making this Awilix look pretty good.
Yeah, just honestly worth there for Sunprod. Can just kind of be a little more active once he respawns, I feel like. Didn't have to commit a lot. Has Blink available. 50 seconds Blink still down for Tegvir. Would love to see Sunprod come back on the map and immediately look for a play on one of these side lanes. Do you want to note, though, we kind of saw there in mid lane the issue with this Agni versus Poseidon matchup. If Paul doesn't have beads available to them, they are a prime target for Whirlpool Kraken, the true OG combo, a tale as old as time in Smite. Kraken into Whirlpool, or Whirlpool into Kraken, excuse me. And Kaidon's just going to be able to punish this Agni as much as possible. So that's why team beads is so important for Happen.
Sunprod getting stunned out a little bit there. Paul and Tegvir, butt buddies of the lifetime. You got to stick together because you can be vulnerable at a moment's notice. But the Crusaders are once again showing up in force. 4-man rotation on this left side. The solo laners are playing their own video game. Galler flares out, so Clocked In knows that Crusaders are kind of cutting through that Gold Fury, but they're not quite ready to commit. It's only about 12 minutes in so far, Book. 6-5 and a 2K gold lead for Clocked In. Looking like Crusaders might want to make it a little bit closer than that if they can.
Yeah, for sure. But here's the problem. Prod's College Fund Crusaders, again, they can't pull objectives in front of the members of Clocked In. They don't have the best confirmed. They don't have a big Vulcan ult or anything. They do have a Kraken, and that is some secure, and it's a little bit better secure than, say, a Sunder at 20 minutes in. But right now, at this stage, Sunder will be the best form of secure as Kaidon getting ulted in mid lane.
Oh no, stuck against the wall. Kraken out to try to keep Paul from casting abilities, but it's not enough. Happen and Paul able to kill Kaidon underneath that tower. Meanwhile, in the solo lane, Sunprod also took the rough and tumble. Looks like Killcam Kenny shows up a little bit late to the party, but Life of the Party is able to pull in Happen underneath that T1. Doesn't have the damage to get the kill on top of the Yemoja, though. Meanwhile, Big Snake,
Ooh.
World Serpent going to get out of dodge. Tegvir, so scary to deal with. As Paul continues their reign of terror, it was only a matter of time, Kenny. This is the end, and Paul will clean up the kill.
No dash, and Barrow is on the way, though. Can he get this kill?
Oh, looks like the pin was a little bit off the mark. Throws out the pillar, but Paul's already used their dash to get away, and with an ideal angle of advantage, they're just going to go ahead and hit that fat retreat. It's going to be the Gold Fury. That is the call from Hydrogen. Dagger of Frenzy happened with the Moonstrike. So far, 2k health for the Gold Fury. It is bursted, and it is, yeah, wait for it, gone. Gold Fury confirmed by Clocked In.
Yeah, and you can see in mid lane, Tegvir posturing here, but no, gonna back away to safety. I mean, Clocked In again, it just feels like this team is on top of things. They're everywhere they need to be at the right time. Tegvir on the right-hand side to help back up their soul laner, who did take a spell, sure, but I mean, again, Sunprod just getting the worst end of things. Takes one down, sure, but dies as well. It feels like this is the play style of a Wheelix is, yeah, you end up going in, you take one kill, but you're ended up dying as well in moments like that. So it feels like going into the mid to late game, Sunprod probably has to try and play more for a 2-to-1 play style where he has to get 2 kills to his death to be really impactful in this game. And that's asking a lot from your jungler in a game like this, especially against, you know, an Agni who's going to be able to play the spacing with the CC, one of the safer ADCs in the game, Jingwei. How does Sunprod make an impact going into the mid game, especially now that they are behind? They are behind in terms of items and gold, as well as experience to Tegvir, level 14 to 13. It is only one level, but it's still impactful.
Hanging around these oracles, speaking of Sunprod, taking a bit of poke from Happen, Yemoja does quite a bit of damage. That's a third of a jungler's health bar that is just gone in a moment. River's Rebuke is out, but to what end? Maybe felt like communication was a little bit off. Life of the party, similar situation, support alt, force support alt, and neither of them landing in the way that either team wants them to, so we're just gonna stare awkwardly at each other, put our hands in our pockets, and slink away for a little bit.
Yeah, and honestly, that's totally fine there. If you're Killcam Kenny, realizes that the support ult is down, tries to make a play, doesn't work out, so you're just waiting for your CDs. But, I mean, Paul continuing to be aggressive here in mid, now looking to just force members off. Killcam Kenny, a low health bar, has to be careful.
Kaidan, though, is able to pour quite a bit of damage into Paul. This Poseidon, especially now that it's got its Ratatouille online, does appear to be fairly threatening, but not as scary as Tegvir. Looping around that right side. Looks like Kaidan is a knower and very swiftly goes to do their back camps. Oh no.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe not. Maybe not the knower that you would hope for. Blink in from Tegvir. There it is. Dash. There's a stun. Boom. Down goes Kaidan. Happen gets the last hits because supports need gold too. And the T1 crumbles to dust. Clocked in. Move on to greater things. The Pyromancer.
Nice little play there. Tegvir just wraps around the backhand side and just with no members to back him up. Sunprod was over on the left-hand side, thought they were going to try and trade the tier 1 on the left for the tier 1 in mid, but they don't even end up getting that. Hydrogen there is able to defend their own tower, and so College Fund Crusaders, they're kind of just, you know, lacking a lot of gold now. They're not really generating a lot of resources to their team at this stage of the game. They really got to slow down, but instead they're going to keep fighting.
Sunprod gets caught out in their own jungle. Tegvir and Happen take a look at that red buff, and walking at the jungler is Karmic underneath the tower. Crow makes the rotation. Lightbinder proc keeps Karmic nice and healthy. And able to smack on, get the kill. And Crow is going to be next on the chopping block. Tegvir blinks in, and Kraken's off the mark from Kaidan. River's Rebuke is out. Clocked in, trying to see if maybe they can get one more for the coffers. Kaidan looking pretty low, and Tegvir's looking pretty hungry. Snake underneath the ground, trying to give chase. Killcam Kenny, life of the party is out, but a crazy Cersei's Hexstone Happen is able to drag around that right side. Tokyo drifting away. Clocked in, another clean getaway after killing Sunprod.
Happen realizes that Team Beats is not going to be enough this game, goes towards that Cersei's Hexstone second item to keep themselves alive. The Team Beats is for the team, and the Cersei's is for themselves, so nice little pickup there for the support of Clocked In, as we do see Killcam Kenny wrapping around the backhand side, but with no, you know, allies in tow, don't feel like they can look to play for this mid ritual.
It's only enemies all around because Hydrogen joined the party in that mid lane. Oh, it looks like Sunprod and Techvir are about to be introduced to each other. Once again, Prod has to walk away from the oracles that they wanted to start. Farm denied, as Clocked In finds a bunch of small little micro victories across the map 18 minutes in. It's 11-6 so far. Clocked In stand ahead in terms of gold. That looks to be about 9K. Woo! Make it 11K, because that number just spiked all the way up.
Yeah, we're getting to a pretty spooky spot at this point in terms of the gold league. Clocked In continuing to just snowball across the map, and it's honestly just been around these objectives. Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they're consistently getting picked right as the important objectives will spawn. And it feels like the likes of this team, and honestly teams across the league, haven't really figured out, look, Clocked In, as soon as an objective is spawning, not spawned yet, they're looking to make a play, and they're doing exactly that. Paul steps forward mid, Karmic rotates over to mid lane to keep the pressure up there. So Prod's College Fund Crusaders, there's no way they can respond to this objective. They're getting forced all the way back into their own jungle by their back camps.
Gold Fury is confirmed by Clocked In. That'll be the second one for them this game. It only exacerbates the gold differential between the two teams. And I 100% agree with you, Book. It really does feel like Clocked In is playing their own game. And they force other teams to try to play their game. But I really feel maybe if Crusaders try to keep on their pressure, try to keep on their focus, the window of opportunity is passed. We're at a stage where it's going to be about these late game coin flip fights, but it feels like Clocked In just gets to do whatever they want to do. Looks like maybe now it might be a little bit of a fight. We're posturing around this Pyromancer, Karmic, hanging around in that bush, goading the Crusaders to try to step forward. Crusaders are more interested in their red buff, though, and the tension mounts.
So I'm probably going to confirm that one. Paul tries to land that stun, messes up the combo just a little bit. That's a rare misplay by Paul mechanically, but outside of that, Prod's College Fund Crusaders will be okay. My question just becomes at this stage is how do you deal with Karmic? You know, 4 items completed for this Osiris. He is kind of unkillable in the face of Crow, even another soul laner, and taking away a quarter of his HP. Feels like Karmic is kind of unkillable at this stage.
Sunprod catches a sickle to the face, and Crow tries to dissuade Karmic from going in further. This Osiris is just so tanky, especially got the Searing Negation. Hydrogen pinned against the wall. Hold on, you have the damage.
There you go.
Is dead in the charge up for their ultimate. They were not able to take to the skies fast enough. A boon for the Crusaders as they're able to draw blood once again against Clocked In.
But no vision means that this duo lane has to back up. They don't know where Tegvir is, and so they're not going to be able to take down the tier 1. So honestly, all that is just a kill. That's it. It's that little bit of gold that goes the way of the team because of a kill. Smite is all about stuff after the stuff. It is a saying, again, as long as Smite Esports has been around, stuff after the stuff. You get the kill, but what do you get after the kill? And the answer here is nothing. They get the Oracles in mid, I guess, but Pyromancer's up, Fire Giant's up. I don't think you go for Fire. But the tier 1 is available. All the left-hand side farm is available for the likes of Bayro, who needs to get this Titan's Bane online soon. Because, again, Karmic is just unkillable. It is just unfortunate that Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they need to step up their ward vision. They need to have eyes on where Tegvir is on the map at all times. Because look at this. Hydrogen's on the right-hand side to do this Pyromancer. And potentially the Fire Giant if Bayro doesn't rotate over.
Prod is here, Pyro down, sub 2k, just as quickly dead. Even after I say the words, so it's a Pyromancer confirmed for Clocked In. The team surges forward because Karmic, in the thick of it, got some tethers going on, throws out the ultimate, and Kaidon takes quite a bit of damage there. Kraken's out, but it's off the mark, it does not connect, and that's a big tool to be down and without. Clocked In now, wondering if maybe they can goad a little bit more from the Crusaders. It looks like maybe you goaded a little bit too much. Karmic takes a healthy chunk of damage, but at what cost of the Crusaders? Prod doesn't have ultimate. Kaidon doesn't have ultimate. You're left with Crow and Bayro, who has finally started to wander over. The Fire Giant is picked up by the rest of Clocked In. Crow walks forward. Karmic gets busy in the back line, living quite literally forever. Ganged up by the rest of the Crusaders, and down they go. But the Fire Giant is confirmed by Clocked In. It's a solo laner for a big OBJ, and now the fight to follow.
Oh, I
Happen
don't
throws
know.
up the River's Rebuke, and Crow is getting busy in the back line. But once again, Clocked In are able to take 2 steps back, and taking 2 steps forward is Hydrogen. Maybe stepped a little bit too much. Sun Prod blinks in and is able to get the final flip over on top of the Jing Wei. The rest of Clocked In realizing that maybe they don't want the rest of this, are going to take a couple of steps away.
Gold Fury available here, as well as the tier 1 in mid. 30 seconds here on Hydrogen. 19 on Karmic, though. Should have teleport to get back into mid lane, but you can see the Crusaders, they're beelining towards this objective. This is their window to get themselves back in the game, back to even footing here, but Tegvir is around here. Can he look to steal this one away? I don't think he will. They'll give the objective. And yeah, fire goes to 3 members, but you lose 2 important members there. Karmic finally dies there after everyone commits all their damage to him. He just stands a little too far forward. And all of a sudden, the Crusaders, they're not out of it. They're not exactly in it either, though. The gold lead is still pretty tough to get back into, but you can see there are windows of hope. What happens when Clocked In lose their front line before the rest of the team can make an impact? They just have to run. There's no way they can stand and fight. The damage from Crusaders is just too good with this Kraken, with the Whirlpool to stunt the dashes, with the Pillars to slow enemy chases. Sunprod with the Blink chase down as well was fantastic to find Hydrogen there on his own after his ultimate was down. Crusaders, I would love to see exactly what they're doing now. Deathball, find another pick here.
And I feel like, whoa, hold on a minute.
No
Life
bead.
of the party, pulling in happen, no beads, knocked up, yoinked in, dead. Kaidon gets the last bit of damage there, and now happen down means that Clocked In are staggering deaths here. We're a little bit scattered. Prod's College Fund Crusaders surge forward on top of that T1 just as quickly as it was there, then it was gone. But how much more can you get? Fire Giant still left for Tegvir and for Paul. Couple of scary players to be able to leave that buff with. Crusaders know it and double back towards that Pyromancer. But Clocked In is not ready to give that up. Paul dash in, finds the stun on top of Crow. Jormungandr taking a little bit of poke. Karmic throwing out some sickles of their own. But it doesn't look like Clocked In have positional advantage here, but they still scare off Crusaders anyway. And Clocked In starts picking up that Pyromancer. Are the Crusaders going to go for a re-engage here? They're just going to give up Pyro entirely, it would seem. Falling down to half. And boom, goes the Dynamite Pyromancer, confirmed by Clocked In.
They have to give up that objective. There's no way they can test with 2 ultimates being down. Kenny's ultimate has been impactful to just start fights and pull members in of Clocked In. So I like this idea. Just give up that objective. I don't think you can afford to give up this tier 2 tower, though. Clocked In are here in force, 5 members strong, and you have the Cersei's online for Happen now, so that play does not get allowed yet again.
Down goes the tier 2 in the mid as Clocked In clean that up, maybe looking for a little bit more or prune the leaves of the tier 2 tree. Happen. Whoa, stepped a little bit too close. Sucked in. Cersei's Hexstone away, and Tegvir is able to try to dissuade any more.
Arrow.
Going in after them, but Crow underneath World Serpent trying to give chase here. Karmic in the back there, unfortunately overwhelmed by the damage. Bayro finds a double kill. This is a big turnaround for the Crusaders, but Paul immediately puts their hopes to the dust as they find a kill of their own. Crow looking pretty low. Sunprod trying to see if they can connect the dots on top of Paul and Tegvir, who are both half or below. A dash in from Paul, staying fairly aggressive. Sunprod jumps over the wall. Life of the party again. Everybody gets to play today, and it is so much damage coming out from the Crusaders. A successful defense. Hydrogen, the only one here to tell the tale.
They're doing it. The boys of the Crusaders are doing it. They're taking it to Clocked In despite being down 10,000 gold. And I mean, Tegvir and Paul, what are they doing there? They lose 2 members. They lose their dual lane, they lose their support and solo. And then they just, they force that play. A fantastic Whirlpool by Kaidon just slows Paul, who's forced to beads in that moment. Doesn't have dash because he dashed on in aggressively. Sunprod over the wall, finds that kill. And Gold Fury's about to spawn. More importantly, Fire Giant's about to spawn. And you have Siege minions pushing down all 3 lanes. Clocked In have to respond to these Siege minions. Otherwise, they're going to lose some more gold. And Crusaders, they can continue to just slow this game. Take the small wins. Watch Clocked In make the mistakes because they keep doing it. And Crusaders, they can keep punishing it at this rate. Oh my goodness, they are taking it to the top team here on the block.
It feels like 2 Happen just keeps getting picked off right away. So clocked in support. Gotta stay a little bit more cognizant of the world around you, Fire Giant. Picked up by the Crusaders. Looping around that left side is Karmic. There's the go button from Clocked in. Bayro looking pretty low, looking pretty dead. Caught inside the River's Rebuke, and Tegveer finds the last bit of damage. Kill Cam Kenny left by themselves. Kraken's out in the back line. Looks like Prod pulls in Karmic, but that's a tank. It looks like the damage dealers are the ones you really want to look at. It seems that Karmic takes the tumble. Bayonary and Kenny down for the count. Crusaders now left with 3 people. Prod's too low to keep up the fight, and Crow has to use the ultimate in order to get away. Clocked in still feel pretty strong. Looking at this Fire Giant though, you've got the Emoja to heal, and Crusaders have to step back and give up this FG.
Yeah, I think they have to. No Whirlpool Kraken to try and steal. Sunder available for Happen. See, Crow is in the area though, has no ultimate. I don't think you could afford to lose anyone here, but it looks like they're gonna try here.
6k left on the FG. Tegveer loops around the left side, connects on top of Crow.
They don't
Does
commit.
not have the ultimate though. In fact, that big sink is scary enough to convince Clocked in that maybe this isn't worth it. Sunprod was able to back and get full health to make that rotation back in. Clocked in give up the FG entirely. And after all that fighting, after all that scuffling, it's back to the staring contest.
Bayro just cannot be the one that's picked first in these fights. He has been phenomenal for the damage, honestly, when they pick off an important frontline member. That's how Karmic has been dying. That's how Happens getting, killed off these pulls from Sunprod. And Sunprod, look, it looked so scary for Crusaders. It looked really spooky, but Sunprod all of a sudden has damage to deal with these frontliners. He's the one to take down Karmic in that fight, nearing towards a Titan's Bane here on the Sawilix. All of a sudden, Prod's College Fringe Crusaders, they have a way to deal with this frontline. It's going to be about dealing with Paul now. It's going to be about dealing with Hydrogen going into this mid to late game and dealing with Tegveer. Tegveer continues to be a menace in the faces of the Crusaders. Do the Crusaders have an answer, though, to this Achilles at this stage of the game?
Karmic again, standing in front of everybody. As tanky as this Osiris is, you already called it out, Book. The Titan's Bane that's going to be coming online for Sunprod is going to mean that this Karmic character is not going to be able to stand in front for too long. Paul zoning out the Crusaders as FG is picked up. Karmic standing in front of everybody. We're waiting for the Crusaders to want to go in, to look for their engage, to look for their option. FG down 12k. Do Clocked in want to commit to this, or is this all a bait? Both teams feeling each other out, trying to size it up.
They can commit.
Fire Giant dropping even lower, 5k. Where's the go button? Life of the party is able to find the Talisman of Purification from Happen to take a bunch of damage, but Crow in the back line is able to get into their ultimate safely in time. Fire Giant still smacking away. The health bar is frozen, but the team's health bars are still looking pretty volatile. Karmic throws out some damage on top of Bayro, looking pretty low. Able to back up both teams, knowing that nobody has died quite yet, but they lick their wounds all the same. And once again, Book, we go back to the staring contest.
Oh, my favorite form of Smite too. No, it's man. This is tough here because the Crusaders, they don't have Sunders. They don't have a way to force Clocked in to not to commit to those objectives and force the 50-50. It won't be a 50-50. It'll always favor the likes of Clocked in. Though with Kraken on the side of Kaidon, he can kind of threaten the steal just a little bit, but we saw it there. If Kraken's not used effectively, and in that moment it wasn't used that effectively, Karmic was able to stay alive with the help of the beads. But with that relic being down, expect Kenny to immediately try and all in onto this Osiris, which I'm not sure that's what the Crusaders want to be doing anymore. But Titan's being completed for the side of Sunprod. Maybe it is the play. It is just it is a coin toss now of how Crusaders want to play. Do they try and all-in Karmic and look for a play off of that? Do they just allow the members of Clocked in to commit to the Fire Giant and play for the fight instead? There's so many decisions that Crusaders have to make here before this fight starts. But I imagine it'll be Clocked in the ones pulling this objective yet again.
Galliflares back and forth, both teams. Once again, sizing each other up for this FG dance. 32 minutes so far, 14 to 15, 7k gold for Clocked in. It's going to be that Fire Giant that's going to be the real tipper. But I wonder is there an opportunity, an option for either team to maybe look for that split push angle, knowing that everybody's going to be looking around. Looks like not Tegveer, it was Hydrogen that hit the quick back. Jingwei will be able to make it back to the rest of their team.
Another sentry.
Doesn't look like anybody's quite ready yet.
No, and I mean, you asked, like, can they split push? Yeah, Sunprod can split push, but he's been so important for these team fights. Hydrogen as well has been so important for these team fights, and those feel like the two members that can play to split push. Tegvir split push isn't the best on this Achilles, despite having the Frenzy online, despite having full damage. Yeah, he can do it, but he's not the most mobile character in the game. As we do reach bedtime, and you gotta wonder, is this an angle for either team to try and play for the Moonlight phase, the Moonlight ritual, and use those siege minions immediately to threaten the birds, because left-hand side bird is vulnerable for Clocked In.
Looks like Clocked In have started up that fire giant.
Going quick.
Down. Yeah, I say, getting burned away, actually. Sub 6k health. Prod's got to get in there. Life of the party is out, but
Crow.
not able to find a target. Crow goes into the backline, able to find a knockup, but immediately gets chewed up by the crits from Hydrogen. That snake's got to get out of there. Tegvir and Happen. We start to see Techstone in. Rivers Rebuke catches quite a few, but with the Phantom Shell, we are able to get away. Kraken's out, but doesn't really connect. In fact, Kaidon's going to be the one to go down. That's the green light for Clocked In. Who else is going to hit the chopping block? Sunprod tries to trade out as best they can, but is forced to fall back. Given chase by Tegvir and Hydrogen. Bayonary goes down to the back as well. Everything is falling apart for the College Fund Crusaders. You're going all the way back to high school. Get your GED, buddy. Clocked In are here to walk away with the whole thing. 60-second death timers. Kill Cam Kenny, the only one standing. Is it going to be enough? It looks pretty good for Clocked In.
Yeah, just a fantastic team fight. You could see Killcam Kenny trying to do all he can, just buy his team some time, but it's not going to happen. Clocked In yet again, the top team on the block, despite some spills left and right. They'll send themselves to the finals, and they'll have to wait a few hours still for their opponents, because Prod's College Fund Crusaders, they're going to have to go through the lower bracket to make it to the finals for a rematch against Clocked In.
Everything was looking pretty good there for the Crusaders, as it looked like they were able to find at least some common ground with Clocked In, but unfortunately, that last fight just kind of crumbled and fell apart. Crow took too much and Kaidon got singled out, so it is the end of that game there. But we're going to have some more games for you, but before we do that, we just got to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to have some more Smite Prime for you right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. The final week of the November circuit is upon us, and we're here to talk about it. My name is Morty. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew behind the scenes, and next to me here in the booth is none other than Musy. Musy, how we feeling?
I'm excited, man. I mean, this has been a pretty solid collection of games we've been able to put on our eyes on so far, especially that last one, the Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders. Looked like they had a moment where they were just about to put it together against Clocked In, but unfortunately, Clocked In were able to set the pace of the game for so long, so consistently, and then, unfortunately, it did fall apart for the Crusaders at the end. Look at how much damage Crow ends up taking at the very final fight. This was a good fight for the Crusaders that we saw. Good blink in from Sunprod to go after Hydrogen and find the damage. This was a good defense, but just weren't able to replicate the magic that made these fights, unfortunately.
I honestly thought for quite some time there throughout this match that College Fund Crusaders we're going to be getting more than a college fund for Sunprod. I thought it was going to be champagne bottles across the board. I thought they were living the life for quite some time, but Clocked In do what they do. They lock in, and they took the dub here. Surprise, surprise. Tegvir on Achilles. Hydro does Hydro things. I mean, just a great team that Clocked In is, and they took over and dominated after what seemed like it was a long-fought battle, too. I mean, 33 minutes and going.
Yeah, it was kind of a longer stretch of a game there, but it did eventually reach its breaking point. Sunprod doing their best to trade out here, gets chased after by the rest of the Crusaders, and then sent back all the way to high school, unfortunately. Going to have to think about college on the next go-around. I mean, they run the potential of getting another shot at Clocked In, but unfortunately, that shot has to come through a hard-fought couple of matches from the losers bracket, while Clocked In will be sitting pretty on their golden throne, staring down upon the rest of us peasants from the winner's topside.
But there's a question I have, not just for you, Muse, but for the audience. How many teams have been able to take Clocked In to this duration of a game? How many teams have gone against Clocked In and lasted this long?
I mean, honestly,
Not many. Not
I'm
many.
thinking about maybe like Cherry Slush, of the Cherry Slush of old that was able to do pretty well, pretty consistently against Clocked In. But as far as some of the new age teams that we have going on right now, I think Prod's College Fund Crusaders look pretty good. If it's not them, maybe Smite 2 Bad Boys also look pretty good. But you really gotta hand it to the Crusaders for the amount of growth that they've been able to have just in the time of this month being able to hang out in the Spy Prime circuit.
Well, let's talk about what these teams are fighting for here. Clocked In, Crusaders, and the rest of the other 6 teams here in the bracket. This is a November circuit that has $7,000 for the grand prize winners, along with 125,000 diamonds, which lets you buy every skin of the game and more. Just kidding, I don't know the math like that, but it's probably a pretty good amount of skins.
It's up there.
It's up there.
It's at least 3.
We also have some badges to give away to the winners of today's grand finals. Looks like this, Smite Prime. And who doesn't like Smite Prime, am I right?
Big
Well,
fan. Big fan of Smite Prime.
Big Smite Prime enjoyer here. And also you get this, Smite Prime Champion. You can imagine loading into a ranked game and you see a guy with Smite Prime Champion. Honestly, I'm dodging Q every single time. There's also a trophy to give to the MVP of the winning team, which we'll take a look at right now. It's a beautiful little piece. It's 3D printed by our very own Jithens, and it can go wherever. You could put it on your dresser. You could put it at your office at work. You can put it in your car if you want to, wherever. And we also have some giveaways for the viewers at home or at work or wherever you are. If you're a viewer, you're a viewer, you know. We have a skin to give away, Fat Loki Kabraken. If you're watching on Smite Prime, you can use exclamation point giveaway in the Smite Prime Twitch channel if you want to look for this skin. If you're looking for another one, we have Dark Lord Sun Wukong on the Smite Game Twitch. If you head over there and same exact thing, exclamation point giveaway, Smite Game Twitch chat, and you will be entered for free. And music, I mean, I'm sure you have been watching over the art contest entries as much as I have, and there's some beautiful pieces in there, such as Snowbeck.
Big fan of the Snowbeck. I'm not going to lie. I saw that while I was hanging out in between games because it gives us a little slideshow. I got to see Snowbeck out there. That was kind of goated. But no, yeah, we got the Smite 2 Smite Prime Yule Fest Artful Tidings. So be sure to check out the contest. Be sure to submit your art. Anybody who goes out there and picks up the pencil, you're a goat in my eyes. Maybe do like a Nuwa with the free rin angle where they're like looking up. I want to see that, but like Nuwa. Shout out my goat.
Okay. So let's take a look here at the brackets. All the games that we've been watching over today. Clocked In had just defeated the College Fund Crusaders and made their way to the finals. That means we got to move through the losers bracket and see who's going to make it there. To decide who gets to the losers finals, which is a best of 3, we've got one more best of 1 between Glurp and Flukas Simrak.
Flukas Simrak, you shall go up against the likes of Glurp.
Flukas Simrak!
Flukas Simrak. I love that name. Big fan of the name Flukas Simrak. I don't think that gets much more aura than that. But Glurp, we had a chance to see them earlier today. So I'm kind of curious how they've been able to shape up as the day progresses.
Let's see how much shaping has been going down in the losers bracket as we take a look at the picks and bans right here, right now, between Glurp and Flukas Simrak.
You gotta say it with the name, with the voice, you gotta roll your R. You gotta do that every single time. Gotta put some proper respect on the name of Flukas Simrak. I'm a big fan.
I'm not gonna be able to do that the entire time. I'll do it a couple times during picks and bans.
Okay.
There's not, there's
we
not a
can
shot.
be done with it now if you want to. We can, we can leave that where it is.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We still got the whole picks and bans to go through.
We got some stuff to do.
Enjoy it.
We can live life a little bit. Life's allowed to be lived. We want you to be able to get out there and get crazy. Taking a look at some of these bans more. I mean, I'm kind of interested to see. Glurp is banning away the Odin and the Giannis, and then of course Morgan and Thor for. Do you want to say it?
Flukas Simrak.
A big fan. Big fan. But nice bow. But this all feels pretty standard. But I'm noticing that there are some other bigger fish that could kind of slip through the cracks here. I'm thinking about, Jormungandr. I'm thinking about the Osiris, maybe even Bologna. But I'm wondering if Little Chef kind of falls back on the Mulan pick again. I'm kind of wondering, what was the cook there?
Every time I see that name, Little Chef, I always think of remember it was like viral on Twitter for
Tiny
a minute
Chef.
when like Tiny Chef got kicked out of. That broke me as a man.
Yeah, I was about to say I cried real tears out there. I was up in the club. I like showed my phone to some strangers. He's canceled Little Chef. Oh, they're like, you gotta get this guy out of here. But
it was an emotional moment for us all. I'm sure probably where the name comes from, a little bit of inspiration there from Tiny Chef, one of the goats in the cooking network. And Hecate is going to be the first pick over for Flukas Simrak.
Very good. And that makes a lot of sense. I like Hecate, and I like what it can do for your team. Mostly those open the gates, but also a little bit of that magic shield, and just the fact that a lot of her damage is very easy to apply. So as long as Globe, and I can expect Globe to look pretty good on it, is able to position themselves correctly and maybe stay away from a little bit of dive potential I see here from Glurp right away, that Bologna hover makes me a little bit nervous. This Hecate should be able to perform pretty well.
I'm a big fan of the Hecate. Paul's made it look good. Benny's made it look good. I'm sure Globe can make it look pretty damn good too. And Glurp's going to lock in Umoja and Bologna. Interesting picks.
I really like what Umoja and Bologna could do. Umoja is really good for being able to hang out in the backline, offer a little bit of peel for their backliners, but also can play ball with Bologna up there in the front. Look for a River's Rebuke, the rally here, the Eagles rally from Bologna. Like, there's a lot of CC and a lot of range CC, a lot of good ways to pop a Magi's from a distance, be it either from Scourge or from the Moonstrike from Umoja. So already a really strong frontline combination from Glurp.
And I think what Glurp needs to add on to this is another deep dive jungle. I would have said Hunbats if he had already been picked up for a wake over on Flukas Simrak. But the thing is, if Bologna's by herself in the back line, she's going to get blown up. She's going to get focused. She's going to get taken down. You need a jungler that can add on to that can be there with Bologna to make sure Bologna's not catching all the prio. And if she is, then there's going to be consequence from the jungler. You need that coagulation between Little Chef and Valo for this matchup. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Something like Tsukiyomi, I think, would be pretty good here. Just so you can have that Moonlight ultimate, follow it up with that Eagles rally, or start with the rally, follow it up with the Moonlight. There's a lot there that you can kind of combo with. I do like the E-set pick here. From Flukas Simrak to have on their side, just because being able to pop the E-set ultimate at your feet while this Bologna is engaging on top of you, while you have, I'm assuming, another Divey-esque jungler to be able to go in as well, being able to offer a little bit of a health burst, a little bit of a dissuasion against anybody else. I like that lock-in for Flukas here, especially when you have Hunbats there as well. I see a lot of big circles between Hecate, Hunbats, and E-set. It's very hard to screw up those big forms of damage in a team fight. So easy to execute, easy to perform, and that makes this team fight more consistent for Flukas Simrak.
Flukas Simrak.
I'm leaving it all to you. I think you kind of knock it out of the park. How am I supposed to step up to that, you know?
I guess that's a fair. I'm pretty proud of how I've been saying it. Yeah, they've got a good comp though. I don't want to say the name again. I've been saying it a lot this whole thing. They've got a really nice comp over there. You've got a great engage between Fear No Evil from Hunbats and then Open the Gates from Hecate, and then E-set ult on top of everything. That's going to be Kaveka back there on the Jingwei, just throwing out basics and hitting hard as ever. Yorm, who's an extreme lane bully. Yorm versus Bologna. How many times have we seen that in solo in the past couple weeks? It's uncountable. I mean, I don't have enough fingers and toes just for Smite Prime.
Yeah, he's popular, that's for sure. He's up there. But I'm looking at this Loki lock-in for Glurp, and I think I kind of like what this pick can do. Being able to assassinate off of a combo from either the rally from Bologna, or maybe, the River's Rebuke from Umoja, or just being able to have this Loki that's able to pick off maybe some of the stragglers and the backline. Hecate, main form of movement comes from their Open the Gates, and E-set, while they are able to stay pretty mobile with their wing gusts, beyond that, Loki might be able to find an avenue in there. Just got to make sure that you don't get silenced on top of you. And Jormungandr, again, without the ultimate doesn't have a great way to get away from this Loki. So I'm really curious to see how Valo is going to be able to pull this. I mean, we know that Valo's Loki is pretty goated just off the rip. This is an iconic pick for this Glurp team to be able to run, but I really like their combination of characters overall for Glurp.
Yeah, they have a really, really nice setup right here. I almost wonder if Benny is going to be on Hu Yi, and then we see Agni going towards Tuba. I don't think the odds are super high, but we've seen Benny on Hu Yi before. I don't know. I think that the Benny Hu Yi, while we haven't seen it a whole lot, is on another level of ball that we just don't get to see very often. When we do, it's like it's nice. It's good. I don't know. The odds aren't high, but it's like, I'm keeping my eyes open for it. You never know.
Hey, you gotta stay woke.
When we get into the game here, this will be Flukas Simbrak up against Glurp in the semifinals of the losers bracket. Here we are.
You were right, Mort. That is in fact Benny Q with the Ho Yi mid. Up top, 10 points from Mort.
Up high.
That's a slam dunk right there. So that does and doesn't change some things, I think, for the Glurp composition. You still got some pretty easy. Okay, Benny, that's rude. That's a lot of damage off that ricochet. Just kind of aura farming out there. But Ho Yi in the mid. It's got pretty solid clear. I mean, the ricochet, you just shoot it straight through. The build is going to be fairly standard for what you would expect from like an ability hunter. And this still keeps Tuba pretty relevant because you have this Agni damage. What Glurp is going to be able to do with its composition is shred away OBJs, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, Fire Giants, things like Towers, Titans, Phoenixes, anything like that. Holds left click on him. It's going to look pretty good for Team Glurp. Taking a quick look at the relics as well. This is a mirror match in terms of relics. Shells for the solos, Sunders for supports, and beads for everybody else. This is a very clean looking game of Smite so far.
Musi, I noticed a flaw in the team comp for Flukas Simrak that we didn't get to talk about during picks and bans. I didn't even think about this. There's not a real tank for that team, unless you want to count Iset, which I guess you can. But think about it. If Dishonored on the Yorm is the only tank on that side, when Yorm goes up into his ult, he's not really tanking, right? I mean, he's disrupting a little bit with crowd control, whatever, but he's not tanking damage because he can't if Yorm's in his ult. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, with the Jormungandr's job here is going to be mainly disruption, getting into the backline, soaking up damage there. And when it comes to how Flukas wants to deal with getting engaged upon, we're looking at this E-set still, but not to soak damage, but to offer a lot of utility, either in the form of the silence or the stun there.
As not a lot of damage has been thrown across the board yet. A little bit of poke here and there, but, you know, health chalices, health pots, all that solves those issues. Pretty slow early game so far. No crazy invades or anything. Just a bit of fighting over these neutral camps, which is what Valo and Benny are going to be doing. And just now showing up is Wake, who's a tad bit late. But looks like it's still going to go towards Flukas.
Yeah, Glow was able to secure that last bit of damage on top of the buff, so Valo's got to go find some other farm elsewhere on top of the map. And I kind of agree with you more. It's going to be kind of slow going initially, at least. Benny Q's going to be able to get some sick, nasty ricochets. But what about big kills across the map? I'm really waiting for level 5, either for Wake or for Valo, to really get the ball started. If somebody else is dying, it's because it's going to be a rotation, actually, from Valo.
Rotation over here from Valo in duo lane. Tuba's quite low on health. He might try and find a pick before Kaveka falls here, but Kaveka will fall first, and down he goes. Tuba's going to pick up first blood. Can we find second on Cherry? Valo's looking for a way to maybe slow him down and try and find a pick here, but a two-man stun. No way that Cherry just turned that around and picked up a kill before falling. That was kind of a nasty two-man stun there.
Big spirit ball there from Cherio, 100%. And the rotation from Valo, too, a little bit earlier than maybe I would have initially expected. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like Wake's trying to harass out Benny Q, but not able to quite cross the distance there. A little bit of kills happening in the dual lane is going to put both Tuba and Valo into a pretty solid position. They got the kills, but Moods walks away feeling pretty happy about it. And Valo is still hanging around in the left side.
Meanwhile, Wake wants to monkey around over here in solo lane and maybe take down Little Chef for a kill of their own, but not sure if that's going to happen. We'll prio these firebrands instead and try and go for the scaling into the late game, right? That's exactly what these firebrands are all about. It's just picking up a little bit of extra power as the game goes on, and that's definitely going to be helping out Dishonored, who benefits from strength just as much as intelligence.
That dual scaling does look pretty good for the Yorm, and even beyond the rocks, being able to get a little bit of extra gold and experience, any bit helps over in that solo lane. Cheerio checking out this purple, bit off more than they could chew.
Let's see if Cherry can make it out, though. The wind gust won't give you enough speed. Down goes Cherry. Moods picks up the kill. 3 for Glurp so far at the 4-minute mark. And Flukas only have the one that Cherry was able to rob right before he fell to his grave a little bit earlier. It's getting a little more exciting. I thought it was going to be a slower early game based on what we'd seen in the first couple minutes, but it's starting to pick up a little bit more. I'm wondering if this aggression is going to continue as Valo hangs around left side of the map more often, and maybe we go for an early gold if we're on the side of Glurp. Globe's a little out of position. Open the gates is forced out to try and find an escape, but Benny's going to follow through that and then jump in to take down Globe. Benny Q picks up one, but Wake finds a response between the overhead smash and takes that portal over the wall. Wake might be out, but is sticking around, waiting for the reinforcements from Cherry, who's getting good damage off to Valo. Silence lands and makes sure that Wake can get out. Instead of investing in a kill there, we're just looking for safety for Wake, which is good.
I like the way that Benny Q played that, being able to keep the chase on top of Globe, go for the dive bomb, kill, because you knew that Valo had the ultimate in pocket to maybe try to peel that damage away that Wake was trying to do on top of Benny Q. But it was a good beads from the Hunbots. Now we're going to bring that section all the way over to solo lane. Little Chef is pretty much dead, smashed over the head by the Hunbots. Ay, caramba.
And the Yormal was thrown out there too. Not needed, but still used. That's fine. I like the insurance on the kill there. Yeah, you could say aura. I think it was just safety and make sure that Little Chef fell there. I mean, it would be kind of rough for Wake to invest the time going over there instead of going after his right side jungle that he's hitting now and then not getting a kill out of it. Would have been a little hard to see, but you know, I like that. As we're 6 minutes into this game and no prio on Gold Fury so far. Minimal action in duo since Valo last left over there. It's starting to go back to that farming phase. I mean, this is what's going on here, Muse. You already know.
Yeah, you know, just some classic Smite 2 shenanigans, but it is pretty heated between both teams so far. I'm still looking at Valo and wondering what else he can make happen on the map. Maybe take a look at Globe here.
Oh no, Globe might be getting glurped right here in middle lane. You better be careful there, big dog. You gotta hide into that tier 1 and wait for your friends to show up before you pick any type of fights. Wake's picking a fight of his own though. Fear No Evil is out. I thought he was gonna blow somebody up there, but I guess he didn't have the damage to follow through. All he has is a Crusher right now, which isn't huge. You know what I mean? It's definitely there. It's a good item to have, but it's not going to give him that huge damage like maybe like a Dagger would or Hydras. You know what I mean?
It is interesting to see that Wake is opting for the Crusher before the Frenzy Dagger, just because we saw the Dagger Frenzy have so much success with other uses of Hunbots, but being able to stack on a bunch of abilities and being able to proc that Crusher looks pretty good. Gold Fury looking pretty low.
Nice. Globe's able to secure that away. Fluka Simrak pick up a bit of extra gold and continue their minimal yet existing lead over Glurp so far. But Glurp is nowhere near out of this. We've got a lot of Smite ahead of us, and it looks like both teams are trying to capitalize on this Moonlight phase, running around the map and grabbing XP and getting ready for that beacon that'll show up here in about 10 seconds.
It's interesting, too, because I would have expected Glurp to be the team to really be able to take down a gold, but when you've got the E-set, it doesn't matter if they're building tanky or if they've got the aspect. They're still going to have a pretty solid priority against that Gold Fury, just because you have the double confirm between Sunder and the Circle of Life. Like, it's just a lot to deal with for Glurp, so they got to stay on their toes and keep more vision on the map so they know what's going on.
And the battle for the beacon is here. Open the gates is out. Does connect and pick up Moods there. Is dragged back to the beacon and maybe taken out there down to 100 health. Moods is just hiding around the rock and trying to play it safe here. Valo goes around and takes down Cherry. Massive rotation over from Valo. Then he takes down Globe as well. Down go 2 men for Flukas. And the beacon is now taken over by Glurp, and Dishonored can do nothing but watch.
What a crazy good rotation there, too, from Little Chef. That Eagles rally coming in clutch there. I like the way that Valo held around in the left side, waiting for their moment to ult in. A big stun and even more damage. Looks pretty good so far for Glurp. So they've still got some fight left in them. Their team fight still looks pretty solid.
Yeah. Yeah, team fighting definitely still looks pretty good, but we're still also pretty far from the full team fighting phase. You know what I mean? It's skirmishes right now, and that was a good skirmish for sure from Glurp. But I wonder how these team fights go. Do you think that Glurp has a better team fight overall when it comes to 5-on-5, or do you think maybe Fluke has come out on top there?
It really depends on how the fights are able to start, because Glurp is pretty solid if they're able to poke out Flukus before the fight actually begins. If Tuba is able to get that going, kind of like right now, stunning out Kaveka, who has to dash away.
Kaveka will surely be. Oh, wait a minute. The stun lands. Wake around the corner, looking for a gank in. Into the air goes Kaveka, but decides not to chase and pulls back. Doesn't matter, though. Wake's going to press forward and take down Tuba. Moods will be okay, though, but their carry can't say the same. Down is Tuba, and Flukus pick up another kill.
Like I said, it feels like Glurp's condition of winning these fights involves a lot of poking down and capitalizing on mistakes, whereas Flukus does not have such reservations. Because they have so many big circles, they're so easy to hit. Globe just throws out an ultimate, Wake throws out an ultimate. If it connects, you just follow up on the damage and just take somebody off the board and play the 5v4 after the fact. Glurp has a lot of potential, but they have to play a little bit more carefully as opposed to Flukus.
And 10 minutes in, we're starting to see a little bit more traction around objectives, around fights. We're starting to see a little more direction in this game rather than who can farm the fastest, who can get this gold under their belts. We're now seeing a couple items for a couple of these players here. Big fan of Benny picking up this Oathsworn Spear, investing in the early game, trying to get the snowball started for Glurp. It might not look too effective right now, but they do have more kills. They're barely down on gold, and Glurp look pretty good. I mean, the rotations are great, especially from Valo and Little Chef making his way over to mid. As you saw earlier, that Eagles rally went hard. I like Glurp's early game potential here, but Flukus seemed to have a better scaling team. Am I right?
I'm kind of with you on that. Yeah, I mean, Hecate is going to be able to scale super well into the late game. Dishonored, especially when you got that Triton's Conjure, looks like a Stingy and Anger on the way too. It's a lot of early pressure, but still very, very deadly as the game progresses. So Flukus Krimrak could be waiting to play this long game. And like I said before, just play around these big circles and win fights like that. Once you get some items online, you just ult them and kill them all.
Ult them and kill them all. Valo's looking to kill at least one as he rotates over, trying to find the back foot on Kaveka, but can't seem to get there in time. Kaveka is a tad bit too close to that tower, and the tower's full health. There's just no way you dive that as a lone Valo. So I respect the patience there. You made your way over, didn't work out. Go back to base, heal up, get some items, go back to farming, and maybe you'll show up a little bit later. And you're maintaining that 2-0-4 lead, right? I think Valo investing in this rampage would be pretty nice, just to see Valo kind of go around and get snowballed out of control, and not giving up kills in greedy situations like that is a smart thing to do.
I'm really curious as to when the next Gold Fury is going to be pulled here, because it feels like the first one was kind of a cold turkey gold, where Flukus just kind of pulled it and we're able to burst it down pretty quickly. But now that Glurp have some items online, you pointed out that Oathsworn Spear, very solid early investment into penetration that could work for gods, for furies, for any kind of objective you want to pull. It's just a matter of actually using it. Maybe you can make something happen here in the mid lane. Valo is invis.
2 from Glurp, 3 from Glurp, and 2 from Flukus here in mid. And the Moonlight phase isn't near us yet, but the Pyromancer is, so are the Firebrands and the Gold Fury. A lot of little objectives to grab around the map, but it's just about how you can do it. And I guess for the Firebrands, it's just a matter of doing it. And that's exactly what Valo just did, walking over. Not a lot of prio from Dishonor anybody to stop. Instead, Flukus are going to go for this gold. Wait a minute, they're going to try and just rip it straight up. Moods has caught on to it, though, down to 1,500 health. Fear No Evil's out, down to 100 health. Kaveka is able to secure that for Flukus to pick up another Gold Fury. Rivers of Buke is out, though. Stampede as well. Looks like Jerry has nowhere to go, and Kaveka is able to dash over the wall and find safety. It did cost your support, but you picked up another gold. That's a worthwhile trade, in my opinion, but the skirmish might continue in middle lane, as out of position is Dishonored, forcing it into the Yormult, and find safety through there. Glurp can't seem to find much to follow up on that, but Pyro is up. I don't know. That might be the move.
They could take a look at it. Flukus did have to use quite a few ults, but Open the Gate's still available for Globe, and Cheerios going to have their ultimate as well, so Glurp thinking better on it. Again, another cold turkey rip there from Flukus. They just walked over and said, you want to do gold? And I feel like, again, Glurp just lacking the vision they need, maybe the presence of mind just to be where they need to be on the map, knowing that that Gold Fury is a threat that could be picked up and pulled at any given moment, especially because Flukus has demonstrated that they can burn through those objectives fairly quickly, and this is only going to make the lead even tougher for Glurp to catch up to. It's just small incremental steps right now, but think about what you get from the pips of the Gold Fury. Now they're getting out of base a little bit faster, their pushes are going to be stronger. You see those arrows above the minions? They're empowered at this point, so Glurp is going to have to pick up the slack a little bit, maybe look for a couple more ganks or gank onto Agni?
That could be the case here. Skirmish happening on left side on very low health is Tuba, and not able to make it to safety. Down goes Tuba, but does pick up one before he falls. Kaveka's dead as well. Fear No Evil's out, followed by the Open the Gates, and Cherry might be looking for safety through this Gold Fury pit, but Benecu's waiting for him. Open the Gates portal will let Cherry find safety through the left side. Wake by himself in the Gold Fury pit with Fear No Evil online, waiting for somebody to step up to him. Wake wants smoke.
And Wake, just seeing if they can catch Loki. Just the tip of the Fear No Evil, but an ultimate away. Loki assassinates a camp, and that is going to enable him to make some space to get away from that Hunbots there. I love the way that Globe has been using these Open the Gates too, by the way. Being able to zip and zag and slide away from danger as Flukus takes a look at that Pyro.
Oh my goodness, the just butt end of Fear No Evil was able to find the CC and Valo there, and the 3 followed through right after. Wake was ready for that, but so was Valo. That is high-level skill interaction right there. That's only what you can find in Smite Prime. You cannot find that anywhere else. That is high skill expression at its finest. Love to see that happen. And as we're 15 minutes into this game, Flukus Simrak with 5 kills on the board, Glurp with 8. And 1,000 goal lead for Flukus as they've been cashing in on those Gold Furies, the cold turkey Gold Furies, as you've been saying. And Pyro might be next in the chopping block. Wake and Dishonored doing decent damage, but up walks Glurp, looking to steal this away. Cherry's able to secure it for Flukus, though, and Dishonored's going to hop into the ult. The rest of Flukus back up, and don't really look for a fight here. Instead, they're looking for safety, and that's the smartest thing to do. Grab objectives and just play it safe. You don't need to force fights all the time. I like what Flukus is doing. They're investing in the objective game. It'll pay off as time goes on.
Glurp in a position where every single objective on the map so far has gone to Flukus, and they just haven't really had the opportunity to be there in time. I think you could argue that they were there in time for that latest Pyro. They just lost the secure game, but they got to be a little bit more on top of these rotations, play a bit more proactively instead of reactively, be the ones to make the decisions and start asking questions, just being like, listen, you had control of the game this whole time. What if we just go and try to pull a gold in front of your face, force a fight like that? You know, try to make something happen on the map instead of letting the game happen to you. Because as time goes on, Flukus is going to end up walking away with it.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't want to say there's nothing stopping Glurp from doing that. I mean, there's 5 members of Flukus that are trying to stop them, but yeah, I think that's the smart move. I don't think that Glurp are nearly as behind as they think they are. Their potential to win fights is pretty good. That's why they have more kills than Flukus right now. They might be down a little bit of gold. Itemization might favor Flukus right now, but I don't know. I think early game, especially with that Oathsworn Spear from Benny and 4 physical damage dealers on the side of Glurp, lets them do a lot more than they think they can. It's just trusting yourself, trusting your team, and letting it happen.
Waiting for that Titan's Bane to be up too for Benny Q. You can see that Lucerne and the Shard. So that Titan's Bane on the way is going to be kind of trouble for Cheerio and for Dishonored. Once that's up and running, Benny Q is going to be able to chunk through these tanks, which is a big part of what his job as the Hoagie mid is to do. Throw out non-committal abilities and just see if he can take a bunch of health away from the people standing in front of you. And then Tuba as well, they got the Chin's Blade online. Interesting pickup, noting that it did get a change recently where it's going to be a little bit more effective if somebody's healing in front of you. So you have that to go with it. This could be a good power spike for Glurp.
I think it's a decent change. Now, I think it does counter a little bit, especially with E set on that side. It definitely does help a little bit. I don't know, not a bad pickup at all. As the skirmish unfolds here in middle lane, Eagles Rally forced out from Little Chef, and Dishonor trying to chase under the tower, but not much kill potential there. We'll back it up, we'll play it safe, and make our way towards Gold Fury. As Flukas look for their third one of the game, Glurp just want to get there first. Whirlpool will get Moods to safety. Flukas Simrak are going to be on top of that Gold Fury, and it's getting burned down in quick time. Glurp don't have too much to respond with. Dishonor is putting on a hell of a show. They're distracting in middle lane, but here comes Moods. Rivers of Rebuke is out by Gold Fury, 1,000 health on top of it. Who's going to secure it away? Benny's going to steal it for Glurp. Glurp just got their first Gold Fury, and what's going to happen from here if Flukas Simrak press forward and look for good damage? Globe's able to take down Little Chef. Into the back line goes Wake, but he's taken down by Benny. Dishonor's into the ult, looking to chase that last kill. Can we find Benny Q? Can we chase it down? Benny's in the air. Final touch of the ult, but Dishonor's not able to find it. Globe takes down Tuba, though. And wait a minute, Benny just turned on Dishonored. Benny just turned on Dishonored in the middle lane. Dude, what?
Must have caught him underneath that tier 2 tower. The Hoi stun, Mark ricochet, and suddenly Dishonored loses their entire health bar. Glurp is able to take away that Gold Fury. That's such a big pickup for them. It's unfortunate that the fight, if you're a Glurp fan, didn't go quite the way for Glurp. It's a lot of trading, but a Gold Fury plus trades, hey, you're still ahead because you walked away with that gold, and that's an important step forward for this Glurp team, just showing Flukas Simrak that they can show up, they can fight, they are deadly, and you have to respect not only Benny Q, but Valo as well, who was getting active in that backline. I saw the Loki ultimate go off there. So now Valo is able to get a little bit more gold in their pocket, and they still remain deathless. Heartseeker online for them too, so yet another solid power spike for the Glurp team. And Rada Tahuti on the way for Globe. It's all about to go down.
20 minutes in, and Glurp is starting to find their footing slowly but surely. As they would take 2 steps back, now they're starting to take 2 steps forward through each of these little interactions, and that one especially was huge. 1 Gold Fury being taken from Flukas. It doesn't seem as much when it looks at the pip. I mean, 1 pip for Glurp isn't massive, but taking away the 3rd for Flukas is huge as far as snowballing goes. A massive takeaway.
So now if you're Flukas Simrak, you're thinking to yourselves, okay, Glurp has the potential. Because they have the potential, we have to think about our game plan a little bit differently here. I'm thinking to myself, woo, catch something like this, baby.
I think Cherry's okay. Sunbreaker's out, though. Look at
Globe?
Valo on the backside, taking down Globe. Oh, no. Cherry was so concerned about himself, he couldn't save Globe, though. Rivers of Buke is out to save Valo, and Cherry can't chase. Cherry has no way of chasing this down. Maybe Wake can, though. I don't think Wake can. Glurp just robbed Globe of his life.
Took his shoes and everything, just snuck out from underneath them. While all the while, Cherio was looking for a stun initiation on top of Benny and Moods. Meanwhile, the call is coming from inside the house without Globe to back them up in this fight. Glurp doesn't care. They're doing Pyromancer. They confirm it for themselves too.
I love how Kaveka looks at literally anyone who will take an objective and say, hey, we both got a bucket of chicken. Want to do an objective? Like, they're going for anything. Fight unfolds here as Little Chef Eagles rally in. Dishonored hits his ult as well, looking for the back line of Glurp, but Flukas Simrak aren't really feeling that fight. It's more of a disruption to make sure that everyone from Flukas gets away from that pyro safely. That's a smart move.
Dude, Kaveka's objective damage is crazy. You got the Learning in Bow, few Rage stacks, but that Dagger Frenzy and the Titan's Bane is the difference maker, especially when you got Wake there as well. Yeah, that Pyro was not long for this world. All of it was just a distraction tactic to be able to walk away with another Pyro Bomb in pocket for Flukas Simrak. So, Glurp, they had their little comeuppance there around the Gold Fury. They are showing that they are deadly. They have the potential, but still got to play a little bit smart. Got to keep every single eye open. We need more vision, especially around FG as we approach this, later and later in the game section. Because if Flukas is able to burn away golds, burn away pyros, you better believe they're going to be able to burn away that FG.
Yeah, I mean the DPS from Kaveka alone, not to mention Dishonor, Wake, and everybody else helping out with their damage. Kaveka alone is just smacking right now on objectives. It might not look like that as far as player damage goes, but we all know how Jingwei goes. The later this game goes on, but wait, Glurp are just ripping Ancient Fury. Fluka Simrak caught on to the case and decided to push Glurp off. Glurp, now that they know that they've been caught, their hand was in the cookie jar, and Fluka Simrak saying, no, not today.
You gotta eat your veggies first before you can have dessert, right? No more cookies, all right? Cookie Monster, you gotta calm down. You need help. Yeah, me can stop eating cookies whenever me want. I don't think so, Cookie Monster. I think you gotta take a couple of steps back here. That's insane.
Me don't need it. Me just want it. Dude, oh my gosh, I never thought about it like that. I mean, as a kid, we just think it's like a guy who likes cookies, but like. He's kind of an addict, isn't he? I mean, isn't that like an early? Let's not dive into that whole rabbit. We're about 24 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
And Ancient Fury's being looked at by Flukas and Glurp, and 5 members of Flukas here and 3 members in middle lane. Glurp are ready for this fight. Flukas still seeming to get everything together, trying to put all the pieces of the puzzle on the table here and trying to take advantage of this Moonlight phase that just spawned upon us, grab all the XP that's available, and then fight for that beacon that'll be here in just a moment.
Man, Cheerio's just so tanky, and part of what Glurp wants to do is try to go for these stuns and these pokes when you got Spirit Robe online. Just lets you, whoa, hold that thought.
Oh, that thoughts?
All right, maybe I can have the thought back. So he said, maybe she's gonna be able to take a lot of these stuns and just sit there and sustain, especially with her passive as well. I feel like it's such a good item into what Glurp wants to do, which is ranged poke, ranged stuns, and follow up on. Cheerio's gonna be able to live through a lot of that and look pretty appealing because she still looks like a mage, and people are gonna have that kind of mindset of, oh, I can hit her and she'll take damage. It's just like Scylla support. And it's very tanky chicken.
The chicken? Scylla's not a chicken?
No, Scylla's not a chicken, but Iset's kind of a chicken. Look at the wings. Bucket of chicken by the Pyromancer again.
I never thought about it like that, but I think you're right. 5 members of Fluke is putting Prio on this Pyro. The Dishonor distracting in the front line, trying to make sure that there's no way for Glurp to take that away. Kaveka's going to secure that Pyro along with the rest, and win Sprite forward, looking for Little Chef. Little Chef is going to be in big trouble here.
Whoa!
Eagles rally in. Little Chef looking to fight his way out of this, but no fight to be had there. Down goes Little Chef. Dishonor's in the back line, distracting the rest of Glurp. There's no way that Fluke has burned this fire here. The rest of Glurp are on the case. 4v5 is still not the most favorable odds for Flukas, but they're looking to turn this fight around. Stampede will force Benny over the wall. Whirlpool will get safety for Glurp. And wait a minute, Glow takes down Benny though? Oh my god!
That was disgusting. So first of all, Little Chef goes for the ultimate of a lifetime. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit off the mark. Globe hits a fat ult, brings in Betty Q, but Valo's back. They still want revenge.
Still want revenge. The Fire Giant's getting burned away by all 5 of Flukas. Wake is coming back from the base, and around the corners, Valo looking for the assassinate, able to take down Globe, and Valo maybe getting away with his life, but Wake won't let it happen. Shut down for Wake. Down goes Valo, and the Fire Giant burn continues. 10,000 health on top of it, and Flukas want this FG bad. Rivers of Yuke is out, and Mood's in the back line by himself as Mood's trying to pull away the rest of the back line is for Flukas. Fire Giant down to 4,000 health, and Dishonor's in the front, trying to distract the back line for Glurp. 3,000 health, 2,000 health on this Fire Giant, and Cherry's able to take it away. Big FG pull for Flukas, and they press forward and try and melt what's left of Glurp. Fear No Evil takes down Tuba. 3 bodies dead for Glurp as corpses around the Fire Giant lie there, lifeless, helpless, with nothing to do but watch Flukas run this middle game.
What a valiant effort there from Valo to try to come up from behind. They get the pick on top of Glow, but I don't know if you noticed it, Mort. The moment Valo went invisible, Dishonored went underneath, submerged. They heard the sound from Loki, and then they're able to get the knock up to be able to interrupt some of that damage, but displacement immune is this Loki when they're using their abilities. So unfortunately, Glow was still taking quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't matter. Flukas Simrak still walk away with that FG and stagger the deaths of Glurp. So now we can kind of trim the hedges here. 2 T2 towers down and an Ancient Gold Fury on the chopping block. Glurp lost so much off of that engagement. Now the snowball is in full effect for Flukas Simrak. If you're Glurp at this point, you're thinking to yourself, we got to be able to hunker down, we got to be able to defend, but that's going to be kind of hard to do because I really like Flukas's engage when it comes to hanging out underneath these Phoenixes. You've got the open the gates that Globe has shown to be very proficient with. Now you're also able to get that last bit of damage. The Ancient Gold Fury is confirmed for Flukas Simrak, and Wake has been kind of on it with these Fear No Evils. It's looking pretty bleak for Glurp right now.
I think that Glurp have been ruled out a little bit more. They're not out. Obviously, the game's still going, but this is the bleakest it's looked for Glurp this entire game. Because let's go over what has happened in the past 2 minutes. Fire Giant got pulled by Flukas. He secured it. 3 kills suffered from Glurp. Shut down, went to Wake. They shut down Valo, and they just got Ancient Fury. 12,000 gold lead. 12,000. That is at least one item for each team member of Flukas above their opponent. At least one item. That's probably including like a tier 1 and a tier 2 as well. You can take a look at the bottom, and it's pretty evident that Flukas have a massive advantage going into this next team fight. Can they run it down from here with Fire Giant belts around their waist, Ancient Fury debuffs on 2 birds, and Wakes just took down Valo. Now Glurp are down 1 body. Dishonored's looking for an engage with a knockup, and Moods is trying to distract the back line. All the ultimates are on the board. Open the Gates is out and trying to pull away little by little. Little Chef is going to be dead here, but Rivers of Buke will try and distract and block off the rest of Flukas. Dishonored by himself, but he goes into the ult to try to disrupt the back line. In goes Wake, looking for kills. Down goes Little Chef. Little Chef is dead. I repeat, Little Chef is dead. Moods is low on health, and Benny Q watches as there's not much that they can do. All 5 members of Flukas Simrak are making their way towards that Titan, but decide to backtrack just a little bit and go for the middle bird instead. Tuba and Benny are watching as Flukas take down that middle bird, and not much is standing between Flukas Simrak and the Glurp Titan. Looks like Glurp might be out of time, and Flukas are on demon time in the Titan room. Another W for Flukas Simrak.
It was unfortunate. Valo gets caught out in the mid lane. It looks like they were actually the instigators in that fight as well, but Wake turns it around on top of them, and that just gives Flukas Simrak the to go on the left side. I mean, they have the numbers advantage, plus FG, plus Pyro Bombs, plus Ancient Gold Furies. That's a nightmare for any defending team. That's going to knock Glurp all the way out, unfortunately, and Flukas Simrak looking pretty good.
Looking real good. It was crazy that it went from like a 15-minute of like, Glurp's losing a little bit. It looks back and forth, and all of a sudden, whoa, there's Flukas Simrak. We'll talk a little bit more about it after we get back from the break. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere, I demand you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. The final week of the November circuit is upon us, and we're here to talk about it. My name's Morty. I'm joined by the whole Smite Prime crew, and next to me here, Musi is gone, Book is in. What's up, my man?
I'm good. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be watching and yapping about Smite games yet again more, because that's what we do here at Smite Prime. I'm excited to do it yet again.
That is what we do. In the most recent matchup that we just saw here, this is Benny's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, this is Benny's perspective on the plays. I mean, he's done a good job so far. The Huyi, I thought, was pretty solid, but I don't know, man. That was sick.
That was pretty clean.
That was sick. And then he manages to jump to avoid the damage from the Jormungandr. Lands the 2, the bounce back, the triple ricochet is what got the kill. A great play from Benny Q there in the mid lane.
By the way, shout out to Billy for going to Benny's stream and catching that clip, because we were shocked as like casters, like, what happened over there? We have no idea. That's what happened. Benny's the GOAT. Sucks that he lost, because that's my man right there. Benny just putting on a clinic right here. But Flukas Simrak are just a tad bit better and able to come out on top. It was a good back and forth for quite some time, but it was like one exchange. You talked about this when you were on with Musi earlier, how it's about yes and, right? You get 3 kills, 4 kills, right? What happens next? You get a Fire Giant, and then you get a gold, and then you get a next. It's all about the end that comes after. And Flukas Simrak played the and game very well.
Yeah, I agree. I think they played it really well as well. I feel like Glurp just didn't have the best composition to really do what they wanted to do. They want to be kind of scrappy and fighting, but Loki needs some time to cook. Huyi mid, yeah, it's good pressure in the early game, but again, needs a couple items before it can really kind of play that one-shot style that you kind of see with the Ricochet combo. The ultimate as well, needing a bit of items as well. And then the Agni ADC, I feel like has just kind of taken a bit of a fall off as of late because of recent changes. I feel like he's just not as strong. Maybe I'm incorrect on that entirely, but in my opinion, I don't think he's as good as he was previously. And I feel like Hunter ADCs and Mage mids are just the play right now.
I agree. I absolutely agree. As we take a look at the brackets, and let's talk about where we're at, what we've seen so far, and what we're about to see. This was Fluka Simrak against Glurp. Fluka Simrak move forward into the losers finals up against Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders. But because this is the losers finals, it's a best of 3, and there's a little bit of an extra tool that we're throwing into this. If you're a fan of Smite Prime, you already know what we're about to talk about. It's vault bans. And vault bans are where if you see a god in game 1, you will not see them in game 2 or game 3. If a god is banned away, then it's fine. It can be banned or played in the next one. But if a god is played, then they will be locked away in the vault.
Yep, and this is going to make game 1 that much more important between these two teams. Which characters are the priority? Which characters are you just not going to see for the remainder of this series? Comfort picks become a whole lot more important for certain players. So, yeah, I mean, I love vault bans. I'm really happy that we've added it to Smite Prime. It's been such a fun addition to keep an eye on what characters are being spammed and can no longer be spammed after game 1. So, definitely something to keep an eye on between these two teams, especially two teams that I feel like are, rising to this occasion of trying to get to finals to face off against Clocked In. Sunprod's College Fund, they took a bit of a stumble earlier against Clocked In, but that's the team to beat. And now they have to beat one more team for that rematch.
I'm excited to see solo laners that aren't Bologna and Yorm. I mean, it took us getting to the finals to see it happen, but we maybe don't see Yorm in a game.
It's possible. It's entirely possible.
Let's get into picks and bans and find out.
Yeah. I'm sorry, your
College
face.
Fund.
I was not ready for that more.
Like nobody is. College Fund Crusaders, Fluka Simrak up against each other in the losers finals, best of 3, and this will be game 1. Giannis is going to be the first ban underway. I mean, Globe's pretty comfy on that Giannis pick. Yes. I respect that.
Yeah, that is absolutely a target ban against Globe. He is one of the premier Giannis players here at Smite Prime. Paul is definitely one of them as well, but I feel like Paul has kind of leaned away from this pick while Globe continues to perform on it as of late.
Yeah. Couple more bans on the way. Uller is going to be joining the bans list as well as the Emoja. Let's take that away from Cherry. And even though Cherry is relatively new to the support role, he was playing solo with jungle earlier in Smite Prime and in the Founder Series. He's moved into this role of support pretty well and picking up these prominent picks like Emoja pretty quickly and looking good, looking comfortable. Cherry looks like a very comfortable support. So having support picks banned away from you as a fairly new support, I got hella respect for that.
Ooh, what a response. Okay, so we got to talk about this real quick. So Prod's College Fund Crusaders have locked in Hunbot's first overall, and that makes perfect sense. Sunprod loves the pick. We saw him perform it earlier. Fantastic. Fluka Simrak did not ban away the Mordred, realized that they cannot afford to give this to Crow. This is Crow's best pick by far. Yeah. And as a response, I feel like they thought that Mordred was going to be locked in first. Instead, they're going to be the ones taking away. But with the Jormungandr locked in as well, this tells me it's probably a Mordred jungle if I were to guess.
I want your shoes if it's Yorm jungle. I swear. You were talking so much on Yorm jungle earlier. I need your shoes if it's a Yorm jungle. I bet money that it is. I've seen it. And you say there's no tech there. I've seen it in games. There's like a small reality. I'm 1 for 1 today when I said that Benny's playing Hu Yi mid. I'm 1 for 1. Let's see if I can go 2 for 2.
All right, I believe you. I'll bet my shoes. What are you going to give me though? Like, what do I get if it's not?
I don't know. I just want your shoes. I was just like, it's like an expression. I don't know why I said that's a weird thing to say.
You have my shoes.
Tess, can you cut that from the feed? So Afro is going to be joining the fight along with Hu Yi for Flukas. On the left side for Crusaders, we see Baron, Agni, Ram, and Bologna Hover. Huh. Yeah, that seems like a good sub for Crow.
Yeah, I think this has been Crow's second best pick outside of the Mordred. Obviously played the Jormungandr earlier pretty effectively as well, but this is kind of Crow's fallback pick anytime in a rank that Mordred is banned away. So it makes a lot of sense here. The Rama is quite interesting to me. On her still available for Bayonary. We've seen him play quite a bit of that. Hui obviously off the table, sure, but Rama really, like, this is the next best ADC that they're going to go towards here is kind of a little bit surprising to me for Odds College Fund. But I do agree that what they need from their ADC, more important than anything else, is just damage. That is what Rama does. He is just damage. It's all he does. He auto attacks and it's damage. No major CC like the On Her. No major, early game pressure like the Euler. It's just going to be ADC, classic tried and true auto attacks, and scaling.
Okay, so I see a good amount of objective fight potential because I know it's not the most commonly used for this, but Rama ult can secure objectives. It can happen. It's kind of shoddy. If you build some high strength, which isn't super common with Rama, I don't know. There's like a small amount of potential, but it's something that Flukas need to keep in mind. At least one Sunder relic is needed on this team. Probably for Afro, maybe not. It could be Mordred or something. I'm not so sure.
Who's the mid laner for Flukas Simrak is going to be my question. Aphrodite and Scylla both locked in. Can bounce between either of those two roles of mid and support. This is interesting. I want to say it's Scylla support for Cherry. I don't know just yet.
Well, only one way to find out. Let's get into the game. Let's take a look at the College Fund Crusaders up against Flukas Simrak. You losers finals is upon us, and this is game one. If you're just now joining us, my name's Morty. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew, and next to me here, okay. I was really hoping it was the Yorm Jungle, but I guess I'm wrong. What do you have to say, Book?
Again, I was gonna talk about Scylla mid and Afro support, but yeah, I'm kind of more fascinated that it's not Yorm Jungle. But anyways,
fascinated, huh?
Yeah,
fascinated.
Yeah,
just blew your mind. You were shocked.
Oh, I had no idea. I hit tab and I realized that it wasn't Yorm Jungle, and I was just fascinated. What can I say?
You hit
Scylla
tab,
mid.
The elite ball knowledge.
Wow, this is gonna be a long best of three more. Flukas Simrak gone for Scylla mid Afro support. And this is honestly, I respect the Afro support. It totally makes sense to me. Cherry is going to be able to pocket out this Mordred once he gets into the team fight phase. Mordred kind of struggles in the jungle specifically when he's gone towards the damage route of just kind of staying alive. And the Afro is going to make it a little bit easier. The question for me is Globe going to be effective on this Scylla? Doesn't have aspect, has gone, going towards the full damage route as we see an invade here between these two, but there's no Sunder for Kenny, so I don't think this is going to lead anywhere just yet.
I was like, what is Cherry doing chasing it down? What is Cherry going to do with level one? He's chasing down two members of College Fund like he's going to do something. He's just running them down.
I actually like this as this is a clear response from Bayro and Kenny for what happened to them earlier against the clocked in team. They were invaded level one. They did not have Sunder, so they didn't have a way to defend their own buff at the time, if I'm not mistaken. And so, or no, was that a different team? I feel like that was a different team that I'm talking about right now. Maybe it was Hostile Puppy. I believe it was Hostile Puppy. So I think they saw that play earlier. And they said, okay, how do we respond if we don't have Sunder? We need priority in the lane. We need to force them to use their Sunder on their buff, and that's why they make them hesitate around their own buff. Cherry uses a Sunder in that moment, and now they have priority in the lane, and they've managed to secure their own buff without the threat of an invade. And now they're just at an even game state.
Even game state. Trying to uneven odds, but not a lot of potential to do that just yet. Look at Wake making his way over with Sunprod right behind him. Surely they collapse on Wake right here. The root from Baron lands. In goes Sunprod looking for some damage. Just find a stun. Kaveka might be in trouble here, but Sunprod seems to be a little by himself, taking a lot of damage. Lovebirds don't connect, though. They do heal for Flukas, but they don't do too much damage to College Fund Crusaders. Overall, no kills suffer. A lot of health, a lot of resources thrown around. No relics forced away aside from the shell earlier from Kenny, but that's about it. Do we find a kill on Cherry here, though? Not so sure.
No, not just yet. And Afro is going to be able to sustain up in this lane. Cherry's likely going to take an early back here. No shame for that. Has Sunder available to him once he gets back on the map, able to defend his own purple buff when it respawns. the question for me is going to be, yet again, Killcam Kenny going towards the Shell as opposed to the Sunder. So his impact in team fights is going to be a little bit stronger than Cherry's. But around objectives, Cherry's impact is going to be a little stronger to Killcam Kenny's. So again, Prod's College Fund Crusaders, no Sunders on the field. So how do they decide in the mid to late game how to play around these objectives? No major secure tools like the last time around where we saw Kaidan on the Poseidon, instead going towards the Agni, which has decent burst, sure, but no true secure burst like we see from Poseidon, Scylla, obviously, and across the way, there's secure in spades. There's a Sunder for Cherry, Globe on one of the best secure mages in the game of Scylla. It is a tough one here for Prod's College Fund Crusaders to play around objectives here going into the mid to late.
Yeah, I think that Flukas can definitely dominate on objective, just like they did last game. I mean, they were really good about objectives, and just ripping Gold Furies and taking whatever. That might be a little bit harder now that Globe is on a mid laner that requires a little bit more farm. You know what I mean? I mean, Scylla's not the strongest in early. That's just kind of the overall consensus with Scylla. But as the game goes on, I feel like Flukas can definitely dominate these objectives. I just wonder how early game goes for Flukas compared to College Fund, who seem to be pretty aggressive getting out of the gate.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on Sunprod, on where he decides to put pressure on the map in particular, as Wake did try to invade that red buff, and is going to take a spill more than likely. Yes, he does. Kaidan with the burn.
Down goes Wake, and the first blood goes to College Fund. Sunprod's going to cash in on the assist there. It's going to let him move a little bit better. Like you said, it all depends on what Sunprod wants to do here. Where are we putting focus? What are we going to do? That's the move. As the skirmish unfolds by the Crusaders' purple buff, and Flukas Simrak walk forward, want to invade on that, and looks like they walked away with that pretty free. Sunbreaker's out to let Kaveka move back to their purple with safety, and Bayro and Killcam Kenny can't really follow up on this. They're just not fast enough.
I mean, this is what you need to do if you're Flukas. You know, put pressure, utilize the fact that they don't have a Sunder on their duo lane, invade the purple, and then as opposed to contesting the wave, they go immediately to secure their own purple buff. And that's what you want to do when you play invade style. Yeah, it's great to take away the experience and gold from your opponents by invading their farm, but if you're not securing your own farm, there's no point to be invading to begin with. So they managed to steal that one away and secure their own buff as well. Now, again, they're neutral on wave pressure. A little behind here because it's a Rama. Rama just so good at clearing the wave. And so they'll just have priority for this neutral speed. Though it is a three-man grouping here. And look at this. Sunprod's just going to pull the Gold Fury. Wake's on right-hand side. Flukas Simrak's duo is on the left. This is free.
And the wise words of a very known musi, a cold turkey, Gold Fury, going towards College Fund. Flukas Simrak no better. They would have never guessed in 100,000 years that Crusaders would just make their way over, three-man rotation, and grab that Gold Fury 5 minutes into this game. But guess what, Book? It spawns with 4,400 health at 5 minutes. 4,400 health is not that bad for Bayro and two members. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, especially because Kaidan with the Agni has good burn damage. It's not the best secure, sure, but you know, dropping 3 of those bombs will just do good damage as a two-man stun. And Crow up and down. They take down Wake.
Oh my God. The blink in followed by the overhead smash stuns 2 from Sunprod. Eagles rally from Crow in response. That was a nasty CC chain that ended with Wake on the floor lifeless.
That was insane. I didn't think anything was going to happen from that. I thought Crow was just kind of like, hey, I'm going to try and, you know, mess around, maybe steal some of these. And then just Sunprod out of nowhere shows up big. Dude, Prod on this pick is so good. The aspect in particular, you know, continuing to rock the stun bots, excuse me, and just continues to be everywhere on the map. And I have big issue with this Mordred jungle. I do not think this is a good pick in general. I think junglers should be able to 100-0 a backliner at any stage of the game. Maybe not like right away, obviously, but like especially in the mid to late game. And Mordred doesn't really do that. He's more of a in your face, just kind of whittling you down over time kind of character. He doesn't have the biggest burst damage in the game, not the best CC in the game. Here he is trying to make an impact. And look, you can lock him down, but Killcam Kenny has a response.
Life of the party's out, Sunbreaker in goes Kaveka looking for this kill on kill cam Kenny, but Kenny won't be put on the kill cam today, not now at least. Bayro goes into the air, able to get some decent damage off onto the rest of Flukas, but no kills exchanged just yet. Bayro still continuing to play forward though. Sunprod's not even near this fight. Wake is quite low on health though, and I don't think the Cherry is around to heal that through Lovebirds or anything. So I understand the College Fund wants a kill out of this. I just don't think it's going to happen. But looks like most prio from Sunprod is going to be going into the enemy jungle and trying to distract while Wake is failing to make these kills happen. But in goes Kaveka. Nasty ricochet. Oh my God. A nasty ricochet after the knockup. Good Lord, Kaveka. That was nasty.
Nice play from Kaveka there, just corralling Killcam Kenny towards the wall, towards the tower to get a bounce spot. Great play by Kaveka, but that play from Flukas Simrak was all to try and get pressure in the lane to invade the purple, and they don't end up getting it. In mid lane though, Kaidon
took a spill. Wake's able to find one and finally take advantage of this Mordred pick. For a while, it's felt like this forced pick just to take it away from Crow, but now we're starting to see a little bit more momentum after that kill. Body block from the Fear No Evil will put Cherry in place and nowhere for him to go. Great play from Sunprod. Crow shows up with the Eagles rally in response, looking to clean up for another. Dishonored a little bit late to the party, but better late than never, am I right? We have to back up past that tier 1 tower, not wanting to fight over that mid lane beacon. I cannot blame him either. Bayro goes into the air, Sunbreaker follows through, and Bayro might be in big trouble, trying to put on the juke shoes and dancing around under that tier 1 tower. The ricochet will take down Bayro. Kaveka cleaning up with another kill. 2-0 here in duo. Things are looking good for Flukas.
Bayro tried to put the juke shoes on and turn that fight around, and just too low to try and make that turnaround happen. But look at this, Kaveka in a world of hurt here. Prod and Killcam Kenny, they're around.
Kenny is trying to clean up on Kaveka. Life of the party falls through the roof, but Kaveka's in the air. The beads is forced out, and no way the Kaveka gets chased down here, but Sunprod's still on the chase. Somersaulting in, looking for the overhead smash, but couldn't quite find the damage necessary. Back in safety of that tower, Kaveka lives to see another day. Cherry there to back up their friend and make sure that everything's A-okay. Flukas feeling yet again comfortable here at 10 minutes into this game.
Man, that's pretty bad there, because now all of a sudden there's a small experience to gold deficit in the duo lane. Kaveka has a level lead here and is working towards a rage second. Similar to last game, just getting this crit earlier on makes his characters just a little more impactful against squishies in particular, as opposed to just purely being a tank shredder. I love this build that Kaveka leans on, and ADC builds in general right now I think are very, there's a lot of variety that we see. Oftentimes it's the Frenzy, Tearfing, Oboe, Titan's Bane, and that's the only angle. As Crow finding a solo kill and Dishonor on the right-hand side, that's not how the matchup is supposed to go. It's supposed to be Jormungandr who's supposed to be taking it to Bologna.
That's not the script.
He's going off script. He's improvising. What's going on here?
There's no improv here. I'm the director. I'm Jithens. I'm the director of Smite Prime, and that's not how that's supposed to go. But I mean, Crow feels good. I think that a lot of people see Crow as this one-trick Mordred. He is very, very prominent on the Mordred pick, but I don't think he's bad on other picks either. I've seen Crow on this Bologna quite a few times, and he looks good. He looks comfortable. He looks fine. It's not like he's without Mordred. He's a useless solo laner. Like, nah, he looks. I mean, he's winning a match that, like you said, he's not supposed to win. I like what I'm seeing personally from Crow right here.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's done a phenomenal job so far, as Kenny has to be careful of this bounce spot. Is able to juke out that ricochet. Nice little sidestep there.
Not bad. I like that.
Oh, Wake on the way though to this left-hand side. I feel like this is what Wake needs to do, is he needs to pick a lane, and he's chosen the left-hand side, and he needs to keep ganking it to try and get himself a lead. But Sunprod's here to gank the ganker.
Sunprod's here, and he says, that's enough. Overhead smash will take him down. Fear No Evil, Life with the party in response will take down Wake, but we're not stopping at 1. We're going for 2, going in and looking for more. Kaveka's down to half health. Overhead smash forces the ult away from Cherry, and that's a lot of resource taken away, as well as Wake's life. Sunprod just got a lot out of that rotation towards left side. Globe thought about moving over there, but decided after a bit of mobility that it's probably not worth that travel. I'll just stick to mid lane and keep on farming.
Do want to note, though, some interesting items that are being built, and I want to talk about why one is good and one being built on the other hasn't worked out so far. The Reaper being picked up, first item for Crow and first item for Wake here between these two characters. On the Bologna, it makes sense. You want to try and all in a backliner, and when you're doing that, you're taking so much damage because you're in the face of the carries. Similar instance here for the Mordred, but the Mordred just doesn't have enough damage behind him just yet to be impactful. And doesn't have, I don't know, it just doesn't work out so far the same way it will for Bologna in the mid to late, as we do see a 3v2 here in the mid lane.
3v2, but looking for an engage. Life of the party's not up, so not too much opportunity to really grab a kill, right? If it lands on your plate, then eat it up. But there's no way to really grab this and make it happen. Not without Life of the Party online just yet. But Wake goes into College Funds jungle, looking to take some College Funds away here, but not a lot of money sitting around in the jungle. Maybe an XP camp, and I guess Wake will have to settle for that. As 4 members of Flukas make their way towards Gold Fury, Bayro seems to know, Sunprod seems to know, Killcam is on the case. Let's see what happens from here. 5,000 health on the gold, and if Flukas continue this burn, but in we go, looking for Globe is going to have to dash out of here. Sunbreaker is going to block off a lot. Big 2-man ult there from Wake is going to take a lot down for College Fun. Into the back line goes Dishonored, taking down Killcam. Kenny, down goes 1 so far. Kvake is dead as well, and this fight is all over the jungle. Look at Sunprod diving under the tier 1 tower on the side of Flukas, and here comes Cherry looking to clean up on this. Overhead smash does good damage. Lovebirds won't take down Sunprod yet, and forced to go back to base, and 2 more suffered on the other side of the jungle. 4 bodies dead for Flukas. College Fund Crusaders are going to get a bit of extra gold through this Fury.
The Crusaders just group a little bit better than Flukas Simrak decides to do. I mean, just so split up. It's Dishonored and Wake trying to dive the backline there. Yeah, they kill Kenny, sure, but all the while, your carries are just getting run at here, and there's just no response from Flukas in that moment. The Syl ultimate was off the mark. The Hui Yi just kind of got gone on at the start of the fight. There wasn't much he could do. It was just unfortunate there. Cherry can peel, yeah, but it doesn't peel for ages. It's a bit of a healing, it's a stun, the immunity is great, but with so much CC from Sunprod between the stun and the ultimate, he can kind of go in, stun, force one piece of CC immunity or peel, then drop the ult, forces another, and then drop another stun because he's got some good CDR. The Hydra's Lament going to make his abilities up a little bit faster. Sunprod could just die for free all he wants here on the backline of Flukas Simrak, and there's not a lot this backline can do about it right now.
Not much that they can do, not with the threat. The supervillain of Smite Prime, Sun Prodigy, is making a name for himself yet again. 6-0-1, a monster in the trenches of the Smite Prime November circuit, has not gone unnoticed and continues to carry this team. I mean, he's got a lot of great teammates, but Sun Prod is on another level with this Hun Bats pick. The second time we've seen it today, and this man refuses to lose.
Yeah, I agree, and it's going to be interesting if the Crusaders decide to go, if they win this series and go to the finals. I can't imagine that Clockton will allow Sunprod to perform exactly like this on this pick, or even give it to him in general, so it's going to be interesting. And even throughout this series, after this game, win or lose, what does Sunprod lean on as their secondary option? Awilix has been often the second go-to after the Hunbots. Is that going to be the angle here for game 2? But before we get to game 2, we got to talk about game 1, of course. And want to know, Globe in not the best spot here. Has 3 items, and so starting to become an impact. But Chronos Pennant, Book of Thoth, Polynomicon, it's just a ton of power with some decent CDR. But still, I feel like Kaidan is going to make such a bigger impact going into the mid to late game in such a good spot at level 17 with 3 items. So much CDR between the Gem of Focus, the Chronos Pendant, the Totem of Death, so much dot % damage, and Pen Shred with the Totem of Death already online. I feel like Kaidan on this pick is able to make such a much bigger impact as a mid laner so far. 16
and a half minutes into this game, Sunprod just soloed Cherry. And the Moonlight Ritual continues here in mid, but a skirmishing happening on solo side as well. We're 10-4, 10 kills for College Fund Crusaders, and 4 for Flukus, looking to make it 11. Fear to Weevil's out, and Bayro jumps into the air, looking for some snipes on the globe. Able to hit 2, missed the 3rd. Unfortunate, but it would have been nice if Bayro hit the hat trick there, but we'll settle 10-4 and a 7K gold lead. I think my math checks out there.
Give or take, pretty close. But I do want to know. Oh, there you go. 7. Oh, now it's 8,000. Sorry, more. Just a little.
It was 7. I did the math in quick time.
All right, fair enough.
It's all right.
Sunprod over here trying to defend the tier 1 tower. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Crusaders don't just go towards fire. I mean, Kaveka was splitting left. Wake was hovering left side. Why not just force the fire giant right at then and there? You just got yourself the siege minions to siege down all 3 lanes. That's going to keep priority for you in all 3 lanes. Why not use the pressure in left to go towards the fire giant? Instead, they are going to take their time, take it slow. Gold Fury is about to spawn. Why not get yourself the 3rd pip and put yourself in a commanding position to just take over the late game?
I like what you're saying here, because you want to try and push the gas pedal quick, because while Dishonored might fall off with this Yorn pick, Globe is not. Scylla will be just fine in the late game. If anything, she gets better. So if I'm College Fund Crusaders, I want to make sure that Globe doesn't get to the point where they can be a threat. Right now, Globe is here, right? I mean, hitting chains and doing decent damage, but like just not a threat. As this game goes on. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Look at Crow, who teleports in from solo. Mordred ult from downtown, but Beads is forced away, so Crow doesn't get taken into the skies. Dishonored ult follows through, and Crow's looking to fight his way out of this, while the rest of College Fund shows up. Life at the party's here, and in goes Sunproud, looking for a 3-man stun from the overhead smash. Fear no evil in response as well. Sunbreaker's here, looking for some damage. Dishonored goes into the back line, looking to take down Sunprod. Kaidown takes down Globe, and Dishonored takes down Sunprod. Massive shutdown for Dishonored. Bayro takes down Kaveka, though. 3 dead for Flukus, and the only one down for College Fund is Sunprod. The rest of the Crusaders are alive and well. Triple for Bayro. Kenny takes down Dishonored, and that's the first deicide of the game going towards College Fund.
It may have been Prod dying first, but he does so much to set up his team for success, forcing relics, forcing active items, and then the carries are able to go in and do whatever they want to the backline of Flukus Simrak, and both Bayro and Kaidan come up big as damage dealers, winning their individual duels and just winning that fight handedly for Prod's College Fund. And they'll net themselves this 3rd Gold Fury, that 3rd pip, and all of a sudden they're above 10,000 gold.
And what I love about that too, we'll talk about the end, right? We talked about it earlier. Let's bring it up one more time. So after that massive deicide, College Fund Crusaders make their way towards Gold Fury, but Kaidan doesn't join them. Instead, Kaidan goes into Flukus's jungle and takes every single camp that's up. Incredible. It doesn't just make sense, it makes dollars. Look at the gold difference between these teams. 13,000 gold at 20 minutes. College Fund Crusaders will have more than Sunprod's College Fund. They're going to have so much money to play with. I mean, think about it. Sunprod's going to be pulling up to Harvard in a Lambo.
Is that the true Sunprod College Fund? Is the gold difference in the games? Is that where the money is coming from? It's the gold lift difference in every game he plays?
I just like talking about money. As the Fire Giant gets dropped down to 6,000 and Flukus hover around the corner, in goes Sunprod. Nice. It's the stun on Dishonored, has decent damage. He's just swinging away with that staff and forcing away Flukus. Meanwhile, the rest of Flukus are pushing up middle lane, able to take down that tier 1. And Kaveka's able to take maybe away the tier 2 in duo side. I mean, that's good split push. I think they understand they can't take that fire straight away, and maybe not a lot of steal potential considering Globe isn't that high level yet. So we'll settle for objectives across other parts of the map. That's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. It is good. They've actually broken open the left-hand side bird, so that is a vulnerable way where if Lucas Simrak come up with a miracle full 5-man wipe, they can run it down left and take that bird, as Kaveka could get his back stopped here. Crow?
Lazy backing in the big 25. Come on, Kaveka. You better win this fight at least. Kaveka running for his life, able to jump over the wall. Eagles rallying in response. Windbreaker hits, but the bludgeon from Crow will melt down Kaveka's health bar. Down goes 1. Good Lord. Yeah,
5-man strong. You got to imagine the Crusaders are going to push down this left-hand side bird. They're Kind of taking their time, though. They have Crow pushing the left-hand side. They know Dishonored splitting the right. So they'll split. They'll run a 4-1 here. 4 in mid, 1 in left. I got to imagine after this, they'll probably group up with Crow to force left. But I don't know. Dishonored's still split pushing. Nobody's here just yet. They can force this? No, they'll head to the left-hand side, but in group as 5.
I like when you say 4-1. It makes you think of like a football formation. It puts it puts more sport in esport. You know what I mean? I like to. I'll probably have to start using that one more. I'm gonna rip that one from you if that's all right.
Yeah, I'll. You can contact my lawyers and talk about getting a potential usage of copyright. Yeah, we can discuss this after the cast. I appreciate you.
I didn't say I was gonna pay you for it. I just said I'm about to take it from you.
Oh, in that case, you will be hearing from my lawyer. Anyways.
Oh, all right. No need to get so harsh here. It's just a couple of words. It's just vocabulary here, my man.
22 minutes in. Pyromancer gonna go the way. Again, I'm kind of surprised that the Crusaders, they picked Kaveka and then they didn't siege the bird on the left-hand side. And look, Smite 2 is a game of, yeah, we're up this much gold, but there's always a window back in the game. I mean, you and I have seen some crazy comeback plays. Shoutouts to less than 1%, by the way, but somehow they still won. And the longer this game goes, the better it is for Flukas Simrak. Globe is still scaling. Level 19, almost level 20 here. Has that Ob Shard completed, working towards what I believe is now a Rada Tahuti here. So Flukas Simrak, they're not out of the game yet. They're still finding far. They're doing a great job of splitting the map and finding farm where they can, split pushing. You can see Crow on the right-hand side now trying to deny some of that split pushing potential to stop Flukas from getting some farm. But Crow has to be a little careful here. The members of Flukas can threaten on the right-hand side against Crow, but I like this. Crusaders, go left. Siege the bird. Stop them from split pushing.
Kill Dishonored. No, maybe not kill Dishonored. We'll kill him later. Yeah, but we're running back this 4-1. Crow's running up right side. The Ancient Fury debuffs on both middle and left bird. Crusaders have 4 in full force. Fire Giant belts. No dagger in hand, though. There's a lot of potential for College Fun to run this through. Just looking for an engage. Life with the party's in. Not able to find a pull, though. Sunbreaker in response. Doesn't block off much, but definitely hurts Kill Cam Kenny just a tad. 25 seconds left on those Fire Giant belts. I don't think they have what it takes to make this push happen fast, so they might have to wait, reset, hit fire, and go again.
Yeah, they need Crow to just kind of be that zoning force. They do a good job. I mean, Kenny's ult there is just kind of see, okay, what are they going to do when I ult? Okay, they pop 2 ultimates there. They pop Afro ult and Hui ult. I almost thought that might have been a good go button for them, but Crusaders decide, nah, we're going to go another fight here at Fire Giant at even footing. Yeah, left-hand side bird is weakened, but I can't imagine the Crusaders split the map and try and, split push to victory for that one. Instead, they'll force a full 5-on-5 around the objective of Fire Giant, and they are still in a very commanding position. They still have a massive gold lead. Their item spikes are coming through right now. Titan's Bane completed for Sunprod, Obshard completed for Kaidon. Crow has finished the build here for his Bologna, and then Bayro working towards what I believe here is a kin size, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So I'm starting to see the investment here. My eyes right now are locked on to Globe. I think Globe is like, we've talked about Globe as this like, it's on the way. It's like the Game of Thrones, like winter is coming. Like it's still 75 degrees out. That might be confusing for you, Book. I know that, Fahrenheit, Celsius. Yeah. It's like 30 for you. Like it's not winter yet. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's pretty darn hot. It's like sitting inside of, I don't want to say inside of an oven, but it's still pretty warm out there. Waiting on Globe to show up here. Hopefully it's sooner than later, because Flukas is counting on Globe to start showing up in these fights. As the fight unfolds by Fire Giant, Dishonored into the old, and in goes Crow with the Eagles rally. Mordred ult hits 2 on the backside, distracting Bayro. Crow takes down Kaveka, and Dishonored still trying to peel for the team with all that CC. Bayro goes into the air, looking for some snipes. Hits 2 on Wake and hits 1 on one of the backliners. Kenny's able to clean up Wake, and down go 2 members of Flukas. Globe is extremely low on health, and Cherry just as well. Crow forcing away the backline for Flukas is massive. The rest of College Fun gets to do what they please, take down Wake, take down Kaveka, and make their way towards fire and rip that Scotch free.
This is a prime issue of, what the problem is with this Mordred jungle. He goes in, and gets a prime knockup on a target you would love to pick up. Kaidon, who is 2, 1, and 5. Focus the Agni. He ults him, sends him to the sky, and there's no follow-up. 0. Everyone else is busy dealing with Crow and Sunprod just running at them. Globe can't help out their jungler. Dishonored is playing the peel game as a Jormungandr. Not ideal for this character to be doing, but he kind of has to. I mean, there's just no way to deal with Crow and Sunprod diving the backline.
I also want to talk about how you mentioned that deep dive, the deep diving duo between Sunprod and Crow. The thing is, by herself, Bellona doesn't live too well. She can fight 2v1s or 1v1s pretty easily, but diving into a backline by yourself as Bellona, it can be rough, for sure, unless you have the assistance of a support or a jungler. Sunprod is the perfect jungler to help out there because with the aspect, Hunbats brings a lot more CC, brings some physical penetration as well. Oh, never mind. I thought I saw no Sworn Spear. I guess Titan Bane helps out with that a little bit. Just brings more damage to the table, helping Bellona do her job, right? So you're seeing a very scary deep dive because both can't be checked. It's either checking one or the other, and there's consequence to that. Ancient Fury does get melted down. Kenny's able to secure it for College Fun. They just got Fire Giant belts, daggers in hand for Bayro, and Ancient debuffs on all 3 birds. College Fun might be running it down here.
Yeah, I think they should. I mean, Sunprod can kind of hang out in the jungle, look to force some relics here. Do you want to know beads available for Globe? 17 seconds on Kaveka's beads. Crusaders, they kind of have to go now, otherwise all relics will be up, but Wake is not here. Wake is at the red buff here, just trying to get a little bit more power behind his abilities. But this is going to be the Crusaders engage here.
Life of the party's in. Dishonored goes into the backline, hits a 2-man knockup, and then goes into the ult. Into the backline goes Sunprod, hits a big stun and forces some beads away. Crow takes down Globe, and Bayro hits some snipes. Flucus is not looking good. Wake is almost dead. Same thing with Kaveka, who's forced to heal back into the fountain. Down goes that left bird, and College Fund Crusaders continue to press forward. Dishonored almost got melted down, did get stunned. Down goes Dishonored, double kill for Crow, and Kenny looks for more. Bayro takes down Wake. Down or 3 for Flucus, and the Titan will be next. Cherry fighting with everything that he's got. Same with Kaveka, trying to fight off all 5 of College Fund. But what can you do against the Crusaders? Game 1 of the best of 3 will surely go to the Crusaders.
And I'll be blunt here, Mort. They made that look easy. That was a really strong performance from the Crusaders. We talked about earlier about getting hot at the right time. The Crusaders look hot. They look ready to go. They look ready to win this series. I'm not going to call it. We got to see draft, but I think Crusaders, this is looking really good for them to head to the finals.
2 words that both teams need to think about going into this break: vault bans. It's going to cause a lot of havoc when we get into picks and bans. But before we get there, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. Don't you, viewers, go anywhere.
And we are so back, gamers. Welcome to Smite Prime. It's time for game 2 of the semifinals here. But before we pop into the next game, I'm joined here by Spirited Book here to kind of help us break down and understand a little bit of what we had and what we witnessed over there in that game 1.
Yeah, simply put, Sunprod put on a masterclass on this Humbatsi. Yet again, no 5-man stuns, which is, that's okay. But overall, just what a good performance in the jungle from Sunprod. Really facilitated a lot of his team here. And again, shout outs to Billy with these stream clip pickups here. And just a lot of credit to Sunprod. Just played really well on this pick. Crow on the Bellona was phenomenal as well. I think as a unit, the team is just looking really good. The 3-man core of Kaidon, Kenny, and Bayro are working together really well, and then Sunprod and Crow are working together really well as well. So just the little pockets of teammates working together in tandem when they need to. I mean, this is the winners finals, man. Or sorry, losers finals. Losers finals.
We're getting there.
I spoke ahead.
But
got too ahead of myself. Yeah.
One of these teams will be headed towards those winter finals to be able to stand up to Clocked In. Prod's College Fund Crusaders are going to have the leg up in terms of games 1 as they walked away with that last one. And I'm right there with you. It feels like this Crusader team has really started to coagulate pretty well. They're playing off each other very well. They're being able to move around the map together a little bit more effectively. Sun Prod, we talked earlier today, Book, about whether or not this team was running hot. And, earlier you were like, it's a little bit of a cold start, but that's kind of what you're looking for. And I heard you say it in the last game. We're heating up, right?
Yep.
So now we just got to find a way to maintain that heat, keep up the pressure, keep it on, so that we can keep that energy as we move forward, both into the next game, but also if you walk away with this over towards Clocked In, check out this sick clip here. Sun Prod, controller player, by the way. For those of you who do not know, Sun Prod is going to be representing the console Smite 2 community out there. So if you're ever out there, you're in the queues, you're like, console players, rah, 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 rah. Just know one of the top junglers in the scene beat you on an Xbox controller. So keep that in mind. You cannot count them out, right? Mouse and keyboard supremacy? Maybe not so much. This guy goes insane.
Yeah, it does make me feel a little bit bad sometimes, just, personally, whenever Sunprod kills me. But that's okay. He's still sick with it. Just as a unit, they look so good. Across the way, Flukus I feel like they kind of just lost in draft a little bit. You look at this comp from Crusaders, and they first picked Hunbots, and they followed up with Agni and Baron Samedi. Across the way, they locked Jormungandr, which is fine, but then you locked the Mordred, and you felt like you needed to pick Mordred there. I get it, it's Crow, but forcing yourself to have to pick this character and make it work in the jungle, I feel like was just a big stretch here for Wake. And the good news is that character is now out. Again, Vault bans. You don't have to worry about the Mordred in games 2 and maybe even 3. So I feel like that's not the end of the world. If that was the game plan from Flukus, you're playing for game 3, get these characters off the table that you might be worried about, and then go for the win in games 2 and 3. But still now down an entire game here against a team that's looking really good. It's just a spooky situation here for Flukus.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can make the argument that they're trying to play that long game, right? We're just going to pick up a bunch of really strong stuff in game 1 so we don't have to stress about it game 2. But College Crusaders are like, awesome, sweet, we get to walk away with game 1. Now we only have to take one step further in order to take that second crack at Clocked In, sitting up there on their golden throne, watching down on all of us. But kind of, what do you need to change from Flukus Crimrak going into the second game here, Book? Like, what sticks out most importantly in your mind?
I feel like having a draft that you're just confident in to make plays with. I feel like, Wake tried to make plays here and there, and it didn't really work out. Doesn't have a lot of agency on the Mordred, like I mentioned. Can't play that 100-0 style against a carry in particular, and so has to play with the team and didn't really play that style. So playing something that you're confident in terms of not only as a jungler, but also as a team, the team as a whole just has to play with confidence with each other. And I feel like between the two teams, Crusaders just look so much more comfortable with each other in terms of how they're playing as a unit, in terms of their individual duels, of, sending Bayro to the back line to dive an enemy carry. Like, I feel like they just trust each other more than Flukus Crimrak. And so I feel like Flukus really have to just buy in. They have to buy into each other. They have to just trust each other and go for it. But this is game 2 elimination match for the last Smite Prime of the year of 2025. And it might be a little too late for that.
Well, we're going to get a chance to see how those picks and bans go as we jump into it. Picks and bans coming at you really quick here. Game 2 between Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders and Flukus Crimrak. You can see right down there on the bottom, the vault bans are in effect. So Jormungandr, Mordred, Hoyi, Afro, Scylla, Hunbots, Agni, Baron, Rama, and Bellona. All of them off the board, but that does still leave quite a few juicy pieces of meat, the best parts of a Thanksgiving dinner available to have in your squad. Book, what are you expecting to take off the board, and what do you want to see in the first couple of picks?
I feel like Yanis is going to be a target ban yet again from Crusaders. Globe has not been allowed to pick this character. Rosie in the behind the scenes has been a big fan, wants this pick to be allowed, but there it is, gonna be denied yet again from Globe. But maybe if Globe makes it to finals, he can play it in finals.
Fingers crossed.
Could happen.
But so far, I mean, you got the Merlin, the Giannis, Hakate, and Uller all off the board so far. So what do you see and slip through the cracks here?
Umoja. Umoja is still available between these two teams, and that should be the priority. You know, Cherry loves this pick. Killcam Kenny, I believe, plays it as well. That, to me, is going to be the avenue. If Umoja is prioritized by Flukas, I imagine Kenny will likely lean on something like the Ymir. Might lean on it anyways. We saw Kenny pilot it very well earlier. The Ymir just so good at denying so many options and angles for where you can go. And especially for the ground units, people who don't have the jumps, can't jump over the walls. E-set's still available as well, not banned away just yet. That I imagine might be the angle for the Crusaders or the Umoja. I think you're taking out one of them, either E-set or Umoja, and you're dealing with the other. And between the two, I think if you're Crusaders, you're banning away the Yemo. Again, a pick that just free prio in the dual lane, so much lockdown CC, as well as corralling members into such a small condensed corridor.
Well, and you see the Odin ban too from Flukas Krimrak. That signals to me they want to pick up that E-set. Yeah, there it is. Because Odin Cage is so good at locking down that character. It's going to be the Osiris is the last ban from Prod's College Fund Crusaders. So E-set is the for sure lock-in over for Flukas. I'm kind of curious if they want to go for that Umoja like you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think if you're Crusaders, and I think that's the discussion right now, is are we snap blocking Yemo, or do we think the E-set has any flex potential? Because if you're Flukas, you're like, okay, guys, they pick Yemo here, is what it is. But if they don't, we pick Yemo, we set the E-set in the mid lane, and then we also have one of the best supports behind us in the Umoja. So that is the conversation I think the Crusaders are having right now, though I love this hover as well. Pick the Jingwei, take away one of the best ADCs, the best late game ADC right now. You know, weaves in the crit so effectively already. Go towards that pick. Give Bayro a character that can just kind of play safe, farm in the lane. Takes away an option for Wake to really focus on. We saw Wake paying attention to the dual lane a lot last game. Don't give him that option. Pick the Jingwei, just secure yourself some safety.
There's the lock-in for the Jingwei. And Achilles is actually going to be a lock-in. And is that... I'm assuming Sunprod, because Mordred's Vault Ban. Silly.
I don't know.
Easy Vault Ban action, but Neith and Susano immediately back-to-back for Flukas Kimrak.
I feel like this might be Achilles solo. A Crow as a player consistently... Yeah, is that what we've dubbed it? Acroles?
Yes,
okay.
Acroles.
Okay.
All right, continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
I've not heard that before, but I love it. This is an option that Crow often leans on once the other priority picks are banned away or taken away. You know, the Bologna is the secondary after the Mordred, the Jormungandr. We've seen it time and time again today, but all three of those picks are off the table. This might be the fallback, but it is also flex potential for the likes of Sunprod. Okay, it is Achilles solo because that's a Jingwei jungle, by the way.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yes.
Well, what if it's Cupid solo with Stingy and Anchor, Berserker, Shield, and Golden Blade?
God, I hope not.
God, no. This doesn't that sound awful to play against?
I mean, Bayro has been fairly comfortable on this Cupid. We've seen him play it from time to time. I imagine that's going to the ADC role. Jingwei jungle we've seen previously. It's Sunprod who used to play it more consistently when we saw it the most. But I don't know, man. I feel like the Jingwei jungle has kind of fallen off as of late. And in comparison, it's just... Assassins are so good right now. The Susano, I feel like, can make such an impact throughout this game. Running at the backline, there's 100 to zeroing them. It's going to take a bit for Sunprod to really make an impact on this Jingwei.
You also have the Kabrak and Kukulkan follow-up from Flukas Kimrak. And then last picking Athena for the Crusaders here. I see a lot of setup and a lot of CC. I mean, Fields of Love, Taunt, you got the Whirlpool, so much area denial for the Crusaders, but you got like the 1-2 bonk combo of stun somebody out with Kabrakin and then bonk them on the head with a Cuckoo Spirit of the Nine Winds. Like, that's kind of hard to beat, honestly. You just, boom, dead.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is a lot of setup for Flukas. You have a lot of CC from a distance, a lot of like lockdown CC immediately to set up for Globe, I imagine, is going to be piloting this Kukulkan. Do you want to note, though, picking the Kukulkan into the Poseidon, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I feel like you have such fantastic 1v1 potential. My only thought, maybe, and I have thought about it, is that it's going to be a double int like backline of Neath and Kukulkan. It's going to be Neath mid, it's going to be Kukulkan ADC, and we've seen this from time to time of just putting the Kukulkan over in the dual lane, just letting it sit back, clear the way from a distance, hyper farm, get to the point where they can make an impact, and then impact the fights. The problem this game is there's a Jingwei on the other side, and Jingwei not often known for being a mage killer. The mage killer ADCs are often characters like Cupid, characters like, it is Cupid on the other side.
Yeah, there's a Cupid down there, yeah.
This is Cuckoo's Cook. Never mind. GG.
Yeah, hey, Cuckoo.
All right,
I'll spaghetti noodle.
See you later, Musey. This game's kind of wrapped.
Yeah.
No.
No. But it's not looking great if that is the angle. But I feel like we've also been seeing a lot of Neath with the aspect in the dual lane, right? Which is kind of risen to prominence to such a degree where I was kind of like, I saw it a couple of times and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, there is literally every other hunter in the game. Maybe we want to look at something else. No, turns out global ultimate on a stick and just being able to pop weaves and hold left click on people when Dagger of Frenzy is so strong and on hit effects are kind of the way you want to go with some of these hunters anyways, you might as well just have that Neath in your back pocket.
Yeah, I agree. I think Hydrogen is really the one that pulled it out first and it made it look really good. And I feel like a lot of other ADCs have also made it look very good. And yeah, it is going to be Neath in the ADC role, rocking the aspect. And yeah, Jingwei jungle. Crow Achilles. Love it.
Acroles.
Acroles?
Acroles, yeah. Yeah, Acroles.
Yeah, all right. Sure, man.
We can workshop it later. That's my bad.
But
I'm kind of curious.
I feel like there's better options.
Fair enough. So I want you to kind of walk me through Jingwei jungle. I know you said you had some opinions, maybe not as strong as it used to be, but what does it still bring to the table?
100 to 0 potential once you get the crit online. I mean, we saw Hydrogen piloting the Jingwei ADC earlier today. It's very similar to that. It still just does Jingwei crit things once it gets online. The problem is it just doesn't have the same level of free farm that the likes of an ADC role can have. You know, you're just kind of sitting over in the left-hand side of the map, farming the lane, farming the minions, and that's it. Sunprod on this Jingwei, though, has to play a little more scrappy, has to fight a little more, put pressure on lanes. That takes away time that he could be spending farming on a character that wants to be farming, and especially against the likes of Wake on the Sasano, who can put pressure on side lanes and even in mid as well. Sunprod on this Jing won't be able to make a lot of pressure impact. Yeah, he'll have kill potential once he gets Frenzy, once he gets some crit online, sure. But in the meantime, it's just going to be a Jingwei that's in the jungle farming, not really doing a whole lot else. You know, just kind of spending time doing whatever they can to get to level 20 as quickly as they can. In the meantime, I would love to see Wake on the Sasano pick just run around the map, use the mobility, put pressure in side lanes, put pressure on the carries to use their relics effectively here, because there's so much punishment potential once an important active like the beads are down.
So we really are just looking at Wake to make use of the fact that the Susano has gank potential substantially more than the Jingwei, who's maybe a little bit more designed to be starting a fight in lane or being the one to get engaged on. I'm also a little curious, Book. So we have Athena Cupid in the dual lane, and I feel like we haven't seen a combination like this in a hot minute. So what is something that I can kind of expect to see going forward from them?
Well, taunts into damages. Hold that. Sunprod and Awake in a 1v1.
Jingwei, dash away. Looks like Globe makes the rotation over as well. Sunprod toking up quite a bit of damage, but Kaidon responding in kind. Cuckoo dashes out of the tornado, chased down. Look at this from below. Sunprod cuts off the option. It's a first blood for the Jingwei. You can count him down, but you cannot count him out. That's a good start for the Hyper Farmer. I
mean, that's exactly what you want if you're Sunprod on this Jingwei. You want to look not necessarily for the 1v1s, but you want to find the favorable trades. And in that moment, it was kind of, even between Wake and Sunprod. It was going to end up being a wash as Killcam Kenny looking for a taunt, but isn't going to find the beads. That's likely what he was looking for. But Sunprod wants to find these little moments where he can make an impact, find the last hits, gets that kill, first blood going to the Jingwei jungle. But Wake looking to respond here on the left-hand side.
Susano hanging around, wondering if maybe they can find a way in, but unfortunately Kenny and Bayro both back up towards that T1 tower under the safety of the turret shots there. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get jumped on quite yet. But even as I say that, Wake is still wondering if there's an opportunity to be had. Eventually says, not so much, and decides to head over towards mid.
Yeah, I mean, he stuck around left-hand side way too long. Level 3 to Sunprod's level 5 now. Got his back camps on the right-hand side invaded. That is tough because now Wake has to split this mid wave with Globe, who, does take over to level 5, but that's going to be farm taken away from Globe here now on the mid lane. Kukulkan and Cherio finds Killcam Kenny on the left-hand side. On his own.
That's insane.
He was on back camps.
Just chilling. Well, I mean, Cherry and Kaveka able to make some pretty solid work over there. Now you have Wake hanging around that left side as well. Beads popped from Bayro. Purple buff is going to be the focus. Wake take it away. Taunt in from Killcam Kenny. He said I'll pop for a little bit of safety, though. It looks like the Crusaders cannot really find a way to chase after them. So, looks like the dual lane for Flukus Crimrak still full of a bunch of kill potential, and the dual laner of the Crusaders need to stay very aware.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that is the strength of Wake on this Asano, is despite taking an early spill from his mid laner and still not being level 5 compared to Sunprod's level 5, Wake can make a bigger impact on invades, because once Sunprod uses that knockup, and if it connects, it's fantastic. There's so much follow-up damage off of it. But if the knockup from Jingwei does not connect blind off of no, setup CC, Sunprod's just kind of sitting there, throwing out auto attacks from a distance and trying to play the spacing against Wake, because Wake has damage in this early game where he could play all in off of his abilities and really take these duels. So unfortunate for the side of Crusaders that they took an early spill there on Kenny and now lost their purple buff. This dual lane from Flukus Simrak, pay attention to them and where they decide to put their pressure, especially global pressure from Kaveka.
And you also have that objective pressure too because of the E-set there. Cherio, the solo laner, has been looking really solid over there in support. Hold on a minute, Fields of Love. Looks like Kaveka and Cherio were able to get away, but the fields were only there so that Bayro could walk away with the speed buff. So they got a fast little guy there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sunprod dashing in on top of the Kukulkan. Let's loose the ultimate. Wondering if maybe they can find something, but Wake is ready for them. Athena ultimate as well. And the Spirit of the Nine Winds connects on top of the Jingwei. Good thing you got ulted by that Athena, otherwise that could have been a very dead Sunprod. Bit of a wash of a fight in the mid lane, but a lot of tools used, so Wake walks back up towards that red lane. Red buff, rather. Kenny tries to take it away, but Wake is able to confirm it. Now we're dashing on top of the Athena. Health bar's low. Neath ultimate as well. AC 130 in the sky. It connects. Phantom Shell cannot save you. Neither can your Poseidon. A kill cam. Kenny is dead, and Wake walks away with the kill.
Cherry all the while spent that time chasing out Sunprod in his own jungle and used that as pressure to help out there in the mid lane, cover the option, and this has let net Flukus Simrak a Gold Fury here. I mean, they have Sunder to their name, ESET as well. Sunprod on the way.
Not able to take it away. Flukus does confirm it. The ESET ultimate, along with a Kukulkan, the damage there is just so much. The ability to shred objectives, and that's what we were talking about before, Book, where you have to keep an eye on where this dual lane is for Flukus Simrak. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I wish Mort was here. He says it so well. Flukus Simrak.
Here.
But
we're gonna try our best word impersonations.
Yeah, right. We're gonna do what we can out here. As Cherio's taking a little bit of poke, but that's what I was saying, and it's what you were saying. Watch where Cherio is. Watch where Kaveka is, because that's where the magic's gonna happen.
Yep. Watch where Kaveka's aiming, and watch where Cherio's walking or floating, I guess, in the case of ESET. But yeah, I mean, so far able to put pressure in mid. That translates pressure into the Gold Fury. They get themselves that, and now they're sitting with a small gold lead to their name. It's not anything crazy just yet, but I mean, Crusaders, I feel like this is not the worst for them. They got themselves first blood on Sunprod, on the Jingwei. Fantastic start. But this is kind of how the game is supposed to go for them. They want their Jingwei to scale a little bit. They want their Poseidon to scale a little bit because you're playing for these taunt Kraken combos eventually.
Athena ultimate coming out here for the dual lane on top of Sunprod. We're chasing after Dishonored. Susanna Walt rips, knocks a couple people up, but Dishonored still looking pretty low. Wake tries to throw out some damage. Body blocks Sunprod from going in any further. They're forced to ult away, but Crow goes underneath the T1 tower to get their kill. They still have the ultimate available. Wake chases after the Achilles, dumps all their damage on. Phantom Shell popped in the Achilles ultimate as well. Kill Cam Kenny, can you get the last bit of damage? Unfortunately not. Binder already procced. Meanwhile, on the duo side of things, it looks like Bayonari's under a little bit of duress as Kaveka was causing all kinds of havoc underneath that T1 tower, but Kaidon hanging around that left side. Looks like they walked on a ward. Cherio knows and threw out the Spirit Bomb. Nobody gets Kraken today, but the fear of what lurks underneath the waves still very prevalent in the dual lane of Lucas Kimbrak.
Crow with a fantastic blink on the right-hand side and the ultimate as well to get themselves that kill. Nearly taking down Wake as well. Forcing the beads on the Susano is a nice play because anytime beads are down, that's where Kill Cam Kenny wants to be, is chasing down members with no beads, looking for the taunt, and has follow-up in spades. The Kraken combo, the Whirlpool as well to keep members in place. As Sunprod finds Wake in mid.
Yep, looks like they argued over the oracles for a little bit. Sunprod coming out ahead in that engagement. That's going to leave Globe all by themselves. Meanwhile, in the dual lane, looks like Kaveka and Cherry are still just kind of arguing back and forth. Back over at this mid camp, Globe throws out the tornado, but Sunprod right around that corner. Trying to see if maybe he can cut off this Kukulkan. Can you run into them? Doesn't look like they're able to find too much else.
Kaveka's really starting to swing. Has Sunbeam Bow online here, and you can already see the damage that he's able to do in just a couple of auto attacks onto Bayonari. Kaveka's in a really good spot. Level 9, Sunbeam Bow, obviously, working towards second item. I imagine it's a tier thing is usually what people often go towards second off these builds. Sometimes we've seen Kaveka go towards the crit, but I can't imagine that he goes for the crit this time around on the Neath. Probably just going to go towards a classic ADC build.
Yeah, I would assume so, right?
Yeah, probably. But I am curious, now what does Flukas use this Moonlight phase that they just got themselves? They just got themselves that. They have the minions pushing all three lanes. They're grouping around this Gold Fury. But Crusaders, I don't think they're going to give this one the way they did last one.
About 10 seconds so left for this Gold Fury spawns. Flukas Kimrak hang around the pit. Kaidon's a little bit by themselves. Meanwhile, a taunt out from Kenny pulls in Cherio, but not a lot of damage being slapped down onto anything that isn't a tank so far. Kaidon's joined the rest of the group. Gold Fury tentatively pulled from Flukas, but not committed on. Sunprod's around the corner. Knocks themselves up, but doesn't dash in. Looks like the Crusaders have decided to crusade a different day. They're going to back up. 10.5 minutes so far, Book. It's 2-3, and the gold, it's just about tied.
Yeah, they'll elect to do their holy war on another day. And honestly, that's totally fine if you're the Crusaders. They want to keep scaling. I believe second item completed here for Sunprod. And yeah, look at this gold. The gold lead is like dead even. It's just sitting at around 100 each team, going up and down, depending on wave states. As Killcam Kenny could get looked at here, but no, he's ulting mid. They're looking for Globe.
Sunprod crashes down on top of Globe. Spirit of the Nine wins. Oh, but Globe picks up Kenny. His health was too low. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade between the support and the mid laner. So honestly, if you're the Crusaders, you're okay with that. Kenny was like, I'm dead anyways. That's okay.
Yeah, nice little play, though, from Cherry and Kaveka on the left-hand side. They realize that the Athena's ulting. They're standing right in front of him. Pump out as much damage as you can so we at least get a trade in some capacity, but still favoring the side of the Crusaders. They get a kill onto Globe there. Forces Aegis as well a bit ago. So he is a vulnerable target here to Sunprod and Kaidon. So we kind of mentioned it. The matchup between Poseidon and the Kukulkan favors the Poseidon heavily at this stage of the game. And I mean, already second item completed here for Kaidon. Book of Thoth stacks online for this Poseidon. They're in a really good spot to suddenly pull this objective, especially now that a rage stack is on the side of Sunprod.
Got the dagger as well. Kenny dashes in. There's the Kraken on top of Cherio. They're going to force their own ult out, but pulled in is Killcam Kenny because Wake loops around the side. Athena's looking pretty low. There's a Suze ult, but they get spat on by the Kukulkan. Susanna ult there, more as a cosmetic than anything else. Crusaders lose a body, and unfortunately, Flukas are not able to push for much more. Maybe group up around this gold.
Earlier today, we saw another ESET perform something similar, where anytime a Ymir was walking towards them, drop the silence, drop the stun, and it buys so much time. There, Cherio does exactly that onto Killcam Kenny, who's dashing forward to just try and find that taunt. Sunprod has to play the spacing. They just want them off the gold.
Bees forced away from the Poseidon. Wake tried to go for the pull. Gold Fury getting not quite looked at. It seemed maybe Kaveka wanted to give it a quick shot, but the Crusaders showing up when they did was enough to scare them away. Kaveka is still under a bit of duress, though. Bayaneri putting some pressure into that dual lane. This could open up an opportunity for the rest of the Crusaders. You can see Killcam Kenny and Sunprod moving over towards that left side. Behind them is Cherio, grouping up around Kaveka. No mana, no health to speak of. Sunprod will be able to clean it up. Now it's going to be Cherio against the world as the Crusaders start their getaway. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like Kaidon is going to pay the price of the rotation for the Crusaders. Left alone was the Poseidon. Taunt in on top of Cherio and immediately blown up. It's going to be a 2-for-1 to trade across the map, unless, of course, this Achilles can make something happen. Crow forces away the Aegis and gets ulted by the Athena, so now Killcam Kenny's in the mix as well. But it would seem that maybe they're a little bit too late to the party. Everything's kind of calmed down at this point, and Crusaders go back to their farm game.
I feel like Crusaders could have pulled that Gold Fear after killing Cherry on the left-hand side. No Sunder available to Flukas Simrak. Yeah, exactly. They're just not converting. I feel like Prod College Fund Crusaders, they're not doing as well as they did last game just with the small things, you know? They're not like finding the farm immediately after getting a kill. They're not looking at an objective or at least pulling a relic and then using that as a means to force a fight around an objective. It feels like they're just like taking their time, breezing along. If a fight comes to them, well, they'll take it. They'll look for a kill on the left-hand side that gets them the tier 1 tower, sure, but Gold Fear is available. We don't need it just yet. You know, we can take our time. Versus Flukas Simrak, they're content with this. They want to scale. They want their Cuckoo to get some items. They want Kaveka to get a couple of items to be impactful. I mean, Dishonored this entire time is free farming. 2 items online, Triton's Conch and Spectral, and that's going to do big work against the backliners of Prod's College Fund Crusaders.
How much of the hesitancy for going for gold is due to the fact that Flukas has a Sunder while College Fund doesn't? Hold on, Glow taking a bit of poke here. Oh, Kraken's a little bit off the mark, and it looks like the Spirit of the Nine Winds was able to connect. Kaidon is down. Prod kills Wake underneath the tower, though. Turns back around to look at the cooked noodle. Throws the tornado on top of themselves. Lifeliner, taunt, and a shot from the shotgun of Jingwei. Kenny will walk away with the kill to their slash line, but now Cherio and Kaveka are alone against the forces of the Crusaders. So is this the moment? We have done the stuff. What is the stuff that comes after?
I mean, Barrow's threatening mid, but probably not going to be able to clear this. Has to be careful from the Spirit Ball, but no, they will get themselves an objective. Not the objective I would like them to pull, though they're taking their time. Cherry with Sunder in the area means they can't commit, and this is the issue with Kenny's decision every single game to go towards the shell. It makes the fights a little bit favorable to the Crusaders, but it means they can't just cleanly get objectives afterwards. Not without Kaidon, at least. He's the objective confirmed with Kraken. If you're going for those 50-50s, it's just tough, man, if you're the Crusaders. And I feel like it's because they're putting themselves in this position with their decision-making process.
And it's interesting because they are winning fights as a general rule. I mean, it's 6-8, and the Crusaders are up by, what is that, 3,000 gold at about 16 minutes in so far. And yet it feels superficial. It feels like it could be more. And it feels like there's a fight brewing here. Cherio gets caught out by Sunprod, soaking in a lot of damage, loses half their health, and getting chased down by the Jingwei as well. Stampede forced away from the ESET. Cherio's going to have to back. That means that the Crusaders have another opportunity to take a look at something. Look, you got Cyclopean Ring on Kaidon. You've got all kinds of damage on the Jingwei. Pick up the Pyromancer. Globe is here, yes, and they have the ultimate, but maybe you just take it. There it goes. Pyromancer is confirmed for the Crusaders. Whoa, hold on a second. Yeah, even more than that. Taunt into the Kraken, but Globe is still half health, and then actually just fine. Hold on a minute. ESET throws out a couple of wing gusts, and the Crusaders back off.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, no beads, sure, but at least you pull the Aegis if you're the Crusaders. But Gold Fury available, and with members backing to base, this is going to be another potentially free Gold Fury going the way of Flukas Simrak, though. Athena on the way here.
Yep, Crusaders are shown up in force. Gold Fury dropped down to about half.
No,
Kenny
keep it
and
all.
Bayonary are here. E-set alt goes out. Who's going to walk away with it? It is Krimrak who get it, but Kaidon finds Cheerio. And now Krimrak gotta get out. Sun Prod, hot in pursuit. Gonna take the wind sprite. Boom goes the dynamite. There's one. Land one more auto. Boom goes another one. Wake is dead. It's a double kill for Sun Prod. The Acroles going on top of Kavek underneath the tier 2. Just barely gets that execute off. And the rotation is good. Alone is Dishonored underneath the tier 1. And not long for this world, I fear, my friend. Unless, of course, the Crusaders deem it well in their heart to let you go. In fact, let's take a look at some of these camps. Maybe take a look at that Fire Giant.
Yeah, you can see Crow rotating on over from the left-hand side on the way to the Fire Giant. This is going to be a 18-minute Fire Giant here. Cherry is on the way, though, but doesn't have Sunder for another 40 seconds.
Stunning out Sun Prod, who has to dash back over, intercept Dishonored and Cheerio. Looks like Dishonored trying to stay alive as best they can as FG drops down to about 4k health. Whirlpool out, Dishonored trying to cross that distance. 1700 for this Fire Giant. It goes to Sunprod. Now Cheerio caught inside. The Bayonary ultimate is picked up as well. Crusaders walk away with the kill, and they find the stuff after the stuff and do some stuff again.
Finally, just one fight going the way of the Crusaders handedly, and it's off the back of Sunprod. Just a free angle in after killing Cheerio to chase down the backliners of Wake and Globe, and there's just no answer between these two characters to deal with Sunprod on this Jingwei. The Susanoo burst damage just isn't the same. No Frenzy Dagger, which I was actually kind of surprised by. I get Susanoo is ability-based, but you are weaving in auto attacks. If you're ideally playing him properly, you're kind of weaving in your autos between every one of your ones, between your threes, between your twos. Instead, Wake is going for a full ability-based build, just trying to one-shot off of that. And between the two junglers, it's going to be Sunprod that comes away with the W's every single time because his burst damage is in 2 or 3 auto attacks, whether you're a tank or a carry.
Yeah, it's too much to deal with. They got the Titan's Bane online there as well. And you said it all the way at the start, Book, right? What makes Jingwei Jungle so strong? It's her late game. It's her ability to one-shot you. Well, I'll tell you what, right now, 19 and a half minutes, 6-13, and a 7k gold lead. We're here in this late game, and Sunprod is well and ready to one-shot anything that moves. Meanwhile, over in the solo lane, the Acroles soon gonna get some help from the Goddess of Wisdom herself. Kill Cam Kenny crashes onto the scene, trying to body block out Dishonored, waiting to get that stun, or rather the taunt off, right into the execute. Where you going, son? Straight to the black and white. I'll see you in about 35 seconds or so. Meanwhile, the rest of the College Fund Crusaders keep pressing on underneath that T2 tower, wondering if maybe they can burn the Magi's away from Cheerio. Instead, we're just gonna burn away every other health bar. Prod exchanging autos there with Globe, forcing out the Aegis. Prod's also got the dagger, so keep that in mind. If you want to kill that Jingwei, you got to burst him all the way down.
I mean, you mentioned it earlier about the Jingwei just being so far ahead. It helps if he gets first blood, and if he's 8-0, Sunprod just running it down right now. I feel like Globe just hasn't made an impact on this Cuckoo just yet, and part of that's to do, I feel like the positioning hasn't been great, and this relic choice, the Aegis, I get there's so much burst damage on the other side, but look at all the CC on the other side as well. Crow with a stun, is okay, sure. But the Jingwei knockup, again, not bad, easily jukable, sure. But then Whirlpool Kraken, a cripple into a knockup. The Athena taunt, one true, a true taunt as old as time as Sunprod. Look at all this Globe here!
Oh! Globe's dead! Cheerio's dead! And Sunprod pops the dagger for a little bit of panache, for a little bit of aura. Okay, bro. All right, whatever, man. I don't know what you want me to say about that.
Right side, Bayro and Killcam Kenny are trying to threaten this bird here, and the rest of the members of Crusaders are running down mid. They are going to try and... I'm not sure if they're going to try and end here. Depends on how the kills go. Kenny in trouble.
Oh, no. There's the Kraken out, Dishonored, soaking up quite a bit. It forces Kenny to back up, but We do have the Athena ultimate to go ahead and cross that distance again. Dishonored falls to the Blade of Crow. Kill Kim Kenny makes their reappearance onto the scene. 5 strong are the Crusaders. They want to wrap this up in a 2-0. It's Wake and Cherio to keep them away. Susano ultimate able to buy some time and some damage. Pulls in big, but pulls nothing but death. The Titan under duress. Spirit of the Night wins off the mark. Bombs are out. Health bars are down, and Sunprod dies for the cause. Globe actually causing a lot of trouble for the health bras of the Crusaders, but not enough. Down goes the Titan, and the Crusaders are gonna walk again towards Clocked In.
The rematch from earlier, Crusaders are going to take on Clocked In for winners finals here for our last Smite Prime of the year in 2025. The matchup is set here between these two teams.
It is electric what we feel in the air right now, but we're all going to take a quick moment. You take a quick moment as well. We're going to have more Smite Prime for you right after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We're in the closed bracket of the November circuit in the finals. My name's Morty. I'm joined by the whole Smite Prime crew, and right next to me here in the booth is none other than Musey. How we feeling, Muse?
Let's just say we're feeling pretty primed and ready to go.
Why are you doing that?
My bad.
What's going on here?
That's my bad. All right, listen.
I was kind of sick. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's right. It was cool. You know what it was else pretty cool? This game, dude. Sunprod on the Jingwei. Ay, caramba. That's a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. And then the dagger too. I like how Kaida like walks up. Hey man, are you? Oh, you're all right. All right, I'll see you later, man. My bad. I didn't know.
Oh my god! I don't know if y'all caught that too, but down there in the corner, I don't know if y'all are watching Sunprod's screen. That's an Xbox controller. That is. This is not some, dude. That is. I cannot believe it. This is the controller monster. Like, oh my goodness! I still can't get over it.
He's got control of the situation for sure, but whether or not he'll be able to maintain that going into Clocked In is going to be the big question. Prod's College Fund Crusaders did look pretty good in this game because it looked like they were able to, towards the end, able to find more wins after their initial win. Like Spirit of Book said, finding stuff after the stuff, right? If you can keep up that trend, this team looks to be pretty scary. But also, here's the most important thing. Here's the single most important thing about this team. If the College Crusaders play their game, and their game is to rely on Sunprod and let Sunprodahe go actually insane in the jungle, they win every game that they touch. Enable Sunprod. Play around your jungle. Do not play scared against Clocked In. Let Sunprod get loose with it. Let Sunprod get silly. Let Sunprod go out there into the jungle. Let them be the force of nature that they need to be. Because if they try to dial it back, if they try to conform to the game that Clocked In is playing, it's going to be another Clocked In victory. You have to enable, you have to embrace who you are if you are a Crusader.
We are in the grand finals, folks. That means that the winner of the next best of three that we're going to look over will get that $7,000 cash prizing along with 125,000 diamonds. That is a whole lot of skins. Enough for the whole collection, maybe.
I mean, you can get all the prisms, you get everything you want, but what else can you get more? Oh, I'm thinking you get a little bit of that badge action. Badges? We've got all kinds of Smite Prime badges, that's for sure, but more than a badge, we've also got a little something else for you.
Smite Prime Champion. Imagine going into a ranked game and you see that. And you're like, oh crap. But not only is this going to be for the winning team, but for the MVP of the winning team, they will get a fancy little trophy 3D printed by our very own Jithens. That's nice. Got the music too. There's like a little speaker at the bottom. It goes, oh, I'm just kidding. It doesn't do that, but it would be cool. That's feedback for you, Jithens, next time you want to make a new trophy. We also got some giveaways for the viewers at home. If you're watching on the Smite Prime Twitch channel, we've got a skin to give away to you. Fat Loki Kabrakin. And if you want to type into the chat, !giveaway in the chat, you will be entered for free, no cost whatsoever. That's on the Smite Prime Twitch channel. Now, if you're on the Smite Game Twitch channel, we've got another skin for you, Dark Lord Sun Wukong. Exclamation point giveaway in the Twitch TV Smite Game chat for free as well. We've also got the art contest that we could talk about here, which is a bit of a side note on today's competitive action, but this is a fun thing we're doing over here through Smite Prime. If you are an artist of any kind, you can hop on to here, submit yourself a beautiful drawing, or maybe not so beautiful, however you want to call it. Vote for Snowbeck if you like me. Snowbeck's my favorite so far. There's a lot of interesting pieces.
I like the concept. I like the soul of Snowbeck. I like where it's headed.
Right. It's a beautiful. Maybe not the drawing itself isn't so beautiful, but there's a lot of ball to be had there. But that's enough of our artistic talk for today. We've got a lot on the line with this November circuit. Let's look at the bracket and see what we've seen so far and what we're about to see between Clocked In and Sunprod's College Fund Crusaders.
Clocked In's had a pretty easy going time so far, able to knock out Glurp, Smite 2 Bad Boys, and the College Fund Crusaders that first go around, but now they have to go in for the run back. Once again, I'd like to remind you all in the audience that we are playing with vault bans. To further explain that, if you don't know how to read, I can read this out for you. In a best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So gods will only be making their for the one time appearance. So if you want to keep something away, let it go through once and then you never have to see it again. Or maybe you can just constantly ban out, because bans do not affect the vault, only picks.
Very excited for this. This is, and just getting word in from our technical director, Tess. This is going to be a best of 9 to celebrate the grand. I'm just kidding. We're at midnight watching a best. That's best of 3. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have memed there. This is the game 1 of the grand finals between Clocked In and Sunprod's College Crusaders. One thing that's on the mind though here, Muse, that we just watched over Prod's College Fund Crusaders win the losers finals, right? They just finished playing and playing and playing. Clocked In have been on the bench for a hot minute. They won through the whole winner's bracket, and they've been sitting in the grand finals waiting for quite some time. Now, does this give an advantage to the players who are fresh on the sticks, just got off and getting back on, or do Clocked In gain a bit of a mental advantage from sitting on the sideline and studying their prey?
I feel like Clocked In is definitely okay taking a little bit of that break. I don't think I've ever seen it affect their gameplay at all that much, honestly. They are usually fairly consistent. They're okay letting the engine idle a little bit. I think what's more important is actually the fact that the Crusaders have been able to continuously play, continuously warm up, and keep that fire going. What's going to be relevant is whether or not they burnt out on that last game, if that was their big hurrah, or if they still have a little bit more gas left in the tank.
And honestly, I can't verify that they haven't been playing. For all we know, Clocked In just ran like 2 arena games. Like during the they could have been playing this whole time. Can you imagine though, like you're just looking to play, it's your day off from work, I've got the weekend off, let's play some Smite 2, right? You can do an arena game, it's Clocked In. Just ready to just warmed up for Smite Prime. They're like, this stinks. I guess I'm losing here. Jing Wei gets picked up first pick for Clocked In, probably going towards Hydro. He said hover for Crusaders as well as Agni.
So I like what Issa could be here. Kaidon could run in the mid, but give that to Kill Cam Kenny, because Baron Samdi is off the board here for the Crusaders. I like what Iset is able to bring. These range support characters are just so strong, and Kenny is shown to be more than proficient with them. And if Bayaneri is able to rock this Agni, all the better for the Crusaders.
Okay. So I'm seeing a bit of ball over here for Crusaders. Uller jumps into the fight, probably going towards Paul. Maybe Tegvir, probably Paul. Yorm going to be going towards Karmic, the pioneer of Yorm in Smite Prime, by the way. I talked a little bit about that earlier when we watched our game 1 of the day, me and you, Muse, how Karmic was the first guy to bring Yorm into Smite Prime. He was the Yorm pioneer, and now everybody's playing this guy. Not only has he like resisted the nerfs, not only has he been living through these patch notes and breathing, he's just strong as ever. And Karmic is the most comfortable. I see your eyes doing a thing there. What's the eye thing?
I'm just kind of wondering what these two guys are doing here. Mordred and Rama are interesting picks for me to see. Knowing that we still have Bologna and Osiris that we could be picking up as well, I'm wondering what Mordred is able to bring to the table for the Crusaders here. Maybe a little bit of setup for Agni and Iset, but Rama of the picks here does not strike me as the strongest available option. Definitely got to be maybe a bit of a comfort pick here for Baronary. And speaking of comfort picks, Mort, that looks like a Thanatos for the old Sun Pradahe.
Knowers know. Knowers know about Thanatos and Sunprod. I'm ready for this game. We have seen Sunprod on this Thanatos since Smite 1, the earlier days of Smite 1. Sunprod's very beginning started with Thanatos, and he is going to continue to abuse this character into the grand finals of Smite Prime in November. The big 25. The late 25, Sunprod is still running this pick. I am more than excited to see this. So let's put everything together here. We've got
let's do it.
Rama with Bayro, right? Comfort pick. He's comfort, right? Thanatos goes towards Sunprod. Crow got his hands on Mordred. 3 strikes in your eye, big dog. It looks like Clocked In might be counting their days on the top of the mountain because this looks really good for the Crusaders. But looking on the side of Clocked In, they've got a pretty gnarly comp as well. What can you tell me about that?
I mean, it is a lot of just gods that are good you could put together on a team and it's just going to work, right? A lot of individuality here for this team to be able to play with.
Let's talk about that more as we get into the game. This will be game 1 between Clocked In and Sunprod's College Fun Crusaders. Will the little man be going to community college or will he be balling at Harvard? We'll find out here in just about an hour or two. My name's Morty, joined by Musi here in the booth. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew behind the scenes, and we are locked in for the game of the day, the set of the day, I should say. Musi, I am more than excited.
I'm pumped here, but I already got to notice some things that I'm seeing across the board. Once again, Kill Kim Kenny operating with the Shell and not the Sunder. Now, luckily, you do have the ESET ultimate for Objective Secure, but again, the Crusaders are not going to have a lot of pressure around early Gold Furies and won't be able to sneak a Fire Giant in front of Clocked In. They got to go for the fight, and they have to be able to win it before anything else happens. You asked me before earlier, Clocked In, their team composition. I kind of touched on it, right? There are moments for individual players to shine on each of these picks. Karmic can definitely go crazy on Yorm. Paul is going to be very strong with this Uller, Tegvir, Suze, etc., etc. But when you start to put all the pieces together, it feels very much like a look at somebody, hit them with a CC, follow it up with a bunch of damage, right? Tegvir can pull people in, Paul can hit an axe, Happens got the Moonstrike to be able to stun out, and there's a more than enough damage at range between Paul, Hydrogen, even Karmic can throw out some abilities there that make it very difficult to play around. So it kind of feels like a classic pick comp almost. You just hit somebody and you delete them.
I'm wondering how the team fights will start for Clocked In. I know we've got some time before we get to team fights instead of these skirmishes that you see in the early game, but I'm wondering what their engage is. I mean, sure, a Paul axe stun can be pretty nice, but are we relying strictly on River's Rebuke, or do you think Tegvir has some opportunity there with his ult?
It's going to be a combination, right? Karmic is going to cause trouble in the backline because they're big tanky snake. Happen has the opportunity to slice up a fight with the River's Rebuke, and Tegvir and Paul will be looking for initiations off of their stuns. Beads burned away from Hydrogen there. Looked a little scary for a second, but the dual lane's going to be okay. The Crusaders, I see a lot of setup and a lot of follow-up. Range stuns from Kaidon and Kenny and Sunprod and Crow. Honestly, if Sunprod can get the engine started, if they can get gas in the tank, if the Thanatos can get rolling, then it's just reliant on Thanatos killing somebody and then taking the 5v4.
Okay. I'm starting to see that. Put together here a little bit. I mean, it does. Wait a minute. Whoa. We're getting started early here. Tegvir chasing down Bayro. Does have the teleport ready, waiting on abilities, and there they are. Tegvir takes down Bayro. That's first blood for Clocked In. Maybe looking for some revenge, though. Here comes Sunprod and Killcam chasing him down as well. Able to hit the stun. Stun connects. Sunprod's not feeling the chase, though, because Happen and Hydro are around the corner. Smart move. Smart read there from Sunprod.
What an early rotation there from Tegvir, but it's good because you know that if this Rama doesn't have a dash available, you catch him sub-level 5, and, well, that Susanoo is going to be able to chase them down every single time. And we want to fast forward the conversation a little bit, think about what happens when Rama hits level 5. I mean, they just go in the sky for a little bit and wait for death to come. I recognize what this Rama pick can do for Bayro, if it's comfort, if it's what they want, but it's not safe, and I worry that it's just not going to be as strong as maybe some of the other options that were out there to be picked up, right? I really liked the Cupid that I saw last game. I kind of wanted to see that again.
I like the Cupid too. I think Fields of Love brings a lot to the table. Great team fight god, and that's where this game is really going to start boiling down as team fights. Early game, for sure, you can play it a little safe with the Cupid. You don't really get a snowball, but you won't be giving one up either. When it comes to these team fights, Cupid impacts very, 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 very heavily. You've got heals that also grant stats. You've got the massive Fields of Love that we can talk about for days, right? Cripples, AoE stun, big damage as well. Heart bomb to burst through. I mean, there's just so much to love about Cupid right here. And Firebrands, a bit of a fight well, not too much of a fight. That's just Tegvir picking up some extra stats.
Yeah, he likes that, you know, being able to put some focus on the rocks. But more than that, after those Firebrands, takes a look over at the blue buff, putting Crow, who's already on a very comfort pick. I mean, it's kind of the name of the game for the Crusaders. Put him in an even worse position. Mordred needs that blue buff in order to spam abilities.
Mordred does need the blue, but he won't have it today because Tegvir just snatched it from him. Smart on Tegvir. He is playing in the enemy jungle like it's nobody's business. He acts like he lives there. He's like, I pay rent here, dude. You do not pay rent here. You are taking this home.
Squatters'
It's not
rights.
yours. Yeah, squatters' rights. That's why I thank you for saying that. Squatters' rights for Tegvir here, but Crow knocking on the door, looking to kick him out.
Eviction.
But maybe this squatter's got a little bit more to fight with. But Sunprod from the sky, just when you count him out, there he is. Sunprod picks up a kill. Big stuff there for college fun.
You really got to highlight the timing on that Thanatos ultimate. Crow was about to take Tegvir up into the sky, out of range for that ult, and right as Prod hit was when Tegvir became underneath that execute threshold. The timing there was perfect.
Paul's looking for a jump, looking to find a kill on Sunprod. No stun lands, though. He's still getting decent damage out on Kaidon, who's having a hard time facing up against Paul, as anybody would, right? It's Paul that we're talking about. But Kaidon's looking like he's not too comfortable in this matchup. He's only down one level, but definitely he's not. He's steady. He dashed for no reason there. He's scared, but there's a bit of a fight happening on the left side of the jungle. Tegvir takes down Kenny thanks to the snipes from Bayro, helping him out there. Hydro takes down Bayro, though, on the backside. A good sneak around there, able to take down two. Down go Kenny and Bayro.
And that's going to open up the Gold Fury. 4 clocked in, and not a lot of contestation to be had here. Drops down to 2K.
Down to 2K on the Gold Fury. Walks up. Crow. Not able to take it, though. That was a good rotation. I like that he showed up to it at least, but not worth the investment in the rotation. So Crow's going to have to go back to solo. Maybe we find something else because Crow's not going back just yet. As a matter of fact, he's walking straight towards Tegvir, but now he's walking back. Maybe looking for Paul. Not so sure.
And again, this Rama pick is just not very mobile, and it takes a while for it to get online as well. I mean, here's the thing. Hunters don't get to be characters until they're maybe 4 or 5 items deep, right? You need so many things to actually get online, and Rama even more so, right? Because Rama is not able to threaten to kill you in lane. Not really. And then once they are able in a position to do so, your lane opponent's already walking away. They got Titan's Bane, Rage, Dagger of Frenzy. This Jingwei's going to be hitting like a truck. Whereas Rama's still trying to figure out, okay, so like Chin's Blade and like a couple of other things. Hold on, I need all 7 items to be ready. And at that point, you're sitting outside staring at your Titan getting shredded down by the rest of Clocked In. I worry about the Rama pick. So instead of focusing on why maybe I'm not a big fan of it. I kind of want to pivot a little bit and think about what it can bring to the table. The Rama ultimate, maybe we need to hold on to that for sniping out Gold Furies and stuff like that, the classic objective stealer, and position Bayro maybe a little bit further back so that if Clocked In decide to jump on this character who is not really that mobile, the dash can only take you so far, they have to put so much into the chase there that the rest of the Crusade can turn around, collapse on top of Bayro's assailant, and, pick up a kill for their own team.
And we also saw, while you were on break, me and Book were watching over College Crusaders earlier, and Bayro was on the Rama. He looked good. He looked comfortable. This looks like a pick that he's been using for quite some time, even though we know Bayro as a residential mid laner, right? He spent a lot of time throughout the Founder Series, throughout different tournaments and everything, leagues, even AGL that we've seen Bayro in. We have not really seen him as a carry, always a mid laner. But in recent time, especially since teaming up with Sunprod and the rest of the Crusaders, he moved over to carry. He looks like he's been there for a minute. Maybe week one was a little rough. It took a little bit of adjusting, but with some in-game time, Bayro looks nice on this carry pick. Artemis and Rama, I feel like, are his two residential go-to picks if need be. If I need to play carry, that's who I'm going to play. And he looks good on Rama. Another thing too that you mentioned, the objective steal potential, because you're able to sit so far away. I mean, you're able to maintain so much distance while also keeping your eyes straight up on the Gold Fury, on the Fire Giant, whatever objective's getting taken down. Easy snipes, 1, 2, 3, hat trick, and you're able to steal that away. I love that personally. And even then, another thing too that that Book talked about was, even if you're using this Rama ult less as a objective steal, you're able to pinpoint backliners putting out damage on the Gold Fury and put damage on them instead, and kind of act as like an initiation of sorts. Even though it doesn't provide any crowd control, you're poking down backliners. Let's say Hydro is putting damage onto the Gold Fury. Let's hit Hydro with 2 snipes. Doesn't expect it, just a lot of damage out of nowhere, and then around the corner, Sunprod to finish off the scraps. There's a lot of room for a ball with this Rama pick that I feel like has been slept on for quite some time.
We'll just have to wonder if we get a chance to see the ball ever reach the court. So far, Bayonary 0-2-0 under a lot of duress. Tagveer has been kind of on it with this dual lane. They have their number. Yeah. It looks like Crusaders are going to try to flip it around, putting a lot of pressure onto Karmic in that solo lane.
Kaidon holding on to a lot of gold there. Did not want to go back and risk losing some XP. Fight happening, or somewhat of a fight happening in right side. Karmic forced to hit the World Serpent out of there and make sure that he does not fall right now. Tagveer putting a lot of pressure, just like you said, over in left side. Happens here to try and provide a whirlpool. Rivers of Buke is out. Bayro is forced into the air, but what happens when he falls down? Rivers of Buke down, and in goes Hydro, looking to clean up the rest of Bayro's health bar. Into the air goes Hydro, forced to use the ult, but does grab a kill because of it. I do like that. Happened by himself, though. Is going to get put down by Sunprod and Killcam Kenny. Whirlpool won't bring you safety today, because into the sky, Sunprod goes, hovering death around the way, but Hydro's able to take down Sunprod. That's a good exchange if I've ever seen one, especially for Clocked In. They just got 2 kills.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about, though. Rama gets caught out. Tagveer walks over. They go up into the ultimate. They're just waiting. It's just waiting to die at that point. It's super tough position to be in. Sunprod not able to get the last bit of damage on top of happen. They go for the ultimate, but you got to understand that the moment that you get too close to Tagveer, you are getting yoinked into a whole bunch of damage, and this is only stymieing the momentum that you need your Thanatos to have and giving it to Tagveer. This Susanoo is getting active on the map. They're successful. They've got a little bit of a lead in their pocket. And I feel like because of that, Clockton's going to have a really solid position, at least for the next, until we start arguing around some bigger OBJs.
Speaking of OBJ, here in middle lane, this beacon is going to go towards Clocked In. College Fund don't really feel the need to put pressure on that. We'll try and put pressure on Karmic instead. Make sure this lane bully can't bully too much. Big scythe damage melts Karmic down. Good lord, Sunprod is already hitting hard. 3-1 out the rip.
And you need Sunprod to be able to make that rotation because Crow, I don't think, has a great chance of killing Karmic in lane. Mordred's greatest asset is being able to spam your ultimate, but Yorm can't be pulled up because of their passive. So that really makes this Mordred pick just not appealing, at least in lane. And then the trouble with this Mordred pick comes from the fact that if Mordred falls behind, they are just not nearly as effective as you want them to be. So it's spelling trouble all around.
Yeah, at most it's his ult's an initiation tool later on in the game, but right now this matchup definitely favors Karmic heavily, just because Yorm is Yorm and Mordred's just not, like you said, not that great right now. Even with this Reaper pickup, the healing just won't be enough to sustain Yorm's, constant poke damage. You know Yorm better than I do. You're the solo laner here, right?
That god hurts really bad, and if I have to lane against him one more time, I'm gonna freaking lose it. No, you're right, Mort. That guy stacks on damage after damage after damage. He just hits you with his autos. It just goes tick, 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 tick. The little purple bar fills up. Boom! You just lose like a huge chunk of health. And you're like, all right, epic, awesome, love this, love laning against this. It's so much fun. And Crow has to stay on top of Yorm to do his damage, to be able to spam his abilities. And Yorm doesn't care. Yorm doesn't give a crap. It's just gonna sit there and hit you regardless. So it's just a really rough matchup for a lot of the different lanes in this game so far.
Yes, invigorating gameplay in solo with Yorm. It's truly high skill expression. No, but Karmic might make it look easy. It's really not as easy as it looks. I do think Yorm is definitely an acquired taste, right? Well, we've seen it earlier. A lot, like we said, like Karmic's the pioneer pick for Yorm. We've seen other Yorms earlier in the day who think that they can tank this much damage and then hit their ult afterwards and just seem to mistime their ult. And then they just mess up their escape tool, right? It's just like little things like this you pick up over time. But Karmic has already picked it up. He's been picked it up for a moment now. Gold Fury getting taken down right now by Clocked In, down to 1,000 health, and Paul able to walk up and secure that for Clocked In. College Fund just a tad bit late, but Sunprod's in the air, and who is he looking for? Crow. Paul just suffered a lot of damage. Good lord, Paul is almost dead, but ults out from Tegveer to save Paul. Sunprod can't chase that too much farther, not without the help of his friends, but not a lot of setup from there. Seems like the setup game will be kind of hard for Sunprod without Crow in the picture.
Yeah, you want the 1-2 follow-up punch. I also want to point out that Binary did try to use the ultimate to secure away that Gold Fury, so the heart's in the right place. We just don't have the items or the damage or the levels to really follow up on it right now. But Clocked In with their second Gold Fury are going to be able to get even more pressure off. Now they've got some pretty important items finished. You look at Paul, they've got their Crusher Hydra combination. That looks pretty good. Hydrogen's got their Rage finished at this point too, so they need to get some stacks going on there. Pyromancer picked up, Pyromancer put down. Clocked In just move from one objective to the other and burn it away before the Crusaders even have an opportunity to understand what happened. It's like you get sliced in half by a sword and your body doesn't start sliding off until after a couple of seconds where you go, what have you... Like, it's gonna get gnarly fast.
Bleh. Look at Sunprod over here in solo, looking to take down Karmic, but able to hit the ult in time. As soon as he knew Sunprod is in the area, he's like, "Nah, I'm not doing this. You can go play those games somewhere else. I'm not here to play games. I'm here to farm. That's it. That's what I do as Karmic. My name's Karmic, and I'm a farmer. Farmic.
We are Farmic.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do the whole jingle because of copyright, but you know what I'm trying to get. Everybody heard it in their heads. They know what's going on here.
You could try. You could try. What's Jithin's gonna do? Ground you?
Maybe. It's 13 minutes.
5-3 right now. Clocked In are up 6k gold, more or less, about 7k more or less. It's a good stun there from Paul, able to capitalize. Little happen does decent damage. Tegveer's around the corner, going for a pull on Kaidon though, who's able to dash back to the safety of the tier 1 tower. Sunprod's in the air, chasing after Tegveer. Tegveer hits the beads though. Sunprod got a lot of damage out the door, but he dies even faster. And in goes Karmic around the corner looking for a knockup, but the dash is out from Kaidon, able to make it back to the safety of this time the tier 2 tower. Clocked In seemed to have control of the tier 1. Down it goes, and Clocked In just got a lot off of that exchange.
Dude, Sunprod wasn't able to hit the scythe after they landed from their ultimate. And Tegvir beats the stun from that hovering death as well. So Prod's College Fund Crusaders end up losing 2 in that engagement, and now Clocked In get to have free range on the map once again. Their lead will continue to get wider and wider. So the question becomes, if you are the Crusaders, how are you bouncing this back? And at this point, you're farming to late. You have to try to survive through the rest of these, minor 3-man rotations this mid game until you can get to the 5v5 and try to force something to happen there. You have to stymie the bleeding, and that's a hard thing to do because Clocked In is under no obligation to slow down. They're under no obligation to stop. Tegvir is going to keep going insane, making these rotations around the map. So you just have to try to get some wards out there, get some vision, and wherever they are, go away.
Go away, says Karmic as he pushes Crow back under his non-existent tier 1 tower on the left side. Bit of a skirmish happening here. Whirlpool will make sure that Kenny doesn't suffer too much damage. Oh, I guess I got him to safety. I think I was supposed to be the other way around, but maybe gave him a bit of a boost there, I guess. a misplaced Whirlpool, but that's A-OK. Clocked In still in control of this jungle. Crusader's own jungle, now that I mention it, but Karmic might be outnumbered over in solo side. Sunprod's over there along with Crow looking for an engage, but Crow didn't seem to hit the stun. Sunprod's still back there, but Clocked In realized, hey, it's 2v1 over there. That means we've got the numbers for Gold Fury. Let's rip it. So that they do. Nobody from Crusaders even knows that this Gold Fury is getting taken down. That's going to be Clocked In's 3rd Gold Fury of the game. That is huge.
Again, completely uncontested, and Karmic is so big at this point, they got that Helm of Radiance online, so anytime they're taking damage, they get some more prots. And Crow does tick damage, so they hit that Heart Slash, and Karmic just walks away for a little bit, takes a little bit of tick damage, and then just ramps up their Fizz prots all the way up there. Crusaders are going to try to make a play for that solo side tower, but Clocked In's already here.
Tegvir walking up right side, looking for either Crow or Bayro. Whoever steps up to the plate, down goes Bayro.
Ooh.
Big Heart Slash from Crow will give him a bit of space, but what more can happen here? I mean, Kenny now here in solo lane, but what can Kenny do to save Crow's life? Not much is the answer. Down go 2 members of Crusaders. Clocked In just got a couple more kills under their belts, and Fire Giant is ready for the taking. Is that what Clocked In are going to do?
I mean, you might as well pick it up. Who else is here? You know that Prod's over in left side. Hydrogen spotted them out. Kaidon sitting on some minions. It's going to be Kill Kim Kenny left alone. Eset Ultimate and a Dream. Fire Giant down to sub 4k health. It's getting shredded away, Mort. There's nobody here to stop this. It died before the bomb went off, man. Are you joking? Clocked In, walk away with the Fire Giant.
What? Oh my God! This is looking. I mean, it doesn't even look that bad as far as kills go here at the 17-minute mark. 9-3 for Clocked In. But the gold difference is that much more. The fact that Tegvir has been all over Sunprod's jungle, and Sunprod's just hanging on by a thread when it comes to XP. There's only so much that he can do. I mean, overall, it looks like every lane lost. I mean, Karmic did pretty great over in solo. Obviously, Paul has been manhandling Kaidon in mid lane. Duo has had a little bit of fight. Sunprod showed up over there a little bit, but Tegvir's assistance and Duo has made sure that Happen and Hydro don't fall back whatsoever. Clocked In just ran the entire early game, and now College Fund Crusaders are paying the price for it. Rivers of Buke is out, and Karmic's going into the back line under that bird. I don't know if he finds any kills here, though. He might be a tad bit too deep, as Paul can't do too much over the wall, waiting on cooldowns. But wait a minute, we're going for the bird? We're going up the mid bird. I mean, Moonstrike can stun it down. Karmic's able to tank it away. Oh my God, we just melted the mid bird. I'm shocked, Muse.
Yeah, I mean, they got the damage on lock. Dagger of Frenzies, Hydras, and Karmic is sitting there with that Triton's Conch too. So Paul and Hydrogen are doing more damage to that Phoenix just by virtue of being around the big snake. And at this stage of the game, like I said before, Crusaders are tasked with stymieing the flow of blood. You have to try to slow it down as best you can and really drag this out so that you can get your items online, so that you can be competitive in these fights. But at this point, if you kind of look at the level differential between Tegvir and Sunprod, 3-level difference there, 2-level difference between the mid laners, 3-level difference between the ADCs, the most telling part of how a game is going is the differential in levels between the supports. Happen is 3 levels up over Kill Cam Kenny. The only way Crusaders win a fight is if Clocked In screws up, and that is the single worst position to be in against this team. Because yes, they are human, and yes, they can make mistakes, but I guarantee you, it's not going to happen anytime soon.
And pushing up left side, Hydro's going to take down this tier 1. Going for a tier 2 as well because Paul's waiting, and they have that big minion from the Moonlight Ritual. So, lots to be loved there. Tegveer distracting a little bit in mid lane. Maybe going for a 2v1. He's able to take down Sunprod, rushing up as Bayro, throwing out basics, able to hit a couple arrows and shut down Tegveer. But Paul is here looking for revenge. Does have dagger in hand. Still pushing up left is Hydro, looking for this bird, and up goes Kill Cam Kenny, looking to maybe stop this push, but what more can they do? Hydro begins the burn, but in goes Bayro, looking to try and take down Hydro. 4 members of Crusaders on this left bird. Karmic's up right side, and the rest are up left. The dagger just got used by Paul. I mean, maybe it was going away. He needed to use it. Paul just took down. Oh, dude, did you see his health bar?
It was there and then it wasn't there. Paul threads the needle in a moment. Down goes the left side. Phoenix River's Rebuke is out as well. Clocked In. Trim another bird of its feathers. Well, Karmic solos a Phoenix because that snake can do it.
So 3 birds down for college fun. They all have Fire Giant buffs still. Like, what is going on? I mean, I guess they don't feel comfortable ending, and that's fine. They've got all the time in the world to do it. They've got a hell of a lead to play with as well, 18K. It doesn't even, like, I feel like we watched this whole game together, Musy, and I'm still trying to put together how Clocked In got this far ahead. Sure, a couple Gold Furies, sure, a couple kills, but it's 11-4. It's not like it's 90-4.
I mean, Clocked In has been able to find small victories and mount them into larger victories. And, you know, 11-4 might not be a lot in the kill difference here between the teams, but it is a lot in my eyes, because part of what was supposed to be the succeeding factor for the Crusaders was Sunprod getting active on the map, getting a bunch of kills, fragging out like we saw that they were doing on the Jingwei that we saw last game, right? Didn't happen. It didn't happen. Sunprod got shut out. Tegveer instead was the one with all the momentum, right? This game has been about Tegveer going insane and setting stuff up for their team. It's the jungle difference right now. Sunprod did not get a chance to play their game. The Crusaders are too busy trying to play Clocked In's game, and Clocked In's game is to force everything, slow it down, rip Gold Furies cold turkey in front of you because they can shred objectives while you can't. They mount this lead built of small victories and small mistakes that you make and then turn it into a game where at 21 minutes you are down almost 20k gold and they look at a Fire Giant. It is rough out here, man.
It has never been rougher for College Fun Crusaders as they hover around this fire, watching Clocked In take it down. No Sunders on the side of Crusaders. Not much steal potential aside from Rainfire and maybe a Bayro ult. But Crow is behind. Does have his big ult ready. Is awaiting for an opportunity to get this started. In goes Crow, but he might get dropped down quick.
Dead.
Oh my god, Hydro just melted Crow. Tegveer's in the back line looking for Kaidan. He's able to put him down. Looks like Karmic's in the air, but Sunprod takes down Hydro way in the back. Now Sunprod's going back to base, but Tegveer takes down Bayro. Down are 3 members of the Crusaders, but Sunprod did take down Hydro. That's a little victory, but a big one nonetheless, because it's going to be hard to burn that Titan away or that middle bird without Hydro there. But Clocked In might try it anyway. Here they go.
I mean, you've got Paul there, able to shred people away, but here's the thing about Smite 2 right now. You don't need an ADC to kill a Titan. You just need a lot of damage, and Clocked In's got it in spades.
They've got all the damage needed. In go the remaining members of Clocked In. Down goes Sunprod. Titans at about half health and kill Cam Kenny, but can't do anything but watch as their Titan is put on the kill cam. Game 1 of the set goes to Clocked In.
It was just like a death by 1,000 cuts followed by being cut in half by the sword. When I made the analogy of they got cut in half by a sword and haven't realized that they were dead yet, I feel like that's when they lost the game. If I'm being 100% honest, that was the pivotal moment where Clocked In went, okay, cool. You don't have any answers to what we want to do, right? You don't know how to respond to what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and win this game now.
Well, we've got some time to think about a response if we're on the side of the College Fund Crusaders. So we're going to take some time and think about it. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Do not go anywhere. There's still a Game 2 on the horizon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime, the closed bracket. The grand finals of the November circuit is here, and we're going to talk about it. My name's Morty. I've got the whole Smite Prime crew behind me. Test Die, Jithens, Billy, and Rosie. And next to me here in the booth today is going to be Spirited Book. How we feeling, buddy?
Pretty good. I can't believe you just completely forgot about Musi like that. I mean, just
He's
like that,
dead
man.
to us.
Yeah, okay. Let's see how it is.
not
Man,
dead.
what a what a game from Clocked In. I feel like Prod's College Fund, they just never really were in this one compared to how we saw them perform against this team earlier. It just felt night and day, and I think a lot of it comes down to the comp. I get the Thanatos looks cute. It's iconic for Sunprod. I don't even think Thanatos was necessarily the problem. I'm just not entirely sold on why we're banning Hui Yi in our top 3 when the likes of Clocked In are getting, Jormungandr, Yamoja, Jingwei. Paul's signature Uller, maybe you can give it away. I don't think Paul's really played much of Uller today in general, so it makes sense. But at some point, we have to say, look, we're just giving all of Clocked In's best, most iconic characters. We got to deal with some of them in some capacity. And, Aladdin, maybe I'm not just sold on the rework just yet. Why are we banning that one? So sold on banning that character? So sold on banning the Hui Yi? I think Prod's College Fund have to realize that, look, we've tried the same ban sequence twice now. It hasn't worked out twice now. We got to change something.
Okay, so hypothetical, because I feel like I'm with you that the comp was the issue for Crusaders. I'm in agreement with that. Yeah. It looked good to me at first, thinking, okay, Barrow's comfy with Rama, Sunprod loves Thanatos, Crow's comfy with Mordred, but we're at a level of play where comfort doesn't mean it's the best pick for you, right? There is definitely a meta here, and going by meta is the move. So let's look at who we already have. Who do we want to ban away? I want to say Achilles from Tegvir, but what are the other bans you think?
I think for sure Achilles going into game 2. I think, honestly, you take first pick if you're like the Crusaders, the likes of the Crusaders, excuse me. You're banning Achilles. You're banning... Right. I don't know. I might be okay giving Paul Merlin to an extent. I think that's one of the characters you can maybe deal with. Maybe not. Maybe that's one you're like, no, not happening. Maybe Hecate. You're probably banning one of Paul's picks. And then the Jingwei's off the table. You don't have to worry about that. And then maybe you're looking towards Happen, taking something away from Happen, the Baron Samedi, or you're picking it yourself first overall.
Well, we're going to find out as we get into picks and bans. Game 2 of the grand finals here in the November circuit of Smite Prime, where all of the marbles will be decided here. I am very excited to see how this goes down. Was really looking forward to a heated game 1, kind of decisive. For those of you just now joining us, it was definitely a decisive game. I want to see College Fund Crusaders put up a fight, even if they lose game 2. I want to see them give Clocked In the most work that they've had this entire year. And let's see if they can assemble the comp to do it. Hunbats gets taken off the table. That's honestly really sensible because Sunprod has been on fire with that Hunbats pick today. We've seen it twice. He went off both games. I understand that.
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense to me if you're the likes of Clocked In. Honestly, kind of shocked that Crusaders picked to go second. Their second pick again. Despite, having side selection after losing game 1, they have the option to go towards first pick, and they went towards second. And again, it's another Hui Yi ban, another Aladdin ban, Baron Samedi taken off the table by Clocked In, and I'm just kind of sitting here like, I'm a little lost for words, just a tad bit of, are these characters really the characters that we're scared of? Yes, I know Jingwei's gone. Yes, I know the Emoja Susano's gone. Achilles is still open. Hopefully it's an Achilles ban third, but I don't know. I'm not convinced that it will be. I have a funny feeling that Crusaders are going to take away the Merlin instead away from Paul. And Kaidon can play the Merlin. Why not go for it as an option? And it's banned. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Tegvir play Achilles this game.
Okay, so I don't want to assemble the comp for them. I just honestly, I really want to see College Fun go hard here, right? I'm just like trying to like brainstorm what looks good from this standpoint because Achilles is still open, which means that Crow or Sunprod's gonna have.
Huh. Okay, so there's a few things.
What?
Okay. First of all, Neath first pick, that's going to Hydrogen. That's going to be Neath ADC. But the confidence in Kaidan to snaplog Zeus top 2 into Neath is diabolical. But I love the Achilles snatch away here. Going to give it to Crow, likely in the solo lane. The Crowchilles. Yep. Crowleys. Yeah, thank you. Again, not sold on it. Musi and I still need to talk about that later. But I don't know. I feel like this is a fine top 2. I would have been fine with just the Achilles and then maybe something else in priority. But I mean, now you're, Tegvir Sasana, or not Sasana, Tsukiyomi, excuse me. One of his other best picks. I mean, you just can't give this guy anything, and it feels bad. It immediately feels bad here if you're the Crusaders. You look across the way, there's a Neath, Tsukiyomi, Sun Wukong.
What I love about this Tsukiyomi pick for Tegvir is not only is this just like an overall like threatening god to be worried about. In my eyes, this is a relic forcer, right? Kind of like how, if you're up against Ares, you have to get beads. If you're up against this, you have to get this. Odin, you need to get shell. If you're up against Tsukiyomi, you cannot beads out of his ult. You have to get Aegis. The only way to get rid of Tsukiyomi in general is to just not. Oh, Sylvanas! We're gonna see Sylvanas.
I love this.
Okay. All right.
Crusaders have a disgusting comp to deal with Tsukiyomi. Look at the way that Clockton want to play. They want to start the engagement off of a Neath ult, maybe ulting a frontliner or a backliner, and then Tegvir goes in with the ultimate. Crusaders now have the option to go towards these Aegises. There isn't really an option. Clockton can still lean on an Ares as a potential to play that beads forcing, but you dash in if you're Tsukiyomi, there's going to be a Lightning Storm, a Caledonian Boar, and now Sylvanas heals, protections, and ultimate to deal with the Tsukiyomi once he goes in.
Okay. So Crusaders are starting to come together. It kind of just seemed like they said,
there it is.
Screw it. We'll throw whatever at him. And the Giannis pick comes through. There you go, Rosie. Now we're looking good on both sides. Like, I think that Clockton, they always have pretty solid comps. Even earlier in the day, our first game that we watched today, me and Muse, they didn't have the greatest comp, but it was just gods they were comfortable on, and they still succeeded. But this is like a good-looking comp overall. Their engage looks a little lacking. That's like the only issue I can see with Clockton right now. Just not the greatest engage. For Sun, don't tell me we're adding Odin to this. Do not.
Wow.
Oh, we might be going to game 3. Something tells me we're going to game 3. I might be over exaggerating.
No, I'm kind of down. I think you, me, Musi behind the scenes, even Jithins, and all of Smite game chat might be trying to create a spirit ball here and send it towards the Crusaders here because they want to go to game 3. And honestly, this is the comp to do it. So much AoE, CC, knockups for Sylval, the cage control from Odin. That's going to be Odin jungle, I assume, for Sunprod, one of his most signature picks. Then you have a Lightning Storm for damage and a Caledonian Boar for more lockdown CC. Clocked in have to play these fights so carefully. I don't think they can play how their comp ideally wants to play, which is all-in dive. You see the mid-jungle 2v2. It's Tsukiyomi Yanis. That wants to be diving a backline and one-shotting someone like the Zeus. The problem is you mentioned it, the Tsukiyomi is he's the Aegis forcer. He forces backliners to have to go Aegis, but there's no pick here that forces the members of the Crusaders to want to go beads. You could make the argument for maybe Neath, maybe the Aphrodite, but more than likely, all these carries are going to all in on the Aegis. They're going to be super safe. The Artemis has a CC ultimate already. You got to imagine Killcam Kenny is going to be rushing a team beads this game. I feel like the Crusaders have all the potential here with their comp to force us to a game 3.
And let's see if we'll get there. Game 2 starts now. Will Clocked In sweep the finals, or will College Fund Crusaders have something else to say? Let's get us into this game. Let's see how this will go. I have never been more confident in somebody taking down Clocked In than I am right here, right now. Morty and Book in the booth. We've got the whole Smite Prime crew behind the scenes, and we are more than excited to see this go down. But one issue remains in my head. Book, I can't remember if I was with you or if I was with Musy, but we saw an issue from College Fund Crusaders earlier in the day where they ran a comp just like this. It was Sunprod on Hunbats. I think Crow is playing Bologna, and it was a deep dive comp, right? But they were having issues, I think, up against Flukas Simrak, having issues making that engage happen because Clocked In were able to maintain space so well that there was not a shot that a Fear No Evil could hit more than like 2 people, right? Like, it was just spacing that just made it so hard for Crusaders to do what they want to do. If Clocked In can manage to do the same thing, that might shut down the deep dive dreams for College Fund Crusaders.
I agree to an extent, and you look at Clocked In's composition, they have a ton of mobility. You know, the Yanis to just send members through a portal, as well as the Threshold to speed up their allies, as Paul and Kaidon taking a 1v1 between each other before the waves clash, and I feel like that kind of goes fairly even between the 2 mid laners, but I feel like there's just more damage on the side of the Crusaders' 2 carries compared to Clocked In's. Yeah, Yanis has a ton of burst, don't get me wrong, but it's Artemis Zeus, man. Like, some of the best backliners as a combo are the 2 immobile 80s or 2 immobile carries that just stand there and deal more damage than you do.
Right. Okay, so I'm kind of wondering, there's a lot here. I mean, we're seeing Sylvanas for the first time. Paul is on Giannis. That's exciting too. Neath is on Hydro with the aspect of wind. There's a lot here to think about. I'm wondering where we see First Blood potential. That's my biggest question right now.
Yep, honestly, it's a bit of a hit or miss on where it could be. Could be around where the junglers want to play. Could be the side lanes, because you see this 2v2 of Bayro and Killcam Kenny. They have a ton of lockdown between the 2. If Killcam Kenny lands the root, lands the pull immediately after into an Artemis trap, then the Caledonian Boar comes out as well. If once they hit level 5, there's just so much lockdown CC between this duo lane that the Crusaders have. We do see Paul secure themselves that neutral speed buff, but I mean, it's kind of tough to decide, where's First Blood going to be? Because there's just so many options of where either team can decide to be, but I imagine it's going to be played around where the junglers are on the map. Ooh, maybe it's going to be mid lane now that Kaidon had his Aegis forced.
Yeah, big damage from Paul, able to force out Aegis. Paul's going to go back to hitting this wave. Tegvir will help out with that just a bit. Yeah, I think it's really going to be reliant. You know what I was just thinking about too when you mentioned the Sylvanas pool? So Bayro is comfortable with this Artemis pick. So this is something that's realistic, right? You've got Kenny hits the pull, hits the root from 1 right after, and then Bayro can put the trap on top of that and make that chain even longer. There is going to be seconds of time where somebody on Clocked In cannot play the game unless they use beads, and there's already beads down from Hydro. So I honestly think there's a lot of potential for Crusaders to just overall win this lane. And that was an issue last game, was that Clocked In, all 3 lanes were won by Clocked In. We need to see more resistance as far as early game goes from Crusaders. This might be the team for it.
No, I agree. The only lane I think that should be outright quote-unquote lost is this solo lane, as Tegvir is taking a bit of a scrappy on the right-hand side, trying to defend these elementals. Karmic here, he's level 5.
Big through space and time ult, brings Paul over to solo, takes down Crow for First Blood. Tegvir is going to take down the Firebrands and chase down for Second Blood. Sunprod will fall here. Double kill for Paul. And I guess he heard our cries for help from the Crusaders. I guess Paul heard that we have a bit of a limelight, right? That we have some hope that maybe Clocked In will be taken to game 3. Paul's about to lock in. He's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking going into today that, we haven't really seen a true MVP performance from the 2-time world championship himself, Paul, in the mid lane. Maybe today is the day that he just steps up and outright puts the team on his back and carries. Especially on this Yanis pick, he has full potential to do exactly that. We've seen him just pull off some crazy combos. He was gone for 2 weeks. I believe it was last month we saw this performance, if I'm not mistaken. Off for 2 weeks, back for week 3, and just hard carries on this Yanis pick. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see him do something similar today, as the duo hits 5 for the Crusaders first.
Big pull followed by the Silva will take Happen into the sky, down to 100 health, but he won't die today. Hydro able to hit a massive unravel. Spirit Arrow didn't connect, though. Bad news for College Crusaders, who were really depending on that kill, but it didn't go through. That's A-OK. No kills suffered in duo side, but a lot of resources taken away, especially that Silva, which would have been a huge engage. But now Sunprod showing up on left side. I don't know if maybe he fights for mid camp here. I don't know.
Yeah, he is. He's going to contest this red buff and secure it for his ADC. That's a big play there. And Shell also being taken down there from Kenny, which I think is something to note, is no Sunder this entire game. Happen going for the Shell themselves to just make the team fights a little bit better in their favor. They have a Yanis for decent secure as well, and they know that, are we going to be able to outconfirm Zeus? Zeus damage is pretty good in the mid to late game. The burst is really strong off the 3, the detonate. So let's just go forward to the Shell. Let's avoid a lot of this damage here, especially on a character like Aphrodite, who wants to kind of play and prioritize the backline peel over, say, frontlining and diving. They're just kind of going to pocket one carry, and going into the mid game, the carry is going to be interesting. I imagine it's going to be Hydrogen, but Hydrogen's backflip, they have to play the spacing correctly if you're Happen, have to really prioritize keeping Hydrogen alive, because the rest of the team of Clocked In don't do well standing next to an Aphrodite. Paul wants to be diving, Tegvir wants to be diving, Karmic wants to be diving. This 2v2 of Happen Hydrogen could get left out to dry if the likes of Clocked In play their fights wrong.
Gold Fury still up. No chances of taking it down just yet. Usually Clocked In will make their way over pretty early, but they haven't even looked at it yet. That tells me that Clocked In are a little worried. A tad bit worried. And this comes from the Sopranos. When somebody says that they're a little worried, they are very, very worried. So Clocked In, that's why we're seeing so much lock-in from Paul. We probably saw that double kill early. Great pull, followed by the knockout from Kenny yet again, but around the corner, here comes Sunprod and Tegvir, 3-on-3 here in duo lane. Odin Cage is out, Happens locked in, down to half health, through space and time, will take Paul over to duo. But here comes Karmic. All 5 showed up in left side, and Tegvir takes down Sunprod. Kenny might be next, diving into the tower. In goes Karmic, but the old side light is coming from Zeus. Paul takes down Kenny. Another body down, but Crow finds revenge on Karmic. Looking for the fatal strike, but dashes over. Back will save him from the fatal strike. Big flip there from Hydro. Half health across the board from Clocked In, but it is a 2v1 trade. Big focus over here in left side. You wonder why, Book? Because they're going to go to Gold Fury. Okay, I guess I'm dumb. Caster's Curse. It's Gold Fury. It takes 7 minutes. Let's come on. Let's do this.
No, because the mid ritual is about to spawn. Teams are going to be prioritizing that, I imagine. And then maybe look to use the siege minions. You see, Happen Tegvir on the way to mid here, especially now that Kaidon doesn't have Aegis. He is a prime target, and Happen and Tegvir, they're on the flank here. No, they're actually looking for Oracles instead, so no priority on this mid ritual at all.
Huh. Okay. Oh, maybe now they go, but they're outnumbered now. So Clocked In are around this. Happen Tegvir together as they walk up left side towards this purple. Kenny is around the corner as well. Able to hit the slow, find the disarm as well. Bad news for Bayro. Does get pushed back. Silfault won't save Bayro today. Down goes Baronary. Kenny just watched as their friend fell. Clocked In cashed in another kill. Now they're able to get that mid lane camp. They just took purple buff away from the Crusaders. Clocked In are beginning that snowball again, Book.
Yeah, Crusaders have to find an answer, and they have to find it soon, because Clocked In will run away with this lead if the Crusaders let them. So something has to go their way, and you got to imagine it's off the back of someone like Sunprod. What a play by Sunprod as Paul in mid can't get to the portal in time. Kaidon has the options.
Oh, barely able to, but Kaidon got it. Kaidon got it through the detonate. Massive shutdown to take down Paul. That's big for Crusaders. They just got a lot of gold out of that shutdown. Now to a 1,500 deficit, which is way, way better than where we were once at. And the mid lane ritual went towards College Fund Crusaders, I believe. I mean, yeah, because look at Sunprod's holding on to the thing.
Sunprod's got the ritual, as well as the siege minions will be spawning on their side, pushing down all 3 lanes. Tegvir on this right-hand side, though, he's looking to maybe make a play onto Crow.
But I don't think Crow will fall here beneath ult from downtown. I don't know if he wants to push that. I think it's safe from Karmic. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He didn't get too much health back from the regen in his ult. He's able to play it safe. I think that's overall the smart move. But yeah, Clock didn't know they don't need to force anything too much towards that side. They just need to force objectives more than kills.
Left-hand side, you can see Killcam Kenny and Barrow are using the siege minion to whittle down this tier 1 tower. They get it down to half. I feel like they can. No, they run out of the minions, and so 800 HP left. But look at this 4-man grouping. They're on the way, but Paul doesn't decide to commit and heads back mid to farm.
That's smart. That's smart because they're already making it back to base. I mean, Sylv's got the heals online. Bayro does have Aegis almost up, not just yet, but does have the Caledonian Boar ready. They were ready for that engage. So I think it's the overall smart thing to do. 10 minutes in, 5-2, clocked in, are up 3 kills, and about 1,000 gold as well. Crusaders are hanging on. It doesn't look as bad as it did last game at this point. I think that's the most important thing to capitalize on. The snowball was bigger last game.
Yeah, for sure. And look at this. I feel like Prod has slowed down a little bit. I want to see him be a little more active. He's hovering this left-hand side. You could tell Crusaders, they want to pull this objective. They want to get some momentum in their way. Prod will pull this objective, but on ward vision, and so Hydro and Happen are nearby. They'll force him off. Karmic already here on the left-hand side, though. He's teleported on over.
Okay, so Gold Fury starting now. The burn from Happen and Hydro is here, but the Fury will provide vision, so Crusaders are aware. Down to 3,000 health. Clock didn't continue this burn because Crusaders just walked away. Karmic teleported in, and there's nobody here from Crusaders to take that away. First Gold Fury goes towards Clocked In with little to no resistance from the Crusaders.
Just so much mobility on the side of Clocked In. Karmic TP's on over. Paul has rotation priority on this Yanis, always over the Zeus. And so he's able to make an impact first, and just a free Gold Fury going the way of Clocked In, now up 2,000 gold to their name. I mean, just Crusaders not in the right place at the right time again. They need to be more on top of this Gold Fury. They need to be more on top of the rotations from Clocked In.
The one thing that we could take away, though, is that Kaidon actually walked up and took Paul's red. Nobody takes Paul's red. that was pretty nice for Kaidon to realize, like, hey, they're all over there. I mean, we can't take it from them, but I mean, while the roses are red, might as well go pick them, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's a nice little look. I mean, yeah, this is a great option for Kaidon. You could see actually he's gone towards the Gem of Focus, likely working on the Chronos Pendant, and says, nah, I got enough gold. I'll buy the Rod of Tahuti. So he's got that online. That's a huge chunk of power there for the Zeus in the mid lane. For Crusaders, I would love to see them now start to get active. Use these item spikes that they have to their name. They're in good positions. You know, Sunprod's got 2 items. Bayro's got 2 items. Kaidon's got 2 important item spikes. Neathalt coming through, and Tegvir's here as well.
This is bad news for Crow. He might be in a really bad spot. Fatal Strike might be needed to be used to get him to safety. In goes Tegvir with the ult. Karmic slams back down, hiding under that tower, and down goes Crow. That's huge to take down Crow one more time. Through space and time, just got used, but it didn't do too much there. All just using it for a poke. Hydro getting ran down in his own jungle. Backflip force. And that's going to provide safety for Hydro as Unprod makes his way towards mid. Does have a stun ready and online to maybe find a stun on Paul, but I don't think there's too much engage potential here. Kenny doesn't have the ult. He doesn't have a pull either. So I don't know what happens from here, but a bit of a staring contest while we wait for abilities.
Big cage. Big cage.
Oh my God.
In the circle, and here comes Bayro.
Yeah, this is big. This is exactly what we needed. Happen able to use the teleport to get back to Tegvir to find safety. So Clocked In don't lose anything off of that aside from an Afro ult. And that's good. That's more than good. Clocked In are going to be relying on the safety of some of these picks, relic usage, and just overall safety that Afro can provide to make sure that College Fund Crusaders can't pull off this deep dive that they really want to. Speaking of deep dive, look at where Karmic is right now. He might have dove a little too deep, but he jumps back in because Happen is waiting around the corner. Karmic feels like he can take this fight, especially with Paul and Happen around, and Tiger's there as well, 4-on-4 on right side jungle, but both teams back off and realize the numbers game doesn't really favor any team, you know?
I mean, Bayro rotated over. That's why Paul made the call to just back up, use this ultimate that I'm about to fire to get to safety. Bayro rotated over. It was about to become a 4v5, and that would have favored the Crusaders heavily there, especially once Karmic was in a very precarious situation there. Crow was trying to catch him out, but unfortunate there for Crusaders. They couldn't fully commit to that moment, and it feels like with that rotation, you can tell they're getting a little desperate. They're trying to find plays wherever they can. Kaidon gets portaled, but Prod is nearby.
Paul is starting to hit. Be advised, Paul damage is online. That was great. Did you see that? Did you see him just take?
Oh,
whoa. What is that? Was that real? Chat, what is going on here? Paul is running down Kenny and Sunprod. Sunprod jumps back into the safety of the tower. Another portal lands, and through space and time, Tegvir cleans up and finds the final bit of damage needed. Down goes Kill Cam Kenny. Another kill going to Paul. Clocked In feel comfortable right now as the moonlight dawns upon us.
Pyromancer will be taken here by Clocked In. You can see the Crusaders trying to find something, but Kenny dying there is just so unfortunate for the Sylvanas. Just so immobile on the tree, man. And against such high mobility characters, the Yanis just absolutely destroys the Sylvanas with the slows of the threshold, with the portals. With how big the unit is of Sylvanas, you're always going to be able to catch him out with this CC. And he's going to have a really hard time of running away from things. I'm actually surprised it's the Eye of Providence first item and not a Stampede. You would favor heavily from a Stampede this game for chase down, for, escapability. And instead it's the Eye of Providence trying to focus more on war control around objectives. It's still just not going to be enough, though. This Sylvanas needs to focus on staying alive.
Staying alive. Sylvanas needs to stay alive. Let's see if Crow will stay alive after this rotation from Paul heads over to solo, but Paul might settle for a blue buff instead. That's fine.
Nice segue. We actually see a lane swap here. You can see Hydrogen's hanging out on this right-hand side, while Karmic now on the left-hand side, looking to push Bayonaria under the tower and stop him from free farming over here. Stop the Artemis from just getting as much experience and gold as he can. And yeah, this Yanis, man, is just continuing to hit Bayro in a world of hurt here.
Oh, the Caltrops will slow him down and take him to his grave. Down goes Bayro. Another kill goes towards Clocked In, and the snowball again is starting to build up ever so slightly for Clocked In. 17 minutes in, it's 8-2 with Clocked In having the kill lead and a 5k gold lead on top of that. And now they're looking to maintain control of that mid lane beacon for the Moonlight phase. Tegvir maybe looking for another kill on Kaidon. We might settle for Sunprod instead. All members of Crusaders are hiding under that tier 1. But Clocked In don't care about a tower. They're going in for more. Can we find kills here? Odin Cage is out to try and lock down Clocked In from going under that tier 2. Tegvir is able to find the kill on Kill Cam Kenny regardless. Kaidon still hiding in the back line and Clocked In.
Karmic.
All members are walking up right side. Karmic's still in middle though. Maybe looking for a cleanup on Kaidon, but not sure if that's going to happen today. Paul's hiding around the corner, maybe looking for a through space and he doesn't have the ults up though. Okay, wait, Clocked In are going for fire.
Yeah, they're going to go for it here. Crusaders are nearby. Zeus is very low here.
Crow into the back line. Crusaders maybe looking to start a fight here and clean up the low health bars from Clocked In. Lightning Storm is out and waiting for a way to engage in on this. Tegvir walking forward, so is Karmic and Paul, and that movement speed buff might help to catch up to Kaidon. Yeah, Kaidon is surely dead here. Down he goes, and Sunprod's going to be joining his friends in the graveyard. Paul able to take him down. Ult from Kill Cam Kenny won't give safety to Crow. Instead, we're going to have to kiss him goodbye and make our way towards that middle lane tower. But will it provide safety? Not so sure. Karmic's able to hit a stun, maybe a body block to follow. Doesn't pull doesn't go through for Kenny. Paul teleports over to find safety and maybe take down Kenny in between the tier 1 and 2. Karmic looking for a way to jump in on this, but Kenny's just so tanky. I'd say just let him go for gold.
Yeah, they are going to get him eventually here. Karmic going to dive the tier 1 tower, and this is finals of Smite Prime, and Clocked In are just chasing kills under tier 1 towers and taking them. This is not close anymore. This is them starting to snowball and get away with this one yet again, and there's not a lot the Crusaders are really able to do about it. They are just struggling to maintain just honest presence in the game. And look at this, Kaidon now in a world of hurt here under the tier 1 as well.
Kaidon might have stepped up just a tad bit too far. Tegvir is going to dive, and this man is unstoppable. Sunprod looking for a shutdown. This amount of gold would be massive for the Crusaders right now, but Sunprod's not able to find that kill through space and time. I thought it was going to bring Paul forward, but I guess he's just going to send it up to try and clean up for a kill. Hydro's going to be soloing this Gold Fury, but Bayro's here. Here come reinforcements from Happen and Tegvir walking up to try and take down Crusaders, or at least stop them from the gold, and that's fine. Happen and Tegvir were able to distract and make sure the Gold Fury went towards Clocked In. The objective was the important thing there, and that went towards Clocked In. That's okay.
Karmic on the left-hand side, though, finds Bayaneri, gets his health bar taken decently chunked, but should be A-okay there. And Bayro's still just trying to find farm on this Artemis. Forces the ult, though, out of the Wukong, but I think that'll be all.
And into the bird stance and into safety goes Karmic, just doing Wukong things. That's what's the worst thing about this is, like, Karmic does so much on this Wukong pick, but the moment that Crusaders even have a sliver of opportunity to fight back, wait a minute, portal through middle lane might put Paul in a bad spot, but Paul's A-okay through space and time, looking for a snipe. Kaidon sidesteps. Very smart read right there.
Yeah, nice read by Kaidon to stay alive there. And yeah, Paul's just kind of able to do whatever he wants now on this Yanis. Just so much mobility, so much CDR. He's able to just kind of cast abilities over the wall and do whatever he wants.
Looking for a lockdown on Kenny. He's super low on health. Tegvir's able to clean up and find the kill. Down another member for Crusaders, but Crow takes down Paul out of nowhere. Crow just snuck that kill in. That was humongous. But in goes Tegvir. Tsukiyomi ult will just spread him out around the fight. And Tegvir's able to clean up a lot of the back line. But wait, Kaidon got the Tegvir shutdown? Down is Tegvir. Down or two. Paul and Tegvir are dead. Crusaders just cashed in on the fact that Clocked In might have been off a little bit more than they could chew.
I was just going to say, the Crusaders, they have such a good composition, but it only works when they're playing as 5, and they haven't done that the entire game from even footing. Bayro, though, has to be careful here. Has to respect Karmic. Does avoid that stun. Nice little juke there. But, I mean, Crusaders just have to group, and you see there moments like that where they group as 4 or, like, 5, and it's good. It goes their way. They can punish the overcommitment from Tegvir if they just group, but so far that just hasn't happened. Maybe now that they've gotten 2 kills more to their name, they can look to do a little more of grouping.
I don't like to ask this question too much, Book, because it gets generic when you overuse it, but I think with how much is on the line and how dependent we are on the Crusaders to shut down the reign of Clocked In, I need to ask, how do Crusaders get back in this game? How do we get a game 3 today?
One team fight is all it's going to take. One important moment, and it's not clear on who it's going to come from, but moments like that where Crow can find the pick onto Paul, who's just kind of caught out, trying to be all fancy-dancy, high mobility, running around wherever he wants. And speaking of which...
Okay, Wind Sprite up, Clocked In, looking to catch out Sunprod maybe, or Kaidon. In goes Tegvir, diving into that tower in the mid lane, but Tegvir decides to back off. Doesn't have a tank to take away the tower damage, so playing it safe there. Meanwhile, on the left side, Kenny and Bayro split pushing up that tier 2 left side.
Love this.
They're able to take it down. The bird is open on left side. I mean, they just took down the first tier 2. That's actually pretty good news for Crusaders. If they're able to find a good team fight, maybe that's an open bird.
I mean, not only that, but you're also just getting more gold to your name, which is what you need right now. Hydrogen looking to start this fight here. Karmic just not letting Killcam Kenny or Bayro back. Bayro finally gets the back off, but Killcam Kenny's still in left.
Crow very low. Wait a minute, Crow goes in. What's going on here? In goes Sunprod, but he's taken down quick by Hydro. But Fatal Strike might be looking for this stun or the kill, but it didn't find the XC. Happens in a bad way. No fatal strike there. Hydra's able to melt down Crow. That's a double kill. Crusaders tried to make that fight happen, but it didn't unfold their way. Karmic just ran down Kill Cam Kenny. The entire duo lane. That was a wild chase over there. So 3 bodies down for College Fund Crusaders. Gold Fury just respawned. Fire Giant is up. Karmic still fighting Bayro on the left side. There's a lot of map to play with for Clocked In.
Yeah, Clocked In. They're going towards that Fire Giant. Bayro trying to catch the Wukong here. But the Sanguine Lash and the Lifesteal might be a little too strong here for Bayro to deal with.
Tell me the Karmic doesn't turn this around. Tell me the Karmic doesn't turn this fight around on its head. Bayro, please, just a couple more basics, and down Karmic will go. The Masters will. The Cudgel won't save him today. Down goes Karmic. He might have been a little too greedy right there. And over by the Fire Giant. Lightning Storm is out. Who can take this away? That'll be Happen on the secure. Clocked In just got a Fire Giant through space and time. Will take Clocked In forward. Xavier takes down Kaidon. Sunprod, Odin Cage is out and going into the back line. Hydro does backflip forward. Backflip backward, I should say, to find more damage. Chasing down Kill Cam Kenny. Down he goes. Sunprod joins his team in the grave. Crow by himself on the right side. Bayro does not care about this fight. Crow's able to take down Happen before he falls. 4 bodies dead for College Fund Crusaders. Clocked In just cannot be stopped.
But 2 Fire Giants taken off of Clocked In at the very least. Bayro still alive means the Phoenixes will stand tall. And Crusaders are continuing to stall out the game however they can. I mean, Sunprod on this Odin pick just really hasn't made much of an impact. He's building full tank, and every time he's gone in so far, he's just dying in a moment's notice. I would love to see Sunprod maybe lean a little more towards the damage route at this rate, because every time he's gone in, he's just getting blown up by the likes of Paul, by the likes of Hydrogen. The defense just doesn't matter anymore. Just play for the all-in. Play for a one-shot bird bomb combo or something. Or full CDR and try and get a couple of cages off in the team fight.
Gold Fury getting taken down. The third one of the game goes towards Clocked In and is going to give them an even more excessive gold lead. 13K to be exact at the 25-minute mark. 23-6, and Clocked In are putting on a butt whooping here in the grand finals. Game 1 was no different, and game 2 will shape out to be what might be considered even worse. Clocked In are all over the place, all over the map. Paul, Tegvir, everybody is locked in and clocked in to win this grand cash prize. College Fund Crusaders holding on with what little they have left.
Again, Crusaders just need one play. One pivotal play is all it's going to take, and they're back in it. It could be Sunprod Odin caging 4 or 5 people, and then they all just stand in the Lightning Storm and Caledonian Bora and just take so much damage. One play is all it's going to take, but it is a tall task for the Crusaders. Sieging left-hand side, Clocked In. Can the Crusaders hold the line against this unstoppable force that's just running down their bird?
And he taken into the sky. Oh my God, that tank is not a tank. That is a Jeep at best. That guy just suffered so much damage. Kenny goes back to base with his tail between his legs and says, sorry guys. Clocked In, decide to walk forward. Caltrops are out. And everybody's got ults on the side of Clocked In, just waiting on Karmic's Lightning Storm, followed by the Odin Cage. Crusaders maybe trying to bring this fight towards Clocked In and maybe looking for a way in. Crow does find a stun through the shield bash. Crusaders hanging out under that bird. Stampede's out. Ungo Clocked In. Hydro takes down Kaidon. Bayro by himself running for his life. And Kill Cam Kenny was just taken down. Crow just fell. Sunprod is dead. And Bayro hiding under the fountain. If you were preying on Clocked In's downfall, you should have prayed harder. Clocked In are the winners of the November circuit.
Yeah, your final winners here in 2025 as well. Clocked In continue to just be the best team on the block. And man, oh man, commiserations to Sunprod's College Fund team. It's just, damn, tough one. Tough one indeed. I mean, congrats to Clocked In. They're continuing to be the best team, and no one can stop them, man. Somebody's got to come a little bit stronger into 2026, because just not meant to be.
Well, you've got a whole Christmas break to assemble a team, an Avengers of sorts, to take down the League of Supervillains known as Clocked In. We'll talk a little bit more about what we just saw after we take a quick break. We'll be right back in a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. We just polished off the finals of the November circuit. We're going to talk about it a little bit. My name's Morty, joined here by Spirited Book and the rest of the Smite Prime crew, and we just watched a pretty dominant finals, to say the least.
Yeah. Clocked In did not let that one look close. That was pretty convincing. And they just continue to show everyone on the block that they are by far the best team here at Smite Prime. And just such an amazing job from this team. Such an amazing job from this unit as a whole. Like the way that they play the map, the way that they play fights, it's all just so phenomenal. The way they run their picks and bans, everything this team does is just better than you. And better than you can possibly hope to be, it seems, at this rate, because this is multiple months in a row where Clocked In are just by far better than everyone else on the field.
I like how we spent the entire picks and bans of this thinking, like, this could be Prod's chance to go to college. This could be, like, the game that will take them to game 3. Like, it was really nice, and then Paul's like, all right, I'm leaning forward. Like, Paul just took care of business, dude. Freaking Paul, man. It's always Paul.
You see how Paul sits when he's like locked in, right? Like he's not sitting up. He's like hunched over, like knees up in the chair. Like you've seen it, right? Like the legendary Paul pose.
Right.
No?
The Paul's posture must be completely obliterated by this point.
Oh, 100%. Why do you think he took a 2-week break?
Fair, very, very fair. He did take a 2-week break, probably because of back issues. I'm sure he spent quite some time with the chiropractor to try and maybe fix the back issues he had. I'm sure at the chiropractor they were like, "So, what sports do you play? What messed up your back this bad?" He's like, "Esports. I'm kind of like the GOAT at Smite." Like, I don't know if you ever seen Smite 2. Mike the Smite guy. It's Paul. So yeah,
I'm dead. Sorry. Okay.
That's
okay. Oh yeah, that was nice. That was a really good one. More.
Thank you.
I mean, look at these stats so far. I mean, shout outs to Hydrogen, who, I mean, when we talk about this team and Clocked In and what they've been able to accomplish this year, it's like multiple picks that have become meta, right? Like Neath ADC aspect was first pulled out by Hydrogen and just continues to be so good. Other teams start picking it up. Achilles being picked up by Tegveer throughout the year, and other teams try to pick it up as a takeaway or just trying to make it work themselves. You know, I think of Paul's Yanis as just by far the best Yanis in the league from what I've seen this season. Tegveer on basically any of his picks, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi, Achilles just continues to dominate the field. It's just, yeah, there it is. Shout outs to the Paul posture, man. This is Paul when he's locked in, man. This is when he wins worlds.
Bear dogs on the Smite game Twitch feed. This is disgusting. Oh my god, was this your idea, Tess? Tess, that was disgusting. Just the bear stompers, right? That was nasty. I'm sorry. Paul's a handsome guy and all, but I didn't need to see his toes.
No, it's okay. We weren't ready. I'm sure
this
chat
little
wasn't
piggy
ready
went
as well.
to the market. This little piggy went to the bank with all of Smite Prime's money.
And all
okay,
of
all right.
Prod's college fund.
Let's take, God, it sounds so evil. The supervillain Paul taking away Sunprod's college fund. Let's take a look at what we've seen the entire day. We've got a bit of a recap put together on what we've seen all of today. We'll go over it.
Yeah, I mean, we start off the day with Clocked In versus Glurp, a game that we thought would be a little bit closer between the two teams. And again, Clocked In didn't let it look close. They were just by far the better team. Glurp looked a little bit lost at times on how they wanted to play the map and how they wanted to really play fights. But man, it was just all Clocked In again throughout the day. We'll come back to those replays in just a moment here. But yeah, just again, they look better than everyone else, and they're winning drafts, they're winning games, they're winning fights. What more is there to say?
Tess, should we try that again? All right, good talk. So,
oh, there we go. Love it. Love it. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. All right, Clocked In versus Glurp was our first game of the day here. And yeah, just again, more performances from Tegvir's Achilles. Looked so good on it. Got off to such a fantastic lead against this E-set in mid lane for Benny Q, which honestly really struggled against this composition, man. Very unfortunate for this Glurp team. They had moments where they looked good. I look back at this play here from Tuba and Moods, who worked so well together, but still just not enough to overcome the dominant performance from Clocked In.
right here, a little bit earlier is when I guess it's gone now. Me and Musi were talking about Little Chef and how it inspired us from Tiny Chef. Remember that? Did you see that on Twitter?
I didn't see it on Twitter, but I heard you say it on the cast. I was behind the scenes watching, and small chuckle. This is a crazy play. This is my play of the day by far. The Fear No Evil into a 5-man stun was diabolical from Sunprod, and you can see why Clocked In did not allow Sunprod to play this pick at all throughout the final series.
Oh my gosh, that was probably like you said, the nastiest play. I said this might be a little hard to call, but that was probably the smoothest CC chain I've seen since Deathwalker's tier knockup. That like it was that good. It was that good.
Yeah, corralling everyone into a condensed corridor with the Fear No Evil in the walls, and then they just find the kill. This was Prod's College Fund Crusaders versus SEAL Team Snicks. We thought that SEAL Team Snicks had moments where they could get in the game, but the Crusaders show why they were the second seed and really just had control throughout the entire game, despite losing moments like this where they lost Fire Giant and then lost the fight, but still it felt like they were in control throughout the series and throughout the game, as this is Clocked In versus Prod's College Fund Crusaders, the first go around in the winner or the semifinals to go to the winners finals. And moments in this game, I thought that Prod's College Fund Crusaders were going to win. Like moments like this, exactly here, where Paul dashes in, Tegvir trying to follow up, and Crusaders turn around and punish them.
And punished they were. Punished indeed. Oh, this is the one that me and Musi freaked out about, but we couldn't see it because of just stuff. So obviously, like a lot going on by Gold, but Benny gets pushed away. So Benny does this thing, right? Benny like solos someone because they're like, I'm gonna kill Benny, and Benny's like, nah, I'm Benny. You kidding me? That's not gonna happen to me. Win Sprite out. But here comes Yorm chasing him down. He's like, I'm gonna hit this jump right here. Yorm barely misses here. Hits the stun, ricochet through the wall, one more basic, and that was the smoothest play that Benny's done in quite some time. Oh, and then this.
Yeah, this was a nice play as well from Sunprod. Great play onto Wake, just showing up in the nick of time to bail out their soul laner in a fight that I feel like we had no business seeing in that moment, and somehow it just happened in front of our eyes, and a lovely play there. Our third final game of the day, Flukas Simrak versus Glurp. More of these, matches happening, more of these highlights happening and throughout the day. It felt like Glurp were in it for moments again, similar to earlier today, but it again just felt like Flukas Simrak had the advantages throughout the rest of the game.
Flukas Simrak called this. This was probably one of my favorite matches of the day here. I love seeing Sunprod do Sunprod things, especially with the Hunbats. Just really set up kills. We talked about how this might not Aspect Hunbats might not be like the hyper carry for the team. He's like 7-0 in this clip. Like, dude, he hyper carry. he's just a monster, dude. And then Dishonored finally found the shutdown. The rest of Crusaders cleaned up from there. Dishonored is going to fall here. Cherry as well. This will be like their first deicide of the game. Crusaders just really looked good so early in the bracket, and then Clocked In did like the Clocked In thing. But it was nice while it lasted, right?
Yeah, of course. And in moments like that, in fights like that, Sunprod's the only one to die on his team, sure, but still did so much to set up his team for success. Bayro and Kairon went off in that fight because Sunprod went in first, forced beads, forced the important relics, forced the important active items, forced a lot of important cooldowns off of Flukas Simrak, and then the carries of Kaidon and Bayonary were able to go in secondary, and I loved that teamwork. And speaking of teamwork, the best team that works the best together, Clocked In versus Prod's College Fund Crusaders. Moments in this game, I thought there was potential, especially Sunprod. I thought, was putting in the most work on this Thanatos, but the rest of the team just really wasn't able to make an impact, in all honesty.
These are the teams that we looked over, the final 8 that made their way in, but we didn't get to see Bad Boys today. I was kind of excited to see Scream, but yeah. It is what it is.
Well, they didn't make it very far, though. I mean, look, winning out round 1 against We Know You're Cheating, losing to Clocked In round 2, okay, can be expected. They are the best team.
Right.
But then Smite 2 Bad Boys going down to Flukas Simrak. I mean, a team that was kind of hit or miss. We saw them lose, obviously, to Prod's College Fund Crusaders pretty handily, but still a team, the 3rd seed, taking down the 4th seed. It really was a battle of, teams making it decently far, despite their seedings maybe not being the best. Like, obviously, we see the 3rd seed take down the 4th seed, the 2nd seed take down the 3rd seed. But look at Glurp, man. They lost round 1 against Clocked In and still made it to losers semifinals over down there and lost to Flukas Simrak. Despite being the 8th seed, they still had a pretty decent run.
So Clocked In won the whole shebang-a-bang. Let's see what Clocked In won, and that is part of this grand prize that we'll showcase on screen momentarily. It will be $7,000 USD, along with 125,000 diamonds. It is a very, very, very nice cash prizing, along with the diamonds as well, to get all of those nice skins that the art team works so hard on. So it's very nice to see this go towards Clocked In yet again. But they don't just get cash, they don't just get diamonds, they also get this nice little badge that we'll show off here. It's the Smite Prime logo that they can represent in lobbies, in wherever you see badges, along with the title that says Smite Prime Champion. You don't see that every day.
No, for sure. And these these players have a couple of those titles now. I feel like if only they could do giveaways, but no, it's they're going to be rocking those titles yet again going into next year as well, and so on and so forth throughout Smite 2's history.
And we have the MVP to announce. All the screenshots of that trophy you saw throughout the day. The MVP is Paul. Come on, who else is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, just a phenomenal season in general for Paul, not just this month's circuit, but multiple circuits now where Paul has just put on dominant performances. I had Paul as my MVP last month personally, and as he did such a phenomenal job of just popping off on the picks like the Yanis, did exactly that today. And so Paul will be the winner of this lovely trophy that does light up from what I'm told. I hear legends that that's what happens.
But Paul's not the only winner today. We also had some giveaways earlier throughout the day. We're going to announce who won those right now. First up will be the Smite Prime giveaway for Fat Loki Bracken. That's Kekor 94. I think it rhymes. Kekor 94. Very nice.
Kekor 94. Yeah. I think that's the thought process between the name and the numbers.
And also a Smite game giveaway that was for Dark Lord Sun Wukong, and that's KamiLX. KamiLX. We will both you and Kekor will be reaching out to you through Twitch DMs here momentarily from Jithens. They will get with you and get you the code that you so deserve. And I believe that's it.
I feel like Jithens added these giveaways just to try and make us try and figure out how to say these like random gamer tag names. If in all honesty, let's be real. Like that's why these giveaways exist, for entertainment, to try and hear us enunciate them as best we can.
Hey, my best friend's name was Kekor. You don't disrespect his name. But Book, you have any final thoughts before we take off?
I mean, what a crazy year it's been for us here on Smite Prime. Not very long for me personally, but still, it has been a blast. I really appreciate being here, working with you guys. Shout outs to Jithens for allowing me to be here and just cast Smite, which has been a dream to do for a long time now. So just want to say thanks.
I know that sounds like kind of a goodbye, but it's not really a goodbye. It's more of a see you later. Usually right here in all the other earlier circuits, we talked about Oh, okay, so we just finished the April circuit. Now we're going to the May circuit, and then the June circuit, and then the July circuit. We don't have a circuit planned for December. After the holidays, there will be talks about what's next. I have absolutely no details to share with you on what is next, but hopefully it's something, right? I mean, I love esports just as much, if not more than y'all, so I'm really excited to see what is planned next for Smite Prime, or just Smite in general. But that being said, we are signing off for the holidays. Thank you to everybody involved, players, administration, production, everybody who was able to make this happen. Thank you to Musi and Book right here for joining me. And most importantly, thank you to the viewers who tune into this. And it would not be possible without y'all watching this. It is inspirational what y'all do to make this happen. But we will see you all very soon. But until then, take it easy, gamers. Thanks, y'all.
Happy holidays.